I collect attributes in the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576 Tell him. Because, as the level of his supernatural power increased, his sensing ability also improved a lot. With the improvement of his sensing ability, Xiaohongda's attack would be captured by him in advance and he would be able to grasp the traces. In this way, whether it is to dodge Xiaohongda's attack or resist Xiaohongda's attack, he can easily deal with it. This is also what made Xiaohongda very crazy. He didn't expect Lin Fan's reaction to be so fast. No matter how he attacked Lin Fan, it seemed that the attack could not fall on Lin Fan. Moreover, when Lin Fan did not dodge, he collided with his attack. But every time he collided with each other, Lin Fan seemed to have no pain, and the pain seemed to be concentrated on him. Thinking of this, Xiaohongda was extremely depressed. What's going on? It's been almost half an hour, and that kid can still hold on. I think the Patriarch is using this kid to practice. Yes, that must be the case. The Patriarch has just broken through to the strength of the middle stage of the 5th level evolver, and has not yet experienced how strong this level of strength is. It just so happens that this kid has come to the door, so it's normal for the Patriarch to use this kid to test it. We don't have to worry too much, just watch the battle and learn from the experience. In short, the Patriarch will definitely win in the end. Yes, there is no doubt about this. Seeing that Lin Fan was still fighting with Xiaohongda and did not show any signs of losing, the Xia family members couldn't help but discuss again. At this time, they were deceiving themselves more and more, and even began to think that Xiaohongda deliberately didn't want to defeat Lin Fan so quickly. Although their discussion was not loud, Lin Fan and Xiaohongda both had the strength of 5th level evolvers. These words fell into the ears of Lin Fan and Xiaohongda, and for Xiaohongda, it was a huge irony. Did you hear that? Lin Fan grinned and continued to taunt. You Xia family members have extremely blind confidence in you, and they think you deliberately don't want to defeat me so quickly? Do you want to tell them what the truth is? Xiaohongda felt very embarrassed when he heard the Xia family's words. Now that Lin Fan was doing this, Xiaohongda felt even more heartbroken. Boy! If you fall into my hands, I will tear you into pieces, Xiaohongda said with hatred. Unfortunately, I will not fall into your hands, but into my hands. Lin Fan did not care about Xiaohongda's threat at all. He smiled lightly and said, You said, after I take you down, should I let you see your Xia family members die in my hands one by one? Oh, by the way, I suddenly remembered one thing. That is, I cut the tendons of the hands and 1 foot of the Zhang family head, causing him to become a disabled person now. Since your strength is stronger than that of the Zhang family head, I will cut the tendons of your hands and feet at that time. In this way, both of you will become disabled people, and you will not be so lonely on the road of being disabled. Maybe you can exchange experiences of being disabled people with each other. Ahem. When Lin Fan's voice fell, Xiaohongda was so angry that he started coughing, and his face kept changing from blue to white. He found that Lin Fan was not only strong in strength, but also had better skills in talking than in strength. When Xiaohongda coughed, Lin Fan saw the opportunity and appeared in front of Xiaohongda. He clenched his fists and his bones made a creaking sound. Bang! Then, without any hesitation, Lin Fan punched Xiaohongda hard, hitting his chest. With an extremely dull sound, Xiaohongda's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. He flew more than 30 meters before falling down from the air. Puff! The moment Xiaohongda's body landed, his blood and ki rolled in his body, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Master, when the Xia family saw this scene, they were stunned for 3 seconds before they reacted. They thought that Xiaohongda deliberately didn't defeat Lin Fan so quickly, and was using Lin Fan to test the strength of the middle stage 5th level evolver. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Xiaohongda was knocked out by Lin Fan. Moreover, it seemed that Xiaohongda had suffered a lot of injuries, and his face turned pale at this time. The Xia family did not dare to hesitate at all, and hurriedly ran towards Xiaohongda, reaching out to help Xiaohongda up from the ground. Ahem! Xiaohongda covered his chest with his palm where Lin Fan's fist hid him, and coughed again, and blood continued to flow from the corner of his mouth. Yet, I knew that brother Lin Fan could defeat that old guy. Muran Shan saw the scene and happily stretched out her hand to make a yeah gesture. as if she had defeated Xia Hongda herself. Anyone could see that she was in a very good mood. And this is when Lin Fan did not use his superpowers. Lu Mingyan could not help but sigh. Yes, Lin Fan defeated the opponent without using his superpowers, Wei Heguang sighed. Before, they all thought that Lin Fan had to use his superpowers to fight and even defeat Xia Hongda, who is a mid-level 5th level evolver. But now the facts have clearly taught them a lesson, making them all realize that their judgment was wrong. This, Zhang Guodong stared at the pale-faced Xia Hongda in amazement. His face was full of disbelief. He had thought that Xia Hongda would win the battle. Even if Xia Hongda didn't win, Lin Fan should have used his supernatural power to defeat Xia Hongda, right? As a result, Lin Fan didn't even use his supernatural power, but Xia Hongda was defeated by Lin Fan. Doesn't this mean that Xia Hongda is as weak as him? At this time, he was doubting whether Xia Hongda really had the strength of a mid-level 5th level evolver. Hey, old man, what are you looking at? Are you surprised by this result? Do you find it unbelievable? Muran Shan turned her eyes and fell on Zhang Guodong. Seeing the expression on Zhang Guodong's face, she asked with some displeasure. Being asked by Muran Shan, Zhang Guodong didn't dare to show any other emotions, and quickly agreed, No, I know Lin Fan is very strong, and it is reasonable for him to defeat Xia Hongda. After becoming a useless person, Zhang Guodong was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of being tortured. If he angered Lin Fan and others, causing him to die an unhappy death and suffer torture, that would be the most unworthy thing. After all, Xia Hongda has been defeated by Lin Fan now, and there is no chance for Xia Hongda to turn things around. Master, are you okay? A senior member of the Xia family asked with concern. Xia Hongda really wanted to slap this man. How could he be okay in his current state? Anyone with normal eyesight could see that he was in a bad condition. Xia Hongda ignored this man and kept his eyes on Lin Fan. Lin Fan's punch did cause him great damage, causing him serious injuries. Although he did not completely lose his fighting power under any circumstances, he knew very well that he would not be Lin Fan's opponent if he continued to fight Lin. He could not defeat Lin Fan even in his prime, let alone in his current injured state. He still had this self-knowledge. I am no match for him. We must evacuate. If we don't evacuate, we will all perish here, and then our Xia family will suffer the same fate as the Zhang family. Xia Hongda took a deep breath and whispered. What? When the Xia family leaders around Xia Hongda heard this, they all felt dizzy. This means that Xia Hongda has admitted defeat. Xia Hongda is the strongest person in their Xia family. Even Xia Hongda has admitted defeat. How can they be the opponent of Lin Fan? Just when the Xia family leaders were about to speak, Lin Fan's voice came out. What? Do you want to discuss how to retreat now? The Xia family members were speechless for a moment, and the expressions on their faces were quite wonderful. The Zhang family had the same idea as you before. When they saw that the head of the Zhang family couldn't beat them, they also wanted to retreat, but unfortunately, none of them escaped, Lin Fan said lightly. At the same time, Muran Zhu, Muran Shan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, Zhang Fiwen and Andy were now ready to take action. Their eyes were already locked on every member of the Xia family. As long as the Xia family dared to make a rash move and leave, they would immediately attack them. Don't be scared by him, Xia Hongda said calmly. He is the strongest person in their team. He is the only one who has reached the level of a 5th level evolver. The rest are not that strong. Let's split up and see how many of them they can catch up with. Since Lin Fan had seen through their thoughts, Xia Hongda had nothing to hide. He didn't want the Xia family's mentality to be affected by Lin Fan. If that happened, it would be possible that no one could escape. Haha, yes, in our team, I am indeed the only one who has reached the level of a 5th level evolver, but where do you get the courage to not take a 4th level evolver seriously? Lin Fan looked at Xia Hongda and laughed sarcastically. Xia Hongda frowned, not quite understanding what Lin Fan meant. Lin Fan could see Xia Hongda's confusion. He turned his gaze to Zhang Guodong and said, Master Zhang, I think you should tell him so that he knows the strength of our team. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Guodong. Zhang Guodong took a deep breath and said slowly, Master Xia, except for Lin Fan who is a level 5 evolver, the rest of Lin Fan's team are all level 4 evolvers. Chapter 577 This is all fate. When Zhang Guodong finished speaking, Xia Hongda and the Xia family all showed a look of deep astonishment on their faces. Except for Lin Fan, all the others are level 4 evolvers? What kind of lineup is this? What kind of improvement speed is this? Xia Hongda and the others were completely stunned. They really didn't expect that except for Lin Fan, the strength of Murengzhu and the others would improve so quickly. Originally, they were expecting to escape, but now it seems that the chance of escape is very slim. Master Xia, do you still have the idea of escaping now? Lin Fan's eyes fell on Xia Hongda and asked lightly. Hearing Lin Fan's question, Xia Hongda's face was already lifeless. He fixed his eyes and decided to take another plan. Lin Fan, why do you want to kill us all? Xia Hongda asked. Oh? I'm really surprised by this question. Lin Fan smiled disdainfully and said, if you don't want to kill us, then why would we want to kill you? The misunderstanding between us has deepened. I don't deny this, but what I mean is that you don't have to kill us all. Isn't it better to keep us to help you? Xia Hongda took a deep breath and said slowly. It sounds like he wants to keep them to help, but in fact, this is his act of begging for mercy. Because, the current situation does not allow them to be proud at all. He was seriously injured and could not resist Lin Fan's attack. Although the rest of the Xia family is not a good person, with Lin Fan, a strong man with the strength of a 5th level evolver, the Xia family can't resist it at all. So, if they still choose to escape, they will inevitably be killed by Lin Fan and others. Instead of this, it is better to change the way and beg for mercy from Lin Fan and bow down to Lin Fan. Maybe Lin Fan will give them a chance to live. After all, the overall strength of their Xia family is quite good. In Xia Hongda's opinion, Lin Fan should need their help to do something. Master Xia, then I would like to ask you, what do you think you can do for me? Lin Fan asked with interest. We can help you deal with Luomen. After taking Luomen down, the whole Luocheng will be yours, and you will have control over the resources of the entire Luocheng, Xia Hongda said righteously. Before, I asked you to join forces with us to deal with Luomen, but you refused. Why are you begging me now? Lin Fan smiled faintly. Xia Hongda had a bitter expression on his face. He didn't know that Lin Fan and others were so powerful before, and of course he would not think of cooperating with Lin Fan and others. Now the situation has changed drastically, and they have been completely suppressed by Lin Fan and others. As the saying goes, people have to bow their heads under the eaves, and those who know the times are heroes. However, I can only say sorry for your proposal. Lin Fan shook his head and said, I have no interest in taking over Luocheng and becoming the master of Luocheng. We will not stay here any longer, then you stay with us. We can help you collect energy crystals continuously and provide them to you on time every month. Even if you don't come in person, you can send someone to get them, Xia Hongda said hurriedly. This is their last chance, and he doesn't want to miss the opportunity in vain. How many energy crystals can you provide me in a month? Lin Fan asked lightly. Xia Hongda thought for a while and said, 53rd level energy crystals and 5 4th level energy crystals. This time, they encountered the outbreak of the corpse tide, so they had such a rich harvest. If there was no corpse tide, they would not have so much harvest. The data he said was based on their previous monthly situation. Of course, he had some reservations on this data. After all, their Xia family still had to continue to develop and grow, and it was impossible to give all the harvest to Lin Fan. With just a little stuff, you want me to spare all your lives? Lin Fan shook his head and said, Master Xia, it seems that you don't value the lives of your Xia family members. I'll add more. Xia Hongda gritted his teeth and said, 100 level 3 energy crystals and 10 level 4 energy crystals. This is really the limit we can provide. Even if they don't get much every month, Xia Hongda has to go all out. At least, Lin Fan has to let them go now. Otherwise, if they can't make it now, what's the point of talking about future growth and development? Seeing how painful you are talking, I think the data you mentioned is also your limit every month, right? Lin Fan asked curiously. Yes, Xia Hongda nodded. I am a soft-hearted person. I don't like to force others to do things they don't like, and I don't like to see others suffer too much. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Lin Fan's eyes, and he said, so, in order to prevent you from being so tired and painful, I decided that it would be better to kill you, so that you can also go on the road more easily. Ha ha ha. The moment Lin Fan's voice fell, Murengzhu, Murengshan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, Zhang Fiwen and others couldn't help laughing. Even Zhang Guodong almost laughed. Xia Hongda and others were embarrassed and angry, especially Xia Hongda, whose teeth were almost broken. He didn't expect that he said so much, but in return he was ridiculed and rejected by Lin Fan. Isn't this clearly saying that they must kill the Xia family? Lin Fan. Don't be too ruthless, Xiao Hongda said with clenched teeth. Master Xia, what you said is very funny. If we fall into your hands, will you still let us live? Lin Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent again, and he said, what I am going to do now is just to give them a taste of their own medicine. That won't do. You are only allowed to kill us, but we are not allowed to kill you, so, you must kill us all today, Xiao Hongda asked with a trembling voice. Yes, today, I will definitely not give you any chance, Lin Fan nodded. Hearing Lin Fan say so confidently, Xiao Hongda completely gave up the idea of begging for mercy. He looked at the Xia family and said loudly, everyone. They want to kill us all, and we will make them bleed even if we die? Yes, everyone in the Xia family answered in unison. It's really touching, Lin Fan sneered. I hope you can show me your strong side. Do it. As he spoke, Lin Fan waved his hand and decided not to waste time with Xiao Hongda and others. Yes, hearing this, Murenzhu and the others nodded, and without any hesitation, they began to rush towards Xiao Hongda and the others. Lin Fan rushed towards Xiao Hongda again. Although Xiao Hongda had been injured by him just now, it did not mean that Xiao Hongda had no fighting power at all. Xiao Hongda's fighting power was just not able to reach the level of a mid-level 5th level evolver, but if Xiao Hongda was asked to deal with Murenzhu and the others, then Xiao Hongda could still defeat Murenzhu and the others. After all, the gap between Murenzhu and the others' strength and Xiao Hongda's was a bit large. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Xiao Hongda shouted, I will hold that kid back, and you must kill their people. No matter how many you kill, you must kill them. Let them know that our Xia family is not easy to bully. From Xiao Hongda's tone, it can be seen that he has fallen into a crazy state. Everyone in the Xia family obeyed Xiao Hongda's arrangement. After Xiao Hongda's voice fell, they attacked Murenzhu and the others together. Lin Fan was the fastest. He arrived in front of Xiao Hongda in a blink of an eye. He clenched his fist and punched out fiercely. Facing Lin Fan's fierce attack, Xiao Hongda knew that he had no time to dodge, so he had to cross his arms in front of him to resist, hoping to resist Lin Fan's attack. Bang! Lin Fan's fist approached and hit Xiao Hongda's arms at the intersection. Only an extremely dull sound rang out. Along with a dull sound, there was also a sound of bones breaking. Then, Xiao Hongda's body quickly flew backwards. Before Xiao Hongda's body hit the ground, he had already opened his mouth and let out a miserable cry. Because Lin Fan's fist had shattered the bones in his arm. This shows how powerful Lin Fan's punch was just now. Bang! Xiao Hongda's body fell back to the ground, and his face looked even paler than before. Lin Fan did not continue to attack Xiao Hongda. He knew that Xiao Hongda had really lost a lot of fighting power this time, and there was no need to keep staring at Xiao Hongda. The most important thing was that the rest of the Xia family still had late stage and peak stage 4th level evolvers. If he did not help Murenzhu and others, then Murenzhu and others would most likely be hurt by the attacks of the late stage and peak stage 4th level evolvers of the Xia family. Thinking of this, Lin Fan did not delay, and with a thought, he controlled the 3 hidden weapons from his body. Whoosh! 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 The 3 hidden weapons flew out in mid-air and attacked the late stage and peak stage 4th level evolvers of the Xia family. How can this kid's control range be so far? Xiao Hongda's body was lying on the ground, and the pain of the broken arm bone had made his expression a little distorted, but he was still paying attention to the battle on Lin Fan's side. When he noticed that Lin Fan's range of control of the 3 hidden weapons was so wide, he was shocked again. Such a range, such a superpower, is really too powerful. It was not until now that he realized that he could not possibly be Lin Fan's opponent. After all, when Lin Fan dealt with him just now, he had not even used such a powerful superpower. If Lin Fan used his superpower, he would probably have to have the strength of a late-stage 5th level evolver to be able to compete with Lin Fan. Fate. This is all fate, Xiao Hongda said bitterly. With the addition of Lin Fan's control of the 3 hidden weapons, the people of the Xia family were completely defeated at an extremely fast speed, either killed by Lin Fan or killed by Murenzhu and others. In short, the people of the Xia family had no resistance at all in front of Lin Fan and others. Chapter 578, Don't Deal with Luoman. This was a complete one-sided suppression. Lin Fan controlled the attack speed of the 3 hidden weapons, and the Xia family members could not react. Even if they could react, they did not have such a fast speed and ability to compare, so they could only let Lin Fan's 3 hidden weapons attack them. Not long after, all the Xia family members were lying on the ground. Zhang Guodong saw this scene, but he felt very familiar. After all, the people of their Zhang family were also solved in this way. Lin Fan's eyes flickered, and he looked at Xia Hongde, and said with a smile, "Master Xia, I'm sorry, all these people in your Xia family have paid the price for your decision." Xia Hongde smiled bitterly, feeling very miserable and sad. Because, there was nothing wrong with what Lin Fan said. If he hadn't decided to deal with Lin Fan and others, then these things would naturally not have happened. The demise of the Xia family is indeed inseparable from his decision. Lin Fan ignored Xia Hongde's bitter smile and gestured to Lu Mingyan and the other two. Lu Mingyan and the other two understood what Lin Fan meant and lifted Zhang Guodong up without hesitation, and then carried him in front of Xia Hongde. "This is the last moment for you two. Is there anything else you want to say?" Lin Fan's eyes fell on Xia Hongde and Zhang Guodong, giving them a chance to say their last words. Zhang Guodong had nothing to say. Now he only had regrets. He regretted that he should not have dealt with Lin Fan and others, and regretted making a series of wrong decisions. Xia Hongde was also full of regrets. If he had known that this would be the result, their Xia family should not have coveted the reward of 10 level 4 energy crystals given by Zhang Guodong. If they had not coveted this reward, they would not have offended Lin Fan and others. If they had not offended Lin Fan and others, they would not have fallen to this point. "What? Don't you two have anything to say?" Seeing that Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongde didn't speak, Lin Fan said something, and then his mind moved. The dart and dagger were suspended in the air, aiming at Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongde respectively. At this point, Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongde knew very well that they could not be Lin Fan's opponents, let alone escape from Lin Fan's hands. It was equivalent to being doomed to die today. However, before dying, Xia Hongde suddenly thought of something and asked, "Are you still going to deal with Luomen?" "Deal with Luomen?" Lin Fan shook his head indifferently and said, "That's not necessarily true. After all, the people of Luomen are not as impulsive as you. They have to turn everything upside down to find us. Then what is your purpose in coming to Luocheng?" Xia Hongde asked again. Zhang Guodong was also very curious about this question. After hearing Xia Hongde's question, his eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, waiting for Lin Fan's answer. "We just came to Luocheng to train for a while." Lin Fan smiled and said, "If you don't provoke us, we really won't kill you. Unfortunately, your two families have done more than Luomen. It's almost time for us to finish our training, so we may not have time to deal with Luomen. You can only blame us for being too impulsive." Lin Fan's answer made Xia Hongde and Zhang Guodong regretful. They had thought before whether Lin Fan and others came directly to occupy Luocheng. If so, they would have a life and death conflict with Lin Fan and others sooner or later. Therefore, they wanted to completely eliminate Lin Fan and others, so as not to let them grow up and they can't deal with them. Now that they heard Lin Fan say that he only came to Luocheng to train for a while, and would not stay in Luocheng for a long time, and even left Luocheng right now, how could they not regret it? If they had known this, they would not have had such a big conflict with Lin Fan and others, and they would not have been searching for Lin Fan and others. "Okay, I've given you enough time. Even if you have any last words to say, you won't have the chance to say them." Lin Fan waved his hand, made a goodbye gesture to Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongde, and said, "Goodbye." Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the voice fell, Lin Fan did not delay any longer. With a thud, the darts and daggers flew towards Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongde. Under the attack of the darts and daggers, Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongde naturally had no way to stop them. They could only watch the darts and daggers scratching their bodies. With 2 bright red bloodstains flying out, the lives of Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongde were also ended at this time. At this moment, the Zhang family and the Xia family were completely ruined. "Let me see how much the Xia family has gained this time." Lin Fan smiled faintly and began to search. Soon, he found a result. "I didn't expect that the Xia family's gains this time were more than the Zhang family's." "Not bad, not bad," Lin Fan said with a smile. However, what he harvested were mainly level 3 and level 4 energy crystals. Now that his strength has reached the level of a level 5 evolver, he naturally does not need to share level 4 energy crystals with Yurenzu and others. "Let's distribute the energy crystals to you here at the Xia family first." Lin Fan looked at Yurenzu and others and said, "After you absorb all the energy crystals, we can rush to the central square." They came to Luocheng this time to experience the zombie tide. Now that the zombie tide has ended, they should naturally go to the central square to meet up with Chu Hongxuan, Feng Kang and others. Okay, Murenzhu and others had no objections to Lin Fan's arrangement and nodded in agreement. The energy crystals harvested from the Xia family and the Zhang family were very abundant. Lin Fan quickly distributed them to Murenzhu and others and asked them to start absorbing the energy crystals. This time, as expected by Lin Fan, Murenzhu, Murengshan, Li Zihan, and Lu Mingyun all successfully improved their strength to the middle stage of the 4th level evolver. Only Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen were still in the early stage of the 4th level evolver. This is also very normal. After all, Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen broke through to the 4th level of evolvers later than Murenzhu, Murengshan, Li Zihan and Lu Mingyun. Have your strengths improved? Lin Fan could not say that he had read the data of Murenzhu and the other 4 with the ring. He pretended to know nothing and looked at Murenzhu and the other 4 and asked. Yes, it has improved, Murenzhu answered first. Then, Murenzhu, Li Zihan and Lu Mingyun followed suit. Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen looked at each other and said helplessly, we haven't made a breakthrough in strength yet. Lin Fan walked over, patted Wei Haiguang and Zhang Fiwen on the shoulders, and said with a smile. Take your time, don't worry. After absorbing the energy crystallization this time, your strength will not be far from breaking through to the middle stage of the 4th level evolver. It's just a matter of time. Yes, we will work hard, Wei Haiguang said. Yes, strive to make a breakthrough in the shortest time, Zhang Fiwen also said. Lin Fan glanced at them again, and when he was about to speak, Murengshan said, Brother Lin Fan, are we going to the central square to join Instructor Chu and the others? The zombie outbreak is over, and we really have to go and join them, otherwise they will think something has happened to us, Lin Fan said with a smile. What about Luomen? Should we deal with Luomen? Murengshan asked curiously. Why? After your strength has broken through, you want to try Luomen? Lin Fan laughed, as if he saw through Murengshan's thoughts. What I'm thinking is that the Xia family and the Zhang family have such rich gains in this zombie outbreak, and Luomen's overall strength is stronger than that of the Xia family and the Zhang family. It is estimated that Luomen has gained more in this zombie outbreak. Murengshan laughed and said mischievously, if we deal with Luomen together, won't we be able to get Luomen's gains? It must be said that Murengshan's idea is very good. The overall strength of the Luo family is stronger than that of the Xia family and the Zhang family. This time when the zombie tide broke out, even the Xia family and the Zhang family gained so much? How could the Luo family be worse than the Xia family and the Zhang family? However, Lin Fan shook his head and said, although I also believe that Luomen's gains will be richer than those of the Xia and Zhang families, our top priority should be to go to the central square first to meet up with Instructor Chu and the others. We can't let them worry too much. Also, even Xia Hongda has the strength of a mid-level 5th level evolver, so the leader of Luomen must also be of this strength. He may have reached the late stage of a 5th level evolver, or in other words, there is more than one 5th level evolver in Luomen. Lin Fan speculated, if there is only one 5th level evolver in Luomen, then if the Xia and Zhang families join forces, they should be able to deal with Luomen, but in fact this did not happen. It's not a big problem for me to deal with 2 5th level evolvers alone. The key is that the rest of the people in Luomen are not bad either. There are definitely more people with 4th level evolvers than the Zhang and Xia families. If I am held up by a 5th level evolver from Luomen, it will be very difficult for you to deal with the rest of the people in Luomen. Without my support, we can't take them down, so, for the sake of safety, let's not deal with Luomen this time. If there is a chance in the future, it won't be too late to deal with them. Lin Fan's analysis made sense. As the most powerful force in Luocheng, it was normal for Luomen to have more than one level 5 evolver. He himself was not worried about anything, but if Murongsu and others were in danger, it would be more trouble than gain. There was no need to take risks for Luomen's gains. Brother Lin Fan is right. I thought too simply just now. After listening to what Lin Fan said, Murengshan nodded obediently and quickly gave up the idea of dealing with Luomen. Yet, Murongsu and others also nodded. Okay, let's not waste time here. Let's go directly to the central square. Lin Fan smiled slightly, waved his hand, and walked out of Xia's house first. Seeing this, Murongsu and others did not waste any time and quickly followed Lin Fan out. Chapter 579, The Master is Wise. While Lin Fan and the others were rushing towards the central square of Luocheng, everyone in Luomen also gathered together. The leader of Luomen sat in the first seat, looking at everyone in Luomen, with a thick smile on his face, and said, "Everyone, this time the zombie tide broke out. We have harvested a lot. We have harvested more than 60 level 4 energy crystals alone." Hearing the number of level 4 energy crystals announced by the leader of Luomen, everyone in Luomen was very happy, especially those who were at the level 4 evolvers, whose faces were almost smiling. After all, they were at this level of strength, and it was a good time to need level 4 energy crystals to improve their strength. Once they could get the reward from the leader of Luomen, their strength breakthrough would be just around the corner. Seeing everyone's reaction, the leader of Luomen nodded with satisfaction and said, "As for level 3 energy crystals, we have harvested nearly 300. As soon as these words came out, many level 3 evolvers almost jumped for joy. For those with the strength of level 3 evolvers, what they hope most is that their strength can be improved to the level of level 4 evolvers as soon as possible. Because only after they have raised their strength to the level of the 4th level evolver can they truly become the face of Luomen and have a higher status and position in Luomen. Once they have a higher status and position, they will get a lot more power and rewards on weekdays. Therefore, they are all eager to become 4th level evolvers." The leader of Luomen glanced over again and said loudly, "I will distribute these energy crystals to you according to your performance. Our rules of Luomen have always been to reward according to merit. Whoever performs well will get more rewards. You all know this very well. I will not favor anyone, nor will I deliberately be harsh on anyone. Everything is based on your performance." Yes, the leader is wise. Hearing what the leader of Luomen said, everyone in Luomen responded in unison. The fact that Luomen can develop into the largest force in Luocheng is indeed inseparable from the various rigid rules they have always had. After all, if a force wants to develop and grow, it still needs a good management system. If the management system is not good enough, then this force will be in chaos sooner or later. Facts have proved that the management system set by the leader of Luomen is very good. "Master, the zombie outbreak is over, so should we continue searching for that group of people?" a Luomen high-ranking official asked. The Luomen master looked at the high-ranking official, shook his head and said, "We searched for such a long time before but didn't find them, which can only mean two things. First, they have left Luocheng. Since they are not in Luocheng, no matter how we search, it will be useless. Second, they died in the zombie outbreak." He didn't expect Lin Fan and others to grow so fast, and he didn't know that the Zhang family and the Xia family were destroyed by Lin Fan. If he knew, he wouldn't be so calm now. Hearing this, the senior who had just spoken nodded in agreement and said, "The sect master's analysis is that they either left Luo City or died in the zombie tide outbreak. After all, the scale of this zombie tide outbreak is very large, more terrible than the zombie tides we have experienced in the past. There is only one level 4 evolver in their group, and it is impossible for them to withstand such a terrifying zombie tide impact." When the Luomen people knew about Lin Fan and others, Lin Fan was indeed the only level 4 evolver in Lin Fan's team. They could not have imagined that Lin Fan and others would grow so fast, so in their minds, Lin Fan's team still only had Lin Fan, a level 4 evolver. If a team led by a level 4 evolver did not leave Luo City quickly, but encountered a zombie tide outbreak, how could they have the strength to resist such a large-scale zombie tide? In short, we don't have to think about that group of people anymore. Even if they didn't die in the corpse tide and appeared in front of us again, we can easily get rid of them. The Luomen sect master waved his hand and said, "Next, we have to consider a more important thing." "Do you know what this thing is?" A man in his 50s stood up and asked. "Master, are you talking about taking down the Zhang and Xia families?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the entire hall fell silent. At this time, all eyes converged on the Luomen sect master. Obviously, they were very curious about these questions. Yes, our Luomen has developed to this day. Although the speed of development is very fast, it has not completely become the master of Luocheng. Luocheng still has the two threats of Zhang family and Xia family. If we don't take down the Zhang family and the Xia family, the position of our Luomen will not be 100% stable after all. It is possible that we will be overtaken by these two families one day. Only by taking down the Zhang family and the Xia family can Luomen become the real master of Luocheng, and there will be no worries. Moreover, it can control the resources of the entire Luocheng. At that time, the development speed of Luomen will increase again. The leader of Luomen focused his eyes and said slowly, "This time we have reaped a lot of rewards in the corpse tide. After I distribute the energy crystals to you for absorption, your strength will be improved again. At that time, it will be the time for us to take action against the Zhang family and the Xia family. We must seize this opportunity to take down these two families. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as the Zhang family and the Xia family are taken down, the cultivation resources of the entire Luocheng will fall into the hands of Luomen. At that time, not only will the development speed of Luomen be accelerated, but the strength of him as the Luomen sect master will also be accelerated. This is the result he wants most. Nothing is more important than the improvement of his strength. Hearing him say this, everyone in Luomen became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Yes, sect master, I also think we can take action against the Zhang family and the Xia family. After taking down the Zhang family and the Xia family, the resources they occupy will become ours. Sect master, I also support taking action against these two families. Even if we can't destroy them this time, it will definitely weaken a large part of their strength. Sect master is wise, everyone said one after another. Basically, all the people expressed their agreement and support. However, some people raised doubts and said, Sect master, the Zhang family and the Xia family have always been on guard against us. If we take action against them, the two families will definitely join forces to resist us. There is nothing to worry about the rest of the forces. It's just that the heads of the two families have the strength of level 5 evolvers. This person didn't continue to speak after saying this, but everyone knew what he meant. What this means is that both the Zhang family and the Xia family have level 5 evolvers, which adds up to 2 level 5 evolvers, while it seems that only the leader of the Luomen is a level 5 evolver. Could it be that the leader intends to deal with 2 level 5 evolvers alone? They all know very well that the key to winning such a battle lies in the level 5 evolvers. If the leader can suppress Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongda, then they will definitely win. But if the leader fails to suppress Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongda, but is suppressed by Zhang Guodong and Xia Hongda, then even if their core forces can deal with the rest of the Zhang and Xia families, they will be defeated by the Zhang and Xia families. The leader of the Luomen smiled slightly and said, You may all think that we only need 1 level 5 evolver, right? These words immediately made everyone in the Luomen brighten their eyes. The leader said this, isn't he telling them that there are other level 5 evolvers in the Luomen? Who is this person? Why don't they know? I can tell you clearly now that in Luomen, besides me, there is another level 5 evolver. You have never seen this person. I cultivated him in secret, the leader of Luomen said confidently. In short, we must take down the Zhang family and the Xia family this time. Yes, although everyone was very curious about who the mysterious person was, the leader did not say it at this time, and they could not ask anything, so they could only answer in unison. In any case, as long as Luomen can take down the Zhang family and the Xia family, it would be the best result for Luomen. The leader of Luomen glanced at everyone and said again, however, before we deal with the Zhang family and the Xia family, we still have to inquire about it first. You arrange people to go to the Zhang family and the Xia family to inquire about the news. After finding out clearly, report back to me immediately, so that I can make a clear plan. Yes, everyone answered in unison again. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting first. The leader of Luomen waved his hand and said, I will consider how to distribute the energy crystals. I will distribute them to you after I get the news. After the words fell, the leader of Luomen did not stay any longer and left the meeting hall first. After the leader of Luomen left, everyone did not delay and began to select people to go to the territories of Zhang and Xia families to get the news. This was related to whether their Luomen could become the only master of Luocheng. They did not dare to be careless at all. The people selected were those they thought were very reliable, otherwise they would not be at ease. It did not take much time to get the news. In just 4 hours, the people who were arranged to get the news came back. The first to come back were the people who went to Zhang's house to get the news, because Zhang's house was closer to Luomen, so it would take less time. Master, the man ran towards the leader of Luomen in a panic. Many Luomen people saw him coming back from getting the news and immediately followed him to see the leader of Luomen. At this moment, the leader of Luomen was sitting in the study reading a book. Hearing the shouts from outside, the Luomen sect master put down the book in his hand, walked out the door, and came to the courtyard outside the study. A group of people walked in from outside the courtyard. The Luomen sect master glanced at them and asked with a smile, have you come back from getting the news, sect master? The person who got the news took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, the Zhang family was destroyed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580. What's going on? The Zhang family was destroyed? This sentence swept through the courtyard like a storm, and everyone stared at the person who was trying to get the news. They just followed behind and no one asked anything in advance. After all, they all felt that the news they had found out must be known by the sect leader first. If they asked in advance, it would feel like they were committing a crime. So, they just learned the news now. The Luo sect leader's eyes changed several times at this time, and then he was the first to react, frowning and asking, "What did you say? The Zhang family was destroyed?" "Yes. Sect leader. I saw it with my own eyes. The Zhang family was destroyed," the person who was trying to get the news answered quickly. "What's going on?" the Luo sect leader continued to ask. "Have you seen the Zhang family headquarters and 2 branches?" As the Luo sect leader, he must have some information about the Zhang family and the Xia family, and he knew very well that the Zhang family had a headquarters and 2 branches. "Master, I went to check. No one was there at the Zhang family's headquarters and 2 branches. I also saw many bodies of Zhang family members at the headquarters. All of them were high-ranking members of the Zhang family," the person who was trying to get the information said in a deep voice. "What about Zhang Guodong? Did you see Zhang Guodong's body?" Master Luoman asked again. "No, I saw the bodies of all the high-ranking members of the Zhang family, but I didn't see Zhang Guodong's body," the person who was trying to get the information answered. "No body of Zhang Guodong." Master Luoman frowned even more deeply. The others also started to discuss at this time. "This is too strange, isn't it? Why were the Zhang family killed? Who has such a great ability?" "Yes, although the Zhang family's strength is not incredibly strong, to destroy the Zhang family, there must be a level 5 evolver. Otherwise how could it be Zhang Guodong's opponent? Could it be that the Xia family attacked the Zhang family? Impossible. The strength of the Xia family and the Zhang family has always been not much different. If they can really get rid of the Xia family, then I don't know how much the Xia family's strength will be lost. Yes, it doesn't make sense for the Xia family to do such a lose-lose thing. After all, they still have to be on guard against us in Luomen." Everyone in Luomen expressed their opinions on this matter. Some people even speculated in their hearts whether Zhang Guodong went crazy and killed the rest of the Zhang family, so they didn't see Zhang Guodong's body. Of course, this idea can only be thought of in the mind, and it is impossible to say it out at this time. Once it is said, it will definitely be treated with white eyes. Zhang Guodong worked hard to create the Zhang family, and let the Zhang family develop to such a point. How could he destroy the Zhang family himself? The leader of Luomen was also puzzled. He really couldn't figure out why the Zhang family was destroyed. "Master, was the Zhang family destroyed by zombies?" a Luomen senior executive suddenly asked. "No." Without waiting for the leader of Luomen to speak, the person who had just inquired about the news said, "I checked carefully. Those people in the Zhang family did not die in the mouths of zombies, but were killed by zombies. The most important thing is that I also found traces of hidden weapons on them." Hidden weapons. This sentence instantly made the atmosphere here solemn again. Because the first person they thought of was Lin Fan. They all knew that Lin Fan used his mind to control the hidden weapons. No way? Could it be that Kid did it? A senior executive raised doubts. Impossible. How could that guy improve so fast? Yes, he only had the strength of an early level 4 evolver at the beginning. It's only been about half a month. How could he improve to the strength of a level 5 evolver? Zhang Guodong is a level 5 evolver anyway. To kill so many people from the Zhang family under the obstruction of Zhang Guodong, he must have at least the strength of a level 5 evolver. Right, that's right. Even if that kid has a high talent and growth potential, it's impossible for him to improve so fast. I won't believe it even if I kill you. Yes, someone else must have attacked the Zhang family, the people of Luomen discussed again. They would not believe that Lin Fan and others had done this. The leader of Luomen naturally did not believe it either. He himself had experienced how difficult it was to improve from a level 4 evolver to a level 5 evolver. How could it be possible to do it in 1 month? However, if it wasn't done by that group of people, then who did it? A senior official continued to question. At this time, another voice came from outside. "Master." Hearing this voice, everyone knew that the person who went to the Xia family to inquire about the news had returned. At this time, everyone's eyes were all focused on that person. Being stared at by so many people all of a sudden, that person was a little nervous, but he quickly calmed down. Because he had just seen something that was even more incredible to him. How is it? Have you found out the situation of the Xia family? The leader of the Luomen sect looked at the person and asked him quickly. Master, I have found out, but you may not believe it when I tell you. The person took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I saw that all the people of the Xia family were killed. What? The people of the Xia family were also killed. Everyone was shocked, and the expressions on their faces could be said to be as surprised as they could be. This made all those who suspected that the destruction of the Zhang family was done by the Xia family give up this idea. The Xia family was destroyed, so how could they destroy the Zhang family? Also, the person who reported the news was stunned for a moment, then reacted and asked, were the Zhang family members also killed? Yes, the person who went to the Zhang family to inquire about the news nodded and said, I went to the Zhang family to inquire and found that all the Zhang family members were dead, but I didn't see Zhang Guodong's body. Zhang Guodong's body is in the Xia family. The person who inquired about the Xia family added, I saw the bodies of Xia Hongda and Zhang Guodong, and their bodies were lying together. Yulu. After this was said, many people swallowed hard. Zhang Guodong's body was in the Xia family? And it was lying together with Xia Hongda's body? What was going on? Did Zhang Guodong take the initiative to go to the Xia family to seek death? But the question is, who did it to them? A series of doubts flashed through the minds of the people in Luomen. They really felt that all this was too strange, and they couldn't understand what was going on at all. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the leader of Luomen. In their opinion, this matter could probably only be deduced by the sect leader. The sect leader of Luomen was also full of doubts. The Zhang family and the Xia family were both destroyed. These are two of the three major forces of Luomen. To destroy the Zhang family and the Xia family, should it be what they, Luomen, want to do the most? Who helped them do this? No, the situation is not right. The sect leader of Luomen pondered for a long time before speaking. The other party eliminated the Zhang family and the Xia family. It should not be a simple vendetta. I suspect that the other party's goal is Luocheng. Luocheng? Sect leader, do you mean that the other party wants to occupy Luocheng? So they attacked the Zhang family and the Xia family first. The deputy sect leader of Luomen spoke. Yes. It is very likely that this is the case. The Luomen sect master nodded and said, think about it carefully. The Zhang family and the Xia family are two of the three major forces in Luomen. Since the other party has taken action against the Zhang family and the Xia family, it is very likely that they will take action against our Luomen next. In this way, the other party can become the master of Luocheng and take the entire Luocheng into their pockets. The words of the Luomen sect master exploded in everyone's mind like a huge bell. They had not thought of such a deep topic just now. They only thought that the other party eliminated the Zhang family and the Xia family purely because they had a grudge against the Zhang family and the Xia family. Now think about it carefully, it is really possible. First destroy the Zhang family and the Xia family, and then destroy their Luomen, then the ownership of Luocheng is self-evident. Sect master, I have a doubt, the deputy sect master said. What doubt? At this time, you can speak freely about your ideas, the Luomen sect master said in a deep voice. The deputy leader said without hesitation, Master, the other party's goal is the entire Luocheng. I think there is no problem, but the question is, why is Zhang Guodong's body at the Xia family? In other words, why did Zhang Guodong run to the Xia family and die? Yes, the corpse tide ended only after the outbreak. Logically, Zhang Guodong must have stayed in the Zhang family. It is impossible for him to go to the Xia family. Could it be that Zhang Guodong found that the Zhang family could not withstand the attack of the other party, so he took the initiative to give up the Zhang family and went to the Xia family to unite with the Xia family, wanting to fight against the Xia family together, but he didn't expect that the Xia family couldn't fight either. Yes. This possibility cannot be ruled out, everyone speculated. At this time, they all had a tense crisis in their hearts. Regarding these issues, they also devoted themselves to analysis. There is another possibility. The Luomen sect master narrowed his eyes and pondered, that is, the other party went to the Zhang family first, and after getting rid of the Zhang family, they took Zhang Guodong to the Xia family, ready to give the Xia family a warning, so that the Xia family would see that Zhang Guodong had been defeated, which would affect the morale of the Xia family, and then they would take action to destroy the Xia family. It must be said that he was quite capable to become the sect master of the Luoman sect, especially in the analysis of this issue. He could actually guess to this extent, which was enough to show that he was indeed not simple. The leader is right. The deputy leader nodded and said, maybe the other party is not strong enough to wipe out the Zheng and Xia families at will, so they brought Zheng Guodong to influence the morale of the Xia family. In this way, they can gain a slight advantage. Yes, this can explain why Zheng Guodong's body appeared in the Xia family, another Luoman high-level said. In fact, the other party put the bodies of Zheng Guodong and Xia Hongda together, perhaps just to show us, because the other party must know that we will arrange people to inquire about the Zheng and Xia families after the zombie tide breaks out. Chapter 581. It's a pity that I didn't meet. Then the other party let us see the bodies of Zheng Guodong and Xia Hongda. Isn't it also trying to use this method to affect the morale of our Luoman? If that's the case, then it seems that the other party really intends to attack our Luoman. We must not panic, and we must not be really scared by them. They didn't come to deal with us directly, which shows that they are still afraid of our strength. That's right. The more times like this, the more we have to act calm, so that the other party can't figure out the true strength of our Luoman. We almost fell for the other party's trick. But the key is that until now, we don't know who the other party is. It must be someone from outside, a native of Luocheng. We are all familiar with him. Apart from our Luoman, who else is qualified to deal with the Zheng family and the Xia family? The people of Luoman speculated again. This is a matter of life and death for their Luoman, and they can't help but take it seriously. The brows of the Luoman leader have been completely locked. Since the beginning of hearing the news of the demise of the Zheng family, his brows have never relaxed. In his heart, he naturally hopes to see the Zheng family and the Xia family eliminated. But he hoped to be eliminated by their Luoman, not by a third party whose background he didn't know. This brought him not joy, but great pressure. After all, he didn't understand what the third party was thinking, and whether it would attack their Luoman. Master, what should we do now? Should we take any measures? The deputy master asked with a serious look. Measures must be taken, but the most important thing is that we have to find out where the other party came from, or whether the other party will attack our Luoman, and if so, when they plan to come. These are the questions we must figure out now, the master of Luoman said in a deep voice. After the voice fell, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at the person who went to the Xia family to inquire about the news, and asked hurriedly, how did the Xia family die? Master, I think they all died under the attack of hidden weapons, the man replied. Hidden weapons again. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Could it really be that group of people? A thought flashed through the mind of the master of Luoman that he himself didn't want to believe. In fact, it was not that he was unwilling to believe it, but if he believed it, it would mean that Lin Fan and others were growing at an incredible speed. Then, their Luoman had a conflict with Lin Fan and others. After Lin Fan and others got rid of the Zheng family and the Xia family, they would undoubtedly come to deal with their Luoman. Master, I don't think we need to panic now, the deputy master stepped forward and said. The other party wiped out the Zheng family alone, and then went on to wipe out the Xia family, which shows that the other party is also very clear that their strength is not enough to wipe out the Zheng and Xia families together. In other words, the other party is afraid that after the Zheng and Xia families join forces, there will be 2 level 5 evolvers, so the other party does not have the strength to deal with 2 level 5 evolvers at the same time, and we in Luoman now have 2 level 5 evolvers, so there is no need to worry about the other party taking action. Hearing the words of the deputy master, another person said, yes, master. The other party also brought Zheng Guodong over to show their power and affect the morale of the Xia family, which shows that the other party's strength has not reached the point of completely crushing the Xia family. What you said makes sense. The master of Luoman nodded, then pondered. However, no matter how strong the other party is now, since they have eliminated the Zheng and Xia families, they will definitely target us in Luoman. We must be fully prepared. From now on, we must be vigilant. No one is allowed to act without my permission. Yes, everyone in Luoman answered in unison. Next, I will go out alone to check the situation. You all stay in Luoman and wait for my news, Luoman sect master said again. Yes, everyone answered in unison again. Luoman sect master did not waste any more time and walked out. He knew that the other party had the ability to kill a level 5 evolver, judging from the fact that the other party could get rid of the Zheng family and the Xia family. The rest of the Luoman people were arranged to go out. If they were encountered by the other party, they would undoubtedly die. If he went out to investigate personally, he could at least ensure safety. On a road, Lin Fan and others were running. What Lin Fan and others did not know was that because they got rid of the Zhang family and the Xia family, they brought great pressure to Luomen, which made the entire Luomen fall into an extremely tense atmosphere. Brother Lin Fan, how far are we from the central square? Shan looked ahead and asked helplessly. During the period of zombie outbreak, she had been used to dealing with zombies every day. Suddenly, she was not dealing with zombies anymore, which made her a little uncomfortable. It shouldn't be far. Luocheng is so small. We have been walking for so long. We are almost there, Lin Fan said with a smile. The main reason is that there are too many zombie bodies on the road. Otherwise, it would be more comfortable for them to drive. It would be better if our car was here, Shan sighed. That's right, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Ordinary cars cannot drive normally on such a road piled with zombie bodies, but if it is their modified car, there will be no such problems. They can run over the zombie bodies. Do you want to rest for a while? Lin Fan asked. No, we are not tired, Shan shook her head. She was just bored. After breaking through to the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, her abilities in all aspects have been improved, and her physical strength has become better. It is no problem for her to travel such a short distance. The same is true for Murinzu and others. Then let's continue on our way and rest when we reach the central square, Lin Fan said. Okay, Murinzu and others nodded, without objection. In another direction, a group of people were also running on the road. This group of people, naturally, was Li Keishu, Qin Shangquang and others. They also had a lot of harvest in this zombie outbreak. Moreover, most of these harvests were concentrated on Li Keishu and Qin Shangquang. Under the irrigation of such harvests, the strength of Li Keishu and Qin Shangquang has improved a lot. Brother Keishu, the central square is not far ahead. Qin Shangquang looked up and looked forward, smiling. During the time he was with Li Keishu, Qin Shangquang's mentality also changed a lot. At the beginning, he just wanted to get some good things from Li Keishu. And he didn't really want Li Keishu to be the boss. He also thought that after he surpassed Li Keishu in strength, he would suppress Li Keishu and make Li Keishu his younger brother. But as time went on, he found that Li Keishu's talent and growth potential were too strong, and he was not someone he could catch up with. The most important thing is that Li Keishu is much better than him in terms of strategy. The rich harvest from the zombie outbreak this time is inseparable from Li Keishu's various strategies. When we get to the central square, we should be able to see Lin Fan, Li Keishu said. Brother Keishu, do you think Lin Fan and the others survived? Qin Shangquang asked curiously. Although I haven't had much contact with him, I know he is not simple. It should not be difficult for him to survive. So, I guess you must be alive and will appear in the central square, Li Keishu said firmly. He didn't have a good impression of Lin Fan, and even hoped that Lin Fan could disappear. In this way, he would become the only one among the students, and no one would compete with him for the title of the first. From this, it can be seen that he also regarded Lin Fan as the only opponent among the students, and he didn't take the rest of the students seriously. However, he also knew that Lin Fan's strength was not bad. They were able to survive the zombie outbreak, and Lin Fan could survive as well. It's a pity that we didn't meet them during this period. If we met them, we could teach them a lesson in advance, Qin Shangquang said with some regret. His hatred towards Lin Fan did not decrease at all as time went by, but on the contrary, it gradually increased, especially after his strength continued to improve. This hatred became even stronger. After all, in his opinion, his current strength should be able to deal with Lin Fan. Yes, during this period, with his efforts and the help of Li Keishu, he has successfully become a person at the middle level of the 4th level evolver. In fact, he is only a little short of breaking through to the late stage of the 4th level evolver. Don't worry, it's already this time. What's there to worry about? Li Keishu said calmly. I told you before that if you want to achieve great things, you must change your impatience, otherwise, you will suffer a lot in the future. Brother Keishu is right, I will remember it well. Qin Shangquang nodded seriously. For Li Keishu's words, he now said, oh, no, he would not refute a single word. By the way, Brother Keishu, your strength is only one step away from breaking through to the peak of the 4th level evolver, right? Qin Shangquang asked. Almost. At this point, a happy smile appeared on Li Keishu's face. He felt very proud that he could improve his strength to the late stage of the 4th level evolver in such a short time, and he could break through to the peak of the 4th level evolver at any time. That's great, Qin Shangquang said with a smile. I guess Instructor Feng will be very surprised when he knows that your strength has improved so quickly. Maybe. Li Keishu nodded with a smile and said, okay, let's not waste time here. Let's go to the central square and meet up with the instructors first. Yes, Qin Shangquang also nodded. Then, they didn't waste any more time, and under the leadership of Li Keishu, they quickly ran towards the central square. Their team was not slow at all, and the distance of 5 kilometers would not take them long. Therefore, after a while, the central square appeared in their sight. Chapter 582. They are back. In the central square, Chu Hongxun, Feng Kang and others have moved here from the building next to them. After the zombie tide broke out, they naturally had to return here to wait for the students to arrive. Some students who were close to the central square when the zombie tide broke out came to join them at the moment when the zombie tide ended. Chu Hongxun and Feng Kang would ask about the training situation of each student who came to join them, and by the way, ask about their improvement in strength. Of course, as expected, there were still considerable losses in this training. Some students who had originally teamed up to train together brought very sad news. That is, their partners who had trained together died in the mouths of zombies, but they had no way to save them. For this situation, Chu Hongxun and Feng Kang could only comfort them and tell them to be open-minded. This is the way to become a strong person. If everything goes smoothly, then anyone can become a strong person. With the comfort of Chu Hongxun and Feng Kang, the students' emotions quickly stabilized. Why haven't Lin Fan and the others come yet? Chu Hongxun kept looking at the several gates in the central square. Lin Fan was the student he valued the most, so he was naturally looking forward to seeing Lin Fan appear. However, at this time, Li Keishu and others had not come yet, so he felt better. Li Keishu and others are here. As soon as this thought flashed through Chu Hongxun's mind, a student spoke up. Everyone's eyes were all looking towards the east gate of the central square. Chu Hongxun was no exception, and his eyes followed the east gate. Under the gaze of everyone, Li Keishu, Qin Shangquang and others walked into the square from outside the east gate. When Feng Kang saw Li Keishu, Qin Shangquang and others appear, the stone hanging in his heart fell in an instant. Although he was very confident in Li Keishu, Qin Shangquang and others, it was impossible not to worry in this situation. He was really relieved when he saw Li Keishu, Qin Shangquang and others appear with his own eyes. Li Keishu did not pay attention to the looks from everyone, but Qin Shangquang felt a little proud in his heart. This feeling of being the center of attention was really hard for him to resist. However, he knew very well that he was a younger brother following Li Keishu, and it was impossible for him to steal Li Keishu's limelight. He could only follow Li Keishu obediently. Li Keishu did not hesitate. After locking his eyes on Feng Kang, he led Qin Shangquang and others to walk towards Feng Kang. Instructor Feng, Li Keishu shouted. Instructor Feng, Qin Shangquang and others shouted. Okay, it's good to be back, Feng Kang nodded with satisfaction. The best result was that Li Keishu and others could return safely. Moreover, although he could not see through the specific strength of Li Keishu, he could feel that Li Keishu's momentum was obviously much stronger than before. Report to me about your training during this period, especially to what level your strength has been improved, Feng Kang said with a smile as he glanced at Li Keishu and others. After the zombie tide training is over, the two camps will start a big competition. As an instructor, it is normal for Feng Kang to have a clear understanding of the strength of Li Keishu and others. You report first. Li Keishu looked at Qin Shangquang and others. It was obvious that he wanted to wait until the last person to speak. Qin Shangquang did not speak immediately, but the weakest person in their team spoke first. Instructor, my current strength has reached the peak level of the 3rd level evolver, and I am only a little bit away from being promoted to the 4th level evolver, the man said. Okay, Feng Kang nodded. Instructor, my current strength is only a little bit away from becoming a 4th level evolver, another person said. Not bad, Feng Kang nodded again. Instructor, my strength has now been raised to the 4th level evolver. Instructor, my strength has also reached the 4th level evolver. Instructor, me too. The next few people reported the results, all of which were the strength of the initial 4th level evolver. Hearing their strength results, Feng Kang's face was full of smiles. He did not expect that these people's strengths would improve so quickly, and he felt like he could not stop smiling. Then, Feng Kang's eyes fell on Qin Shangquang. Qin Shangquang grinned and said confidently, Instructor, my strength is now at the level of the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, and I am only one step away from being promoted to the late stage of the 4th level evolver. Originally, Qin Chang Kong only needed to say that his strength had reached the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, but he specifically said that he was only one step away from entering the late stage of the 4th level evolver. The purpose was of course to tell Fen Kang that his potential was very great. After all, being able to reach such a level at his age can really be said to be a true genius. As expected, Qin Chang Kong's answer made Fen Kang even happier. Of course, what made Fen Kang even happier was that Qin Chang Kong was someone who followed Li Qiushu. Even Qin Chang Kong had reached such a level, so Li Qiushu's strength would only be higher than Qin Chang Kong. Good job. Fen Kang reached out and patted Qin Chang Kong on the shoulder, giving Qin Chang Kong great encouragement. Hearing Fen Kang's praise, Qin Chang Kong's smile became even brighter, and he nodded and said, Instructor, don't worry, I will upgrade to the late stage of the 4th level evolver as quickly as possible. Well, I believe you. Fen Kang nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Fen Kang's eyes fell on Li Qiushu. Among all his students, Li Qiushu had the strongest talent and growth potential. What he wanted to know most was Li Qiushu's strength. Facing Fen Kang's gaze, Li Qiushu did not hesitate anymore, and said with a smile, Instructor, I am now at the late stage of the 4th level evolver, and I will soon be promoted to the peak of the 4th level evolver. When Li Qiushu said soon, he really meant it. Maybe in 1 day or 2 days, his strength will be able to make a breakthrough. It was mainly because of their experience that most of the 4th level energy crystals were absorbed by him. In addition, his talent and growth potential were not bad, so it was completely normal for his strength to be improved to this point. If Lin Fan and his friends had occupied so many shares of the 4th level energy crystals, then Lin Fan's strength would have been promoted to the 5th level evolver long ago. It's just that Lin Fan is not as ruthless as Li Qiushu. Lin Fan pays more attention to the development of the entire team. Only when the entire team develops can it gain greater benefits in the future. Ha. Good, great. Li Qiushu's strength made Fen Kang laugh heartily. He praised her twice in a row, and then changed the subject and said, Your improvement in this experience is beyond my expectation. Facts have also proved that if you want to improve faster, you must have an excellent team. You have really done this. This experience actually tests whether the trainees have team spirit. This team of Li Qiushu and others obviously made Fen Kang very satisfied. Li Qiushu smiled slightly, and then looked in the direction of Chu Hongxuan, looking for the figures of Lin Fan and others. But after looking around twice, he did not see Lin Fan and others appear, and couldn't help asking, Instructor, haven't Lin Fan and others come back? He thought that Lin Fan and others came back and went out again, or were resting somewhere. He didn't believe that Lin Fan and others could not survive. Yes, they haven't come back yet. Fen Kang nodded. This, Li Qiushu frowned and said in a deep voice, They haven't come back yet. It's a bit strange, Brother Qiushu. We almost rushed here from the edge of the city, and they haven't come back yet. I guess they must have encountered some danger, right? Qin Chang Kong said. In order to be able to hunt more evolved zombies, they did stay at the edge of Lucheng. In this way, they could clearly observe and understand when the zombie tide broke out and when the zombie tide retreated. This plan was very correct, allowing them to harvest a lot of evolved zombie energy crystals. Moreover, to a certain extent, Qin Chang Kong actually hoped that Lin Fan and others would die in the zombie tide outbreak. In this way, the competition between their two camps would be won by them without suspense. Although he wanted to defeat Lin Fan personally and regain the face he had lost before, compared with winning the competition between the two camps and getting the reward from the leader, he still wanted to choose the latter. It shouldn't be. Li Qiushu frowned and said, with their strength, as long as they are a little smarter, they won't die in the zombie tide. Fen Kang knew what Li Qiushu was thinking, shook his head and said, Qiushu, don't think too much, wait and see, maybe they were delayed halfway. I don't believe they will die in the zombie tide outbreak. From the perspective of the camp competition, Fen Kang hoped that Lin Fan and others would not come back, but from the perspective of the overall situation of the training base, or from the perspective of the country, he did not want Lin Fan and others to die. After all, Lin Fan and others are geniuses of the training base and geniuses of the country. Hearing what Fen Kang said, Li Qiushu nodded slightly and said, Okay, instructor, in short, as an instructor, I am very happy that your strength has improved. Fen Kang emphasized again. Chu Hongxun was standing far away from Fen Kang and others. Even if he was a mid-level 5th level evolver, he could not hear the voices of Fen Kang and others, and naturally did not know the strength of Li Keqiu and others. This was also what they did on purpose. Before the competition between the two camps began, they tried not to let the other camp know their strength. At this time, Daxing and Xiaota were also beside Chu Hongxun. Xiaota frowned and whispered, "It's been so long. Why haven't Lin Fan and others come back yet?" Xiaota didn't say anything to speculate whether Lin Fan and others were in trouble or danger, but Daxing and Chu Hongxun could hear what Xiaota meant. Daxing echoed, "With the strength of Lin Fan's team, they will definitely come back safely, and we don't have to worry too much." Daxing could see that Chu Hongxun was still worried about Lin Fan and others, and he said this to comfort Chu Hongxun. Just as Daxing finished speaking, the eyes in the central square were attracted to the direction of the west gate again. "Look! Lin Fan and others are back," a student shouted loudly. Chapter 583 shocked to the point of being unable to speak. Now they no longer have to worry about being surrounded by the zombies. When they talk, they naturally don't care so much and don't deliberately control the volume. As the voice of the student spread, everyone's eyes naturally looked towards the west gate, and indeed saw Lin Fan and Andy walking in from outside. Finally back, after seeing Lin Fan and the others clearly, Big Bear and Little Rabbit looked at each other and smiled. Chu Hongxun also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan's team is the elite among his students. If Lin Fan and others have any problems, then his camp will be dragged down as a whole, and it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of Fen Kang's camp. However, the appearance of Lin Fan and others at this time completely disappeared his worries. "Brother Lin Fan, look, those two annoying guys are back too." Murin Shan swept her beautiful eyes across the field and immediately saw Li Keqiu and Qin Chang Kong, and couldn't help but say to Lin Fan. Lin Fan knew who the two annoying guys Murin Shan was talking about were. He looked at Li Keqiu and Qin Chang Kong and immediately used the ring to read the data of Li Keqiu and Qin Chang Kong. Species, human level, level 4 strength, 18 speed, 18 reaction, 18 power, none. These are the data of Li Keqiu. Species, human level, level 4 strength, 17 speed, 17 reaction, 17 power, none. These are the data of Qin Chang Kong. Level 4 evolver late stage, level 4 evolver middle stage, barely passable. Looking at the data information of the two, Lin Fan said in his heart. Compared with others, Li Keqiu and Qin Chang Kong are both absolute geniuses. It is completely reasonable that they can have such an improvement in this zombie outbreak experience. As for the rest of the people, Lin Fan was too lazy to use the ring to read the data and waste time. After all, the strength of the rest of the people is definitely not stronger than Li Keqiu and Qin Chang Kong, and they must be below Li Keqiu and Qin Chang Kong. Damn. This kid is really arrogant. When Lin Fan used the ring to read Qin Chang Kong's information just now, his eyes met Qin Chang Kong's, but Lin Fan quickly swept past him without lingering on Qin Chang Kong, which made Qin Chang Kong feel insulted. There was no way, as long as Qin Chang Kong was the current one, he was not qualified to be looked at by Lin Fan. Li Keqiu ignored Qin Chang Kong's words. When his eyes met Lin Fan's, he only thought about how to defeat Lin Fan. Because, he always felt that among all the students, only Lin Fan was worthy of being his opponent, and the other students were not qualified to be looked at by him. Huh? Lin Fan continued to sweep his eyes and fell on Fen Kang. Suddenly, he felt that Fen Kang's momentum had become much stronger. He said in his heart, "Read, species, human level, level 5 strength, 21 speed, 21 reaction, 21 power, none." Fen Kang's data information appeared clearly in front of Lin Fan. After taking in this information, Lin Fan finally understood why Fen Kang's momentum had become much stronger. It was indeed because of his improved strength. Lin Fan retracted his gaze, looked at Murin Shan, and said with a smile, "Don't worry about them for now. Anyway, the upper camp competition is about to start. We will naturally go to war with them in the competition." I want to laugh when I think of this, Murin Shan chuckled. Murin Zhu and others knew what Murin Shan meant. It was nothing more than mocking Li Keqiu, Qin Chang Kong and others. After all, Lin Fan has reached the strength of a level 5 evolver. It is not too easy to deal with Li Keqiu, Qin Chang Kong and others. They don't believe that Li Keqiu, Qin Chang Kong and others also have the strength of a level 5 evolver. Lin Fan smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, Let's report to Instructor Chiu first. I think Instructor Chiu has been waiting for so long, and he must be a little anxious. Yeah, Murengzu and others naturally had no objection to Lin Fan's words, and followed Lin Fan to Chu Hongxun and others. Soon, they came to Chu Hongxun. Lin Fan noticed that Chu Hongxun's momentum was also improved a little bit compared to before, and immediately used the ring to read Chu Hongxun's data. As expected, Chu Hongxun's strength was improved to the middle stage of the 5th level evolver, just like Fen King. Instructor Chu, Lin Fan and others shouted in unison. It's good to be back. Chu Hongxun smiled and nodded, and then said, come on, report your strength to me one by one. Instructor, I'll go first. Wei Heguang stood up and said. Okay, Chu Hongxun nodded again. My current strength is the early stage of the 4th level evolver, Wei Heguang said. Chu Hongxun looked at Wei Heguang in surprise. If they remembered correctly, when Wei Heguang left the training base, he seemed to be only at the early stage of the 3rd level evolver. It has only been a short time, and he has been promoted from the early stage of the 3rd level evolver to the early stage of the 4th level evolver, which is equivalent to a whole level promotion. Good, very good, Chu Hongxun replied very satisfied. Instructor, my strength is the same as Wei Heguang's, and I have also reached the level of the early stage of the 4th level evolver, Zhang Fiwen said. Chu Hongxun couldn't help but be surprised again. These two guys actually upgraded a large level. What good luck. There's no way. He knows very well that Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen should not have such strong talents and growth potential. The ability to improve their strength so quickly should be related to the number of energy crystals absorbed. But the problem is that energy crystals are not so easy to get, right? Not bad, not bad. However, at this point, Chu Hongxun could only nod in praise. Instructor, my strength has reached the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, Lu Mingyan said. When he knew that Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen's strength had been upgraded to the early stage of the 4th level evolver, Chu Hongxun had already guessed that Lu Mingyan's strength had reached the middle stage of the 4th level evolver. After all, at the beginning, Lu Mingyan's strength was stronger than Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen. He was really too surprised. He didn't expect that the strength of Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen could all be improved so quickly. Of course, he didn't know that Lu Mingyan and the other two had merged into the team of Lin Fan and others. When he saw Lu Mingyan and the other two walking back from outside with Lin Fan and others, he just thought that they met on the way back. You three all surprised me, Chu Hongxun said. Lu Mingyan and the other two looked at each other and grinned. Then Lu Mingyan said, Instructor, you will be more surprised next. You should be mentally prepared. Oh, Chu Hongxun heard Lu Mingyan say this. And it was clear that there was something else in his words. Instructor, it's my turn. Muren Sham stood up and said, my strength has also reached the middle stage of the 4th level evolver. Before Chu Hongxun could react, Murengzu and Li Zihan also said, Instructor, the strength of the two of us has also reached the middle stage of the 4th level evolver. Instructor, my strength has reached the late stage of the 4th level evolver, Mu Hongling said. Chu Hongxun felt that the amount of information was a bit too much and he was a little slow to react. Big Bear and Little Rabbit were even more surprised when they heard it next to them. Murenzhu, Muren Shan and Li Zihan went to bring them back personally, and they knew very well what the strength of Murenzhu and the others was at that time. Before, the two of them were stronger than Murenzhu and the others, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Murenzhu and the others would surpass them. Instructor, seeing that Chu Hongxun didn't speak, Muren Sham couldn't help but waved her hand in front of Chu Hongxun. Chu Hongxun quickly reacted, nodded and said, you gave me such a big surprise, I was a little. Chu Hongxun suddenly didn't know how to describe his mood. It was fine that Murenzhu, Muren Shan and Li Zihan's strength reached the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, but he didn't expect that Mu Hongling's strength had also increased to the late stage of the 4th level evolver. This was really beyond his expectations. Instructor, don't be surprised now, there are more surprises waiting for you, Muren Shan winked playfully. Hearing this, even if Chu Hongxun was a fool, he knew that Muren Shan was talking about Lin Fan. Lin Fan must be the strongest in this team. Mu Hongling has reached the strength of the late stage of the 4th level evolver. Muren Shan told him not to be anxious and surprised, which can only mean that Lin Fan's strength is stronger than Mu Hongling. In other words, Lin Fan has reached the peak strength of the 4th level evolver? Thinking of this, Chu Hongxun's heartbeat also accelerated a little. If Lin Fan has reached the peak strength of the 4th level evolver, then the chance of their camp winning this time between the two camps can be said to have instantly increased to more than 95%. Brother Lin Fan, please tell the instructor your strength. Murin Sham smiled and looked at Lin Fan. Instructor, my strength, Lin Fan said with a smile. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chu Hongxun. Let me guess, have you reached the peak of the 4th level evolver? Hearing Chu Hongxun's guess, the voices around him suddenly quieted down. Murinzu and others all locked their eyes on Chu Hongxun. From the eyes of Murinzu and others, Chu Hongxun felt a message guessed wrong. Guessed wrong? Could it be that Lin Fan only has the strength of a late-stage 4th level evolver, and is just a little bit away from being promoted to the peak of the 4th level evolver? Thinking about it this way, it is also very possible. After all, it is too scary to be promoted to the peak of the 4th level evolver in such a short time, not to mention that Lin Fan also has such a powerful ability to control objects remotely. With such an ability, Lin Fan's strength is equivalent to an increase, and he must be able to deal with people at the peak of the 4th level evolver. Instructor. You are really looking down on brother Lin Fan by guessing like this, Murin Sham couldn't help but complain. What? Chu Hongxun was stunned again, looking at Murin Shan in a daze, not quite understanding what Murin Shan meant. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and smiled, saying, Instructor, my strength has reached the level of the early stage of the 5th level evolver. When Lin Fan's voice fell, Chu Hongxun's expression was completely frozen. He stared at Lin Fan in amazement, his mouth open, and for a moment he was speechless. Big Bear and Little Rabbit were also stunned. They even wondered if they had heard it wrong. Chapter 584 I really didn't expect that. Level 5 Evolver early stage? Already entered the level of level 5 Evolver? What kind of speed is this? Even a rocket can't catch up. After 10 full seconds, Chu Hongxun finally recovered from his shock. Lin Fan, what did you say? Your strength has reached the level 5 Evolver early stage? Chu Hongxun asked with disbelief on his face. Yes, instructor, my strength has reached the level 5 Evolver early stage, Lin Fan nodded. Lin Fan was not surprised by Chu Hongxun's reaction. If you were Chu Hongxun, he would also be very shocked. After all, in such a short period of time, from the level 4 Evolver early stage to the level 5 Evolver early stage, no one would believe it. After hearing Lin Fan's confirmation again, Chu Hongxun took 2 deep breaths. Incredible. Really incredible. How did you do it? Chu Hongxun said 2 incredible words in a row. He really wanted to know how Lin Fan improved. This speed of improvement made him so envious that his eyes almost turned red. Fortunately, his and Fang Kang's strengths have improved and reached the level of the middle stage of the 5th level evolver. Otherwise, it would be a bit funny if their current strengths were the same as Lin Fan's. The trainees grew to the same strength as the instructors in just a few months. Where can the instructors put their faces? It's mainly because of hunting evolved zombies and absorbing energy crystals to improve, Lin Fan said with a smile. Is it that simple? Chu Hongxun asked. It's that simple, Lin Fan nodded. But where are there so many evolved zombies for you to hunt? Chu Hongxun asked curiously. You know, Lin Fan is not the only one in this team, there are also Murinzu and others. And Murinzu and others have made such a big improvement in their strength, which is obviously due to absorbing a lot of energy crystals. In this case, how could Lin Fan enjoy too many energy crystals by himself? Instructor, we also went to deal with other forces in the middle and robbed the resources of other forces, Lu Mingyan said. You guys, Chu Hongxun looked at Lu Mingyan and asked in confusion, were you with Lin Fan and the others before? I thought you met them on the way back. We were together before, Lu Mingyan said with a smile. The 3 of us were able to improve so quickly, basically relying on the energy crystals that Lin Fan gave us. Otherwise, the 3 of us wouldn't be able to improve so quickly. Lu Mingyan was telling the truth. They knew the 3 of them best. If they hadn't met Lin Fan and the others, then among the 3 of them, it was estimated that only he would be promoted to the initial level of the 4th level evolver. Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen would never be able to improve. Even in such a terrible zombie outbreak, it is not impossible for them to die in the mouths of zombies. Lu Mingyan's words shocked Chu Hongxun even more. This means that the number of energy crystals obtained by the team of Lin Fan and others is extremely terrifying. Otherwise, so many people would not be able to improve to this level. Instructor, Andy's strength has also reached the late stage of level 4, Murenzhu added that they had forgotten about Andy when they reported their strength just now. Chu Hongsun was already numb from the shock. He took a few deep breaths to ease his shock. Big Bear and Little Rabbit were also speechless. After a long while, Chu Hongsun asked, "The three major forces in Luocheng have almost divided up the resources and territory of Luocheng. The other forces should not be able to collect any resources. What forces are you dealing with?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "Zhang family and Xia family." "Zhang family and Xia family," Big Bear said in surprise. "Aren't these two of the three major forces in Luocheng?" "Yes, Zhang family and Xia family were both destroyed by us. All the resources they collected during this period fell into our hands," Lin Fan said with a smile. Chu Hongsun, Big Bear and Little Rabbit were speechless again. The amount of information was really too much. It took them some time to accept it. The Zhang family and the Xia family, two of the three major forces in Luocheng, were actually destroyed by Lin Fan and others? Instructor, didn't you expect that we would eliminate both the Zhang family and the Xia family?" Murenzhu asked with a chuckle. "I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it," Chu Hongsun shook his head. "This is all thanks to brother Lin Fan, and the head of the Xia family has reached the strength of a mid-level 5th level evolver. Brother Lin Fan didn't even use his supernatural powers to take down the head of the Xia family," Murenzhu said. Hearing Murenzhu say this, Chu Hongsun almost stumbled and fell to the ground. The head of the Xia family they investigated was named Xia Hongda. He had the strength of an early-stage 5th level evolver before. They didn't know whether he broke through to the mid-level 5th level evolver later, but Murenzhu would definitely not joke about such things. Murenzhu said that Xia Hongda had the strength of a mid-level 5th level evolver, so he must have the strength of a mid-level 5th level evolver. But the key is that Xia Hongda, who has the strength of a mid-level 5th level evolver, was defeated by Lin Fan without using his supernatural powers. Is Lin Fan's strength already so strong? He is only at the mid-level of a 5th level evolver now, so doesn't that mean Lin Fan has reached a state where he can defeat him? Thinking of this, Chu Hongsun felt ashamed. Being surpassed by one's own students, this feeling, in a big way, is a good thing. At least it proves that this student has unlimited potential, but in a small way, it is really a bit embarrassing. To be honest, if the strength of your team had been improved before, I would never have thought that you would improve so violently. Chu Hongsun let out a long breath and said slowly, "But no matter what, I am very happy for you. You can improve to this point. It is inevitable that we will win the next 2 camp competition. At that time, we will get the reward from the leader." "Instructor, when will the 2 camp competition start?" Murenzhu asked curiously. Lin Fan and the others were somewhat curious about this question, and their eyes were focused on Chu Hongsun. "We have to wait here for a day. After a day, whether the students come back or not, we will determine that they are in danger and will not continue to wait here," Chu Hongsun pondered and said. "That is to say, tomorrow morning, I will set off to return to the training base. After returning to the training base, Instructor Feng and I will go to the chief to report on the experience of this Luocheng experience. After the report is completed, the chief will decide the time for the competition between the 2 camps. Moreover, the chief will come to watch the competition between the 2 camps in person. At that time, the chief will select the reserve list for participating in the Global Genius competition. The people on the reserve list will start more powerful training again. When the training is over, the specific people who will participate in the Global Genius competition will be decided." Chu Hongsun explained some of the following procedures. When he said this, he also looked at Lin Fan. There is no doubt that someone like Lin Fan will definitely participate in the Global Genius competition. There is no way. Who made Lin Fan grow and improve at an incredible speed? "Okay, instructor, we understand," Lin Fan nodded. "Then you find a place to rest first. It's getting dark soon. We will set off to return to the training base early tomorrow morning," Chu Hongsun said. "Okay," Lin Fan nodded again, waved his hand, and walked towards the open area with Murenzhu and others, and then sat on the ground to rest. As soon as Murenzhu sat down, she couldn't help but say, "Brother Lin Fan, the surprised expression of Instructor Chu just now is so funny. I want to laugh when I think about it now." Hearing Murenzhu say this, Murenzhu and others also laughed. Indeed, they didn't expect that someone like Chu Hongsun would be so shocked. Chu Hongsun couldn't be blamed for this. The main reason was that Murenzhu and others had been following Lin Fan all the time, and they had experienced Lin Fan's improvement in strength at any time. Chu Hongxun suddenly learned such news, and it was impossible not to be shocked. It's like a person who is only 1 meter tall in front of you a month ago, and then grew to 2 meters tall. Anyone would be shocked. Let's all have a good rest tonight and adjust our state to welcome the upcoming competition between the two camps. Lin Fan glanced at Murenzhu and others, and said, the leaders will come to watch this competition in person. Everyone should perform well and try to perform well to enter the reserve list, so that we can continue to train together next time. Yes, hearing this, Murenzhu and others nodded heavily. They naturally wanted to continue to follow Lin Fan, especially Lu Mingyan and the other two. If the three of them were asked to leave this team, they would certainly be reluctant. Night fell quickly. Although some students returned from outside, the number of students who returned was obviously much less. Chu Hongxun and Fen Kang had expected such a result. After all, the scale of the zombie tide was indeed large, and it was normal for students to lose. If there were no student losses in such a zombie tide, it could only mean two problems. First, the students found a place to hide and did not go out to deal with the zombie tide at all. Second, the students' strength was too amazing, and the zombie tide was vulnerable to the students. These two problems were obviously impossible. Li Keishu and Qin Shangquang. Qin Shangquang looked at Lin Fan and the others and whispered, Brother Keishu, how strong do you think Lin Fan is? Li Keishu shook his head and said, no matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than me. You have to know that I have absorbed a lot of level 4 energy crystals during this period. That's true. Qin Shangquang nodded and said, with you here, Brother Keishu, that kid will definitely be stepped on. If we win this competition between the two camps, we can also get the reward from the leader. When the reward comes, it will definitely help us improve our strength. Chapter 585 Return to base to welcome the competition. Yes, all of this is a virtuous cycle. Li Keishu narrowed his eyes slightly, and also glanced at Lin Fan and others, then retracted his gaze and said, but what I am thinking about now is not the competition between the two camps, but the global genius competition. Global genius competition. Qin Shangquang was slightly startled. Yes, after the competition between the two camps, there will be a global genius competition. Only by getting good results in the global genius competition can you have a real reputation, and then you can attract global attention and become famous overseas. Li Keishu has always been a relatively ambitious person. His eyes are no longer limited to the country, but are placed abroad. He knows very well that only by performing well in the global genius competition can he achieve both fame and fortune. Brother Keishu, I hope that I will have the opportunity to participate in the global genius competition with you at that time. Qin Shangquang pondered. Work hard, and you will definitely have a chance. Li Keishu reached out and patted Qin Shangquang on the shoulder, saying, I have already inquired from the instructor. The chief will come to watch the competition between the two camps this time, and then select a group of candidates to participate in the global genius competition. The final candidates to participate in the global genius competition will be selected from this group of candidates. Will the chief come to watch in person? Qin Shangquang was excited. For a man of his age, it was really exciting to meet the chief. Not bad. Li Keishu nodded and said, with your current strength, it is not difficult to become a candidate in the global genius competition. The difficult part is how to stand out on the subsequent training and get a place to participate in the global genius competition. Don't worry, Brother Keishu, I will definitely do my best. Qin Shangquang reached out and patted his chest to ensure. I believe you can do it, Li Keishu encouraged. Although he didn't know how many places would be selected to participate in the global genius competition, he wouldn't lose anything by saying a word of encouragement. Yes, Qin Shangquang nodded heavily. Time passed quickly, and the night passed in a blink of an eye. The next morning, the sky was bright. Lin Fan and others had already adjusted from their resting state. Wait here for a while, I'll go and communicate with Instructor Feng. Chu Hongxun looked at Lin Fan and others, and after saying that, he walked towards Fen Kang. They were going to return to the training base, so they naturally had to go back together, and it was impossible for them to leave alone. Fen Kang saw Chu Hongxun walking towards him, and he also stood up and walked towards Chu Hongxun. When the two met, Chu Hongxun smiled and said, Old Feng, how is it? Is the improvement of your student strength this time okay? Haha, it's okay. Fen Kang smiled heartily and said, what about you? How is the improvement of the students? Not bad. Chu Hongxun smiled and nodded. Then, Chu Hongxun changed the subject and said, it's been a day, and I think the students who didn't come back will never come back again. Are we going to return to the training base? Okay, Feng Kang had no objection to this. Then gather the students back to the car and start the journey back, Chu Hongxun said. No problem, Feng Kang answered again. Chu Hongxun walked back to Lin Fan and others and said, everyone, get in the car and prepare to go back. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Then, without wasting time, everyone returned to the car. Let's go. With an order, the convoy slowly left the central square and returned to the training base. After Lin Fan and others left Luocheng, the leader of Luomen happened to search in Luocheng. The sudden situation of the Zhang family and the Xia family actually brought him great pressure. He didn't know what happened to the Zhang family and the Xia family. He only knew that their Luomen might also be targeted. Although the other party has not yet attacked their Luomen, it is only a matter of time before this happens. Therefore, before he has investigated the other party clearly, he feels very uneasy. However, after searching Luocheng, he did not find any clues, as if the whole Luocheng had fallen into silence. This made him very confused. Did the other party leave Luocheng after getting rid of the Zhang family and the Xia family? Did the other party plan to attack their Luomen? The unwilling Luomen sect master searched around Luocheng again, but still found nothing new. He returned to Luomen. But this time, he did not summon other members of Luomen, but only met another person in Luomen who was at the early stage of the 5th level evolver. Master, this person had 3 obvious scars on his face. When he saw the Luomen sect master, he greeted him respectfully. The 3 scars on his face were actually given by the Luomen sect master. At that time, he fought with the Luomen sect master and was defeated by the Luomen sect master. But the Luomen sect master did not kill him directly, but left 3 scars on his face, making him surrender. From then on, he had been following the Luomen sect master, and no one else knew about it. The Luomen sect master also valued him very much, gave him a lot of training resources, and secretly arranged for him to go out to perform many tasks, which he completed very well. Strange, very strange. I went out to search, but didn't find any clues. It seems that the other party left Luocheng after getting rid of the Zhang family and the Xia family. What is the other party up to? The leader of the Luomen looked at the scarred man and spoke with a puzzled look on his face. Hearing this, the scarred man frowned and said, Master, could it be that the other party really only has a grudge against the Zhang and Xia families, so after getting rid of the Zhang and Xia families, they chose to leave and not stay in Luo City any longer? That doesn't make sense. We have been paying close attention to some of the actions of the Zhang and Xia families. If they have such powerful enemies, we can't be unaware of it. The Luomen master shook his head and said, what's more, the other party has eliminated the Zhang and Xia families, and we are the only one left among the 3 major forces in Luo City. Why don't they get rid of us so that they can occupy all the resources of Luo City? Hearing what the Luomen master said, the scarred man also felt that it made sense. After thinking about it, he said, then what measures do you think we should take now? I'm just thinking about this problem, and I want to discuss it with you to see if we can come up with the most suitable plan, the Luomen master said in a deep voice. Master, I do have a suggestion, the scarred man said. Hurry up, the Luomen master gestured. Although the scarred man's strength is not as strong as his, he often gives very good suggestions. In this matter, he also wants to hear the scarred man's opinion. I think we should just operate according to the normal state now, and do what we should do. No matter whether the other party will attack us or not, if the other party sees us in a normal state, they will think that we have relaxed our vigilance. In fact, we are always vigilant, the scarred man said slowly. In this way, even if the other party really attacks us, we can concentrate on dealing with it and not be in a hurry. Moreover, this will not delay our gathering of resources. Anyway, the Zhang family and the Xia family have been eliminated. Now Luocheng is equivalent to being completely in our control. We must occupy all the resources we should occupy. In any case, improving our own strength is the most important thing. The scarred man's suggestion may not be the best, but at this time, the leader of the Luomen can't think of any better suggestions. After a moment of hesitation, the Luomen sect master nodded and said, okay, let's do as you say. Everything will continue as usual. If the other party is greedy for resources, they will definitely come out to stop us after seeing that we have occupied the resources of the Zhang and Xia families. As long as they show up, we can at least have a certain understanding of the other party, which is better than knowing nothing now. Yes, sect master, that's the truth. The scarred man also nodded. Yet, the Luoman sect master waved his hand and said, I'll make arrangements, you continue training. Yes, the scarred man nodded again and returned to his basement to devote himself to training. This basement was specially built for him by the Luoman sect master, with the purpose of letting him train and improve in the basement. The leader of Luoman quickly gathered all the people in Luoman and ordered loudly, I have already gone out to search and found nothing unusual. Maybe the other party really left Luocheng after getting rid of the Zhang family and the Xia family, but we cannot relax our vigilance and must be vigilant against the other party returning to Luocheng at any time. Yes, everyone in Luoman answered in unison. In addition, the Zhang family and the Xia family have been destroyed. We must take control of their territories and their resources, the leader of Luoman said in a deep voice. From now on, Luocheng is under the control of our Luoman, and the real ruler of Luocheng is also our Luoman. Everyone was excited and felt honored to be members of Luoman. Lin Fan and others returned to the training base. Chu Hongsun and Fen Kang asked all the students to get off the car. Chu Hongsun glanced at the many students and said, everyone, you have all had a hard time during this period of training. You should take a good rest and wait for the notice. As for what you are waiting for, I think many people should know it. It is the competition between the two camps. This competition is very important, especially for you. This is a test of the results of your training during this period. I hope you can take it 100% seriously and don't be careless or sloppy. I won't say anything extra. You are all old and know what to do. Take a good rest and adjust. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Disband. Chu Hongsun waved his hand. Many students did not stay any longer and walked back to the accommodation area. Chu Hongsun and Fen Kang looked at each other. Chu Hongsun asked first, Old Feng, when are you going to the leader? What about you? Fen Kang did not answer directly, but asked Chu Hongsun instead. Chapter 586 Dong Xian's Huo's Shock. Chu Hongsun glared at Fen Kang unhappily and said, I asked you first, and you asked me back. Can't you just give a direct answer? Haha, I want to hear your answer first. Fen Kang laughed. Okay, since you want to hear my answer first, then I'll answer first. Chu Hongsun didn't hesitate anymore and said directly, I'm going to go to the chief now. Lin Fan's strength broke through to the level of a 5th level evolver, and Chu Hongsun was in a very good mood. He didn't want to argue with Fen Kang, and it was not impossible to tell Dong Xianzhuo first. Hearing Chu Hongsun say this, Fen Kang rolled his eyes and said, you plan to go now too? Also, Chu Hongsun's eyes narrowed slightly and said, so you want to go now, right? Yes, I originally wanted to go now. Fen Kang nodded. In that case, let's go together. When the time comes, you report to the chief first, and I'll report after you finish reporting. Is that okay? Chu Hongsun asked. Okay, that's a happy decision. Fen Kang smiled. Get in the car, we can just drive over there in one car, Chu Hongsun said. I'll drive myself. I'll leave after I finish my report. I don't want to wait for you to waste time, Fen Kang said. Whatever, Chu Hongsun glared at Fen Kang again. The two of them didn't waste any more time. They drove out of the training base one after the other and rushed to where Dong Xianzhuo lived. After the security inspection, Chu Hongsun and Fen Kang drove in and parked the car, and then walked towards Dong Xianzhuo's office building together. Okay, Lao Feng, you go upstairs to report first, and I'll go after you finish your report. Chu Hongsun looked at Fen Kang and said. Well, I'll go first. Fen Kang nodded, and went upstairs without delay. In the office, Dong Xianzhuo was looking through some information. These materials were all sorted out by his assistant. All of them were about the situation of the entire country, especially humans and zombies. Dong dong. A knock on the door sounded. Come in, Dong Xianzhuo said. The door opened and Fen Kang walked in from outside. Brother Dong, Fen Kang called politely. It's Kang. Dong Xianzhuo put down the information in his hand, stood up and walked to the sofa, saying, Come, let's sit down here and talk. After the two sat down on the sofa, Dong Xianzhuo smiled and asked, Is the experience of the trip to Luocheng over? Yes, Brother Dong, it's over. We have brought the students back to the training base, Fen Kang said in a deep voice. Now I come to you to report the experience. Okay, tell me. I am also very curious about the experience of going to Luocheng during this period, Dong Xianzhuo said with a smile. These students were carefully selected by them, and after this experience in Luocheng, a big competition between the two camps will be launched. So Dong Xianzhuo's words that he was curious about the experience in Luochang were true. Hearing this, Feng Kang did not delay and immediately said, "The casualties are still not small. This time the scale of the zombie tide is very large, with about 8 million to 10 million zombies. For a zombie tide of this scale, it is normal to have a lot of casualties. If there are few casualties, it can only mean that the students are hiding and not going out for training." Dong Xianzhuo comforted him first. Hearing Dong Xianzhuo's comfort, Feng Kang was slightly relieved. He was also worried that Dong Xianzhuo would blame him if there were too many casualties. Next, Feng Kang told Dong Xianzhuo about the specific casualties. "Brother Dong, although there are many casualties in this training, the improvement effect is also very impressive. I already have 100 level 4 evolvers," Feng Kang said. "Very good," Dong Xianzhuo nodded with satisfaction. It is indeed a very good result to be able to train 100 level 4 evolvers in such a short time. For this result, even Dong Xianzhuo, as the leader, is very satisfied. There are 95 people in the early stage of the 4th level evolvers, and 4 people in the middle stage of the 4th level evolvers. Among them, Qin Changquang's strength will soon be upgraded to the late stage of the 4th level evolvers. As for the late stage of the 4th level evolvers, that is Li Keishu, at this point, Feng Kang paused for a moment and continued, "Moreover, Li Keishu's strength will soon be upgraded to the peak of the 4th level evolvers." "Oh? Is Li Keishu about to be upgraded to the peak of the 4th level evolvers?" Dong Xianzhuo was not surprised by the rest. After all, the number of people was there. He was a little surprised by Li Keishu's strength. "Yes, Brother Dong, Li Keishu's strength will soon reach the peak of the 4th level evolvers. Maybe it will be a matter of 1 or 2 days, Feng Kang said with a smile. Li Keishu was the strongest student in his hands, and the one he was most satisfied with. When he mentioned Li Keishu, he was full of confidence. "Good, very good," Dong Xianzhuo nodded and said, "If you want to have a chance to stand out on the global talent competition, you must at least have the strength of a level 5 evolver. If Li Keishu reaches the peak of the level 4 evolver soon, then he can sprint towards the level of the level 5 evolver with all his heart and soul. Only when he reaches the level of the level 5 evolver can he be qualified to compete with the top talents of other countries. Otherwise, he is absolutely not qualified." "Yes, there must be level 5 evolvers among the top talents of other countries," Feng Kang said. "Yes," Dong Xianzhuo nodded, then looked at Feng Kang and said, "I see that your momentum seems to have improved. Did you break through this time?" "Yes, Brother Dong, the strength has broken through to the middle stage of the level 5 evolver, and Lao Chu's strength has also broken through," Feng Kang replied. "Not bad," Dong Xianzhuo praised again. Feng Kang continued to chat with Dong Xianzhuo for a while before getting up and walking out. He walked outside and met Chu Hongxun, saying, "Old Chu, I finished my report, it's your turn." "Okay, I'll go in and report." Chu Hongxun smiled and nodded. "I'll go back first and won't wait for you," Feng Kang said. "Okay," Chu Hongxun waved his hand. They all drove over. It didn't matter whether Feng Kang waited for him or not, anyway, he could drive back by himself when the time came. After Feng Kang left, Chu Hongxun didn't waste any more time and walked into Dong Xianzhuo's office. Dong Xianzhuo still asked Chu Hongxun to sit on the sofa. "Brother Dong, I'm here to report on this experience," Chu Hongxun said. "Okay, tell me," Dong Xianzhuo smiled slightly. "This time, the casualties on my side are," Chu Hongxun quickly told the casualties, and then moved on to the main topic, continuing. "I have a total of 106 level 4 evolvers, 96 in the early stage of level 4 evolvers, 8 in the middle stage of level 4 evolvers, and 2 in the late stage of level 4 evolvers." "What?" Dong Xianzhuo was surprised when he heard the data Chu Hongxun said. He knew that at the beginning, the number of students in Chu Hongxun's camp was less than that of students in Feng Kang's camp. But the situation of going out for training this time is also quite different. In terms of the number of level 4 evolvers alone, there is a gap of 6. This is equivalent to Feng Kang's camp being completely overtaken by Chu Hongxun's camp. There are 95 people in the early stage of level 4 evolvers in Feng Kang's camp, and 96 in Chu Hongxun's camp. There is not much difference between the two. The key is that there are only 4 in the middle stage of level 4 evolvers in Feng Kang's camp, while there are 8 in Chu Hongxun's camp, which is exactly twice as many as Feng Kang's camp. Then, The number of late-stage 4th level evolvers was 1 in Feng Han's camp and 2 in Chu Hongsun's camp, which was a double difference. Late-stage 4th level evolvers, your side is Lin Fan and Mu Hongling, right? Dong Xianzhou asked. No, Chu Hongsun shook his head and pondered, it's Mu Hongling and Andy. Andy is Lin Fan's pet dog. That pet dog has been upgraded to the late-stage 4th level strength. Dong Xianzhou's eyes once again showed a touch of surprise. Yes, Chu Hongsun nodded. Wait, the late-stage 4th level evolvers are Mu Hongling and Andy, then what about Lin Fan? Is Lin Fan still at the level of the middle-stage 4th level evolver? Dong Xianzhou suddenly thought of this question. Because, when Chu Hongsun said it, he didn't mention that there were people at the peak level of the 4th level evolvers, but the late-stage 4th level evolvers were Mu Hongling and Andy, so doesn't that mean that Lin Fan only has the strength of the middle-stage 4th level evolver? But thinking about it this way, it seems a bit wrong. Lin Fan was the first among all the students to break through to the level of a 4th level evolver. With Lin Fan's talent and growth potential, other students have made such a big improvement in this experience, so Lin Fan should not have only been promoted 1 level. Dong Xianzhou was very confused about this. Brother Dong, this is what I want to tell you the most. Chu Hongsun took a deep breath and said, Lin Fan is no longer a 4th level evolver now, not a 4th level evolver? What do you mean? Dong Xianzhou's face showed a trace of doubt, but he quickly reacted and the doubt turned into shock. Could it be that Lin Fan has become a 5th level evolver? When Dong Xianzhou said this, he himself felt incredible. He couldn't believe it was true. Yes, Chu Hongsun nodded heavily and said in a serious tone, Lin Fan's strength has indeed broken through to the level of the initial stage of the 5th level evolver. Hearing this, Dong Xianzhou trembled all over. Breaking through to the level of a 5th level evolver? What kind of improvement speed is this? Even if you had spent more time than Lin Fan to upgrade from a level 4 evolver to a level 5 evolver. With this comparison, doesn't it mean that Lin Fan's talent and growth potential are even more terrifying than his? Before Dong Xianzhou could recover from his shock, Chu Hongsun added, moreover, Lin Fan killed a person at the middle stage of the level 5 evolver with his own strength without using his supernatural powers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 Found a Treasure. Before the shock had completely subsided, Chu Hongsun threw out another piece of heavy news, which made Dong Xianzhou a little unresponsive. After reaching the level of a 5th level evolver, the gap in strength between each level is very huge. Generally speaking, if you want to complete a leapfrog challenge, you must have a very special ability. And this very special ability is most likely to refer to supernatural powers or something. When Dong Xianzhou heard that Lin Fan had the strength of an early 5th level evolver, he was still thinking that with Lin Fan's strength and the ability to control objects remotely, it should not be a big problem to deal with people at the middle level of a 5th level evolver. Even if he can't defeat a person at the middle level of a 5th level evolver, it is entirely possible to compete with him. But what Dong Xianzhou never expected was that Lin Fan could kill a person at the middle level of a 5th level evolver without using supernatural powers. This was really beyond his expectations. You are going to Luochang this time, right? Dong Xianzhou asked uncertainly. Yes, Brother Dong, we have been staying in Luochang all the time, Chu Hongsun nodded and replied. He didn't know what Dong Xianzhou meant by asking this question. He only knew that he had to answer Dong Xianzhou's questions seriously. Dong Xianzhou's eyes narrowed slightly and said, who are the people in Luochang who have the strength of a mid-level 5th evolver? Hearing this, Chu Hongsun immediately understood what Dong Xianzhou meant and said quickly, Brother Dong, the mid-level 5th evolver killed by Lin Fan this time was Xia Hongda, the head of the Xia family. Xia Hongda only had the strength of an early level 5th evolver before, and only broke through to the mid-level 5th evolver a while ago. As a result, due to some reasons, the Xia family and the Zhang family had conflicts with Lin Fan and others. Lin Fan and others directly wiped out the Xia family and the Zhang family. When he said the last sentence, Chu Hongsun's tone was full of shock. Directly wiped out, Dong Xianzhou was shocked again. 2 of the 3 major forces in Luochang were wiped out in one go? Yes, Chu Hongsun nodded seriously. Dong Xianzhou pondered for a moment, and after about 10 seconds, he sighed. He is a ruthless person. Lin Fan is really a ruthless person. It is probably because the Zhang family and the Xia family went too far, otherwise Lin Fan and others would not have wiped out their two major families, Chu Hongsun explained. He thought Dong Xianzhuo said this to blame Lin Fan for being too ruthless. After all, Dong Xianzhuo is the head of the country and hopes that the country can develop better and better. In an environment like the Doomsday, human beings themselves are a huge resource. Lin Fan destroyed so many resources at once. From Dong Xianzhuo's point of view, it seems reasonable to blame him. Dong Xianzhuo stopped and said, I don't mean to blame him. I just say that Lin Fan is a ruthless person. I didn't expect his strength to grow to such a powerful level. Dong Xianzhuo believed what Chu Hongsun said. He believed that Chu Hongsun would not deliberately lie to deceive him. In any case, his status and position are here. In this case, if Chu Hongsun still lied to deceive him, it would be purely to make himself uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Dong Xianzhuo took a deep breath and said, among the top talents in other countries, there must be some who have reached the 5th level of evolution, but they may not have awakened the ability of Lin Fan to control objects remotely. So, in this regard, Lin Fan still has a great advantage. We really picked up a treasure this time. In the global genius competition, Lin Fan will definitely stand out. Dong Xianzhuo is now full of confidence in Lin Fan. In the global genius competition, he can only rely on Lin Fan to win glory for the country. Yes, Lin Fan's performance is really unexpected. Chu Hongsun smiled and nodded. He couldn't help but feel proud to have a student like Lin Fan. When Kent came to tell me before that Li Keishu had reached the late stage of the 4th level evolver and was only one step away from the peak of the 4th level evolver, I felt very relieved. I thought that before the global genius competition began, Li Keishu's strength should be able to enter the level of the 5th level evolver. Dong Xianzhuo continued, I didn't expect that Lin Fan had already entered. It was a pleasant surprise. Is Li Keishu only one step away from the peak of the 4th level evolver? Then his talent and growth potential are really not bad. It's a pity that he met a stronger person like Lin Fan, otherwise Li Keishu would definitely win the championship in this competition between students, Chu Hongsun said. Yes, that's right, Dong Xianzhuo nodded. By the way, Brother Dong, when will the big competition between the two camps start? Chu Hongsun asked curiously. Let the students rest for a day first, and start the day after tomorrow, Dong Xianzhuo said. Okay, Brother Dong, then I will tell them when I go back and let them have another day of rest, Chu Hongsun replied. Yes, Dong Xianzhuo nodded again. Then, he thought of something else and said, Andy, who follows Lin Fan, is also a little beyond my expectations. He has grown to the late stage of the 4th level evolver. Andy's talent is also very strong, no worse than humans. Chu Hongsun nodded and said, Brother Dong, do you want to arrange for Andy to participate in the competition between the two camps? Dong Xianzhuo thought about it, shook his head and said, Andy doesn't need to participate. This kind of competition is also a friendly match. For Andy, he basically uses his mouth when attacking, and his bite force is not small, which is prone to serious accidents. At this point, Dong Xianzhuo added, however, Andy can grow so fast and is a dog. I will give him a special reward. Special reward? Chu Hongsun's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. The special reward that Dong Xianzhuo could say must be really special. At least, that reward must be suitable for Andy. But Dong Xianzhuo didn't say it himself, so he couldn't keep asking. Also, I heard people around Lin Fan say that their strength was able to improve so quickly, mainly because of Lin Fan. Lin Fan allocated a lot of energy crystals for them to absorb, Chu Hongsun said. Lin Fan not only has great talent and growth potential, but also has a very forward-looking team. He knows how to improve the strength of the entire team. This is very good, Dong Xianzhuo said in a deep voice. He is a real talent. He will definitely become a pillar of our country in the future, pillar of talent. Chu Hongsun was shocked. Dong Xianzhuo said so, which means that as long as Lin Fan does not encounter any accidents, Dong Xianzhuo will definitely arrange a very high position for Lin Fan in the future. This position may be the kind that is second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Thinking of this, Chu Hongsun was envious. But he also knew that if he wanted to get such an identity and status, he must have very strong strength. Although he now has the strength of a mid-level 5th level evolver, Lin Fan can kill a mid-level 5th level evolver without using his superpowers. If he fights with Lin Fan, it is hard to say who will win or lose. After all, Lin Fan also has superpowers like telekinesis. Once Lin Fan uses his superpowers, he is probably no match for Lin Fan. Therefore, all that Lin Fan can get is obtained by Lin Fan's own ability. Chu Hongxun continued to communicate with Dong Xianzhuo for a long time, and then stood up, looked at Dong Xianzhuo and said, "Brother Dong, if there is nothing else, then I will go back first." "Okay, go back and tell the students that the date of the competition has been determined. Let them all be fully prepared, and I will go to watch the competition in person," Dong Xianzhuo said. "Okay, Brother Dong, I'll go tell them right away." Chu Hongxun nodded, without any further delay, turned around and walked out of the office, and drove his car back to the training base. After Chu Hongxun left, Dong Xianzhuo came to the window, looked up at the sky, and whispered, Lin Fan, our country can be proud of this global talent competition. It all depends on you." Before the doomsday broke out, all kinds of sports events were participated in by various countries to compete for rankings, which was also a way to make their own countries more famous. Now that the doomsday has broken out, the global talent competition held also feels like the Olympics. The only difference is that the global talent competition is a test of real strength. Once you can stand out on the global talent competition and win the championship, the reputation of this country will inevitably rise, and then you may be able to attract many people to join. Dong Xianzhuo's mind is on the country. He hopes that this country can become stronger, preferably becoming the world's #1 country. Chu Hongxun returned to the training base and quickly gathered Lin Fan and others together. Looking at the many students standing in front of him, Chu Hongxun said loudly, "Everyone, I have just been to the commander, and the commander has confirmed the time for the competition between the two camps." Hearing Chu Hongxun's words, everyone became curious. They have been training hard for so long and have made so much effort. Isn't it just to improve their strength? The competition between the two camps is the standard to test their strength. The commander said that you can rest for another day, and the competition between the two camps will officially start the day after tomorrow, Chu Hongxun said. The day after tomorrow? That's very soon. We have been given another day to rest, which is enough for us to adjust our status. Yes, everyone should adjust their status and strive to perform well in the competition between the two camps. We must beat Instructor Feng's camp, so that we can get rewards. Come on, everyone started to discuss. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Chu Hongxun nodded with satisfaction. He didn't plan to tell everyone that Lin Fan's strength had reached the level of a 5th level evolver. In this competition between the two camps, with Lin Fan in charge, it is basically 100% certain that the winner will be their side. Chapter 588. The big competition is coming. However, if such news is announced so quickly, some people may be careless and not take the competition seriously. Therefore, Chu Hongxun decided that it would be better to wait until Lin Fan showed his strength before letting everyone know, so that everyone can go all out in the competition. In addition, I have to tell you a piece of news. Chu Hongxun swept his eyes over the crowd again and said loudly, the chief will definitely come to watch this global talent competition, and this is 100% certain. The chief will come to watch? Damn, then I must perform well. Yes, if the chief is optimistic about me, I will have a better future in the future. Don't bother me tomorrow. I want to stay in the room and adjust my state. Me too. I will be angry with whoever disturbs me. Everyone started talking. When they heard that Dong Xianzhuo would come, they were all as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This is understandable. After all, Dong Xianzhuo is the strongest person in this country. It is really not easy for them to meet Dong Xianzhuo at this stage. Lin Fan and the others had known about this situation for a long time, so there was nothing to be surprised about. They looked calm. When the discussion of the crowd died down, Chu Hongxun continued, so, in this camp competition, you must go all out, show your strongest strength and best condition, don't embarrass yourself, and don't embarrass our camp. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Okay, adjourn. Chu Hongxun waved his hand, turned around and left without lingering. After Chu Hongxun left, everyone also dispersed. Brother Lin Fan, what are our plans for tomorrow? Murin Shan glanced at the dispersed crowd, then looked at Lin Fan again and asked happily. Have a good rest tomorrow. Lin Fan glanced at Murin Shan and said, what? You little girl can't stand it again. I feel like I've had a good rest today. And it will be the same if I rest for another day. Murin Shan stuck out her tongue and said. With her quirky personality, she really can't rest for a day. Once she is idle, she will feel very bored. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, there is nothing fun to do in or near the training base, but we only have one day, and we can't go too far. Let's have a good rest tomorrow and don't go out, okay? Murin Shan nodded obediently. Although she wanted to go out and play, she would still listen to Lin Fan. Murin Zhu found a problem, that is, Murin Shan is getting more and more obedient in front of Lin Fan. Let's go back to the room, Lin Fan said with a smile. Just as they were walking back to the dormitory building, they happened to meet Li Keishu and Qin Changquang and others on the way, and their eyes met. Qin Changquang glanced at Lin Fan and whispered, Brother Keishu, the competition will be the day after tomorrow anyway. I want to go and talk to Lin Fan. Okay, go ahead and say whatever you want. Li Keishu did not refuse Qin Changquang's request, but agreed. The competition between the two camps is about to begin. At that time, they will become opponents with Lin Fan and others, and there is no need to be polite to each other. With Li Keishu's permission, Qin Changquang walked towards Lin Fan and the others without hesitation, and soon came to Lin Fan. Is there something wrong? Lin Fan glanced at Qin Changquang and asked in a very indifferent tone. Qin Changquang was only at the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, and he didn't need to take him seriously. On their side, except for Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen, the strength of the rest of them was not necessarily worse than Qin Changquang. Qin Changquang was naturally very unhappy with Lin Fan's indifferent tone. He frowned and said, Lin Fan, the big competition will be the day after tomorrow. Do you know what this means? Oh? I really don't know what this means. If you know, you can tell me. Lin Fan smiled lightly. He wanted to see what Qin Changquang could say. Humph, Qin Changquang snorted coldly and said, this means that you are about to become our defeated opponent. Become your defeated opponent. Lin Fan was almost amused by Qin Changquang's words. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan tried not to laugh, but Murin Shan couldn't help it. She already felt bored staying in the training base, and she didn't expect Qin Changquang to come over to add some fun to her. Murin Shan laughed, and Murin Zhu and the others couldn't help laughing. Their laughter, in Qin Changquang's ears, was a naked mockery. Qin Changquang's face condensed, and he shouted angrily, I didn't meet you in Luocheng before, that's your luck. If I had met you, you would have been dealt with long ago. To be honest, when we were in Luocheng, we were indeed very low-key, hiding in one place most of the time. It's normal that you didn't meet us, Lin Fan said. Sure enough. These guys were hiding most of the time. Qin Changquang's heart moved, and he finally figured out why they didn't meet Lin Fan and the others in Luocheng. Lin Fan, I won't say any more nonsense. I'm here to tell you that the grievances we have accumulated before will be settled cleanly in the competition between the two camps the day after tomorrow. Qin Changquang locked his eyes on Lin Fan and sneered, when the time comes, we will not show any mercy. Okay, I understand. Lin Fan nodded in cooperation. The more Lin Fan behaved like this, the angrier Qin Changquang became, but he also knew that he couldn't just do it casually, so he could only snort and turn away. Seeing Qin Changquang's back as he left, Murin Shan didn't forget to complain, we are waiting for you. In the competition the day after tomorrow, you must perform well and try to beat us all down, otherwise, we will look down on you. Hearing this, Qin Changquang almost stumbled and fell to the ground, and secretly swore in his heart that in the battle between the two camps, he would teach Lin Fan and others a hard lesson no matter what, and he would never let Lin Fan and others continue to be arrogant. This guy is really like a clown, Lu Mingyu sighed with a smile. The day after tomorrow, he will probably feel how ridiculous and stupid what he said today is. That's right, Murin Shan said with a smile. I have seen people who deserve to be beaten, but I have never seen such a person who deserves to be beaten. If he is my opponent in the competition, I will definitely beat him to pieces. Haha, don't worry about him. They can't be our opponents at all. Let's wait until the day after tomorrow to let them face the reality. Lin Fan smiled lightly. For him now, the strength of those who are not level 5 evolvers is no longer a threat to him. Whether it is Qin Changquang or Li Keishu, they are still at the level of level 4 evolvers. Simply put, the two sides are not at the same level at all. Even if Qin Changquang and Li Keishu fight with their lives, they can't be his opponents. Okay, let's go back and rest. Lin Fan waved his hand and led everyone back to the dormitory building and returned to their rooms. Andy, you should also have a good rest. Lin Fan looked at Andy and said with a smile. and he nodded his head and began to rest. Soon, Lin Fan's eyes shifted to the bed again. Although he was not tired in terms of energy and physical strength, he still had to rest. Time passed very quickly, and it was dawn in a blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Fan and others did not go out to play. After all, the big competition would start tomorrow, so there was no need to go out and waste time. As for some other students, although they went out, they went to very nearby places and came back after playing for a few hours. When the morning sun shone on the earth, the atmosphere of the entire training base became lively. Everyone's mood became excited at this moment. They all knew that today was the day for the big competition between the two camps. They had trained for so many days, weren't they preparing for today? As long as they performed well today, they might get the attention of the above. Of course, the most important thing is that they all knew that Dong Xianzhuo would come to watch the big competition between the two camps in person today, so they must perform well. If there is really a chance to get Dong Xianzhuo's favor, then for them, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a meteoric rise. In the end of the world, there will also be a system of power established. With power in hand, it means that you can order others to do things for you, and you can save a lot of time and energy. It is naturally a very good thing to invest the saved time and energy in cultivation and improvement. At this moment, 3 figures are gathering in an office in the training base. Brother Dong, Chu Hongsun looked at Dong Xianzhuo and shouted. Brother Dong, Feng Kang also looked at Dong Xianzhuo and shouted. Yet, Dong Xianzhuo nodded, his eyes fell on Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang, and asked with a faint smile, is everything arranged? Everything is arranged. Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang looked at each other, and they nodded at the same time. It's good to arrange it. Dong Xianzhuo stood up from the chair and said, then let's go out. I also want to see what the real strength of these little guys is. Okay, Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang answered again, and then they didn't waste any more time, walking in front and leading Dong Xianzhuo to the square of the big competition. The students all knew that today's competition would take place in the square, so at this time, they had already gathered here in the square. Many students were discussing and exchanging ideas, and the content of these discussions naturally included the hottest topics of the day. The first topic was that they were very curious about what kind of person the leader was. The second topic was that they were all very curious about who would be the champion of the competition between the two camps. Chapter 589 What are the rules? Lin Fan and others also gathered together. Murin Shan looked around with her beautiful eyes, and suddenly asked curiously, Brother Lin Fan, how old do you think the chief is? Age? Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, although I don't know how old the chief is, I can be sure that he is definitely not young. I think he should be no less than 60 years old. 60 years old, Murin Shan blinked and said, evolvers will look younger, so I guess the chief will look younger too. I'm not sure about that. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. While Lin Fan and others were chatting, the other students also had a heated discussion. Who do you think will be the champion of today's competition? Of course it's Li Keishu. Why are you so sure? I had the honor of seeing Li Keishu's strength when I was in Luocheng. She is really amazing. I think the championship belongs to her. Humph. That shows that you are short-sighted. Lin Fan in our camp is the strongest. Lin Fan? The one who had a conflict with Qin Chang Kong. Yes, that's him. It is undeniable that his strength is indeed good, but compared with Li Keishu, there is still a certain gap. If you don't believe it, you will know it later, okay? Wait. I think Lin Fan is the strongest. That's right. Lin Fan will get the championship. The focus of the students' discussion shifted to who the champion is. Some people think it is Li Keishu, and some people think it is Lin Fan. After this period of getting along, everyone knows who is the strongest person in both camps. There is no doubt that the strongest student in Chu Hongsun's camp is Lin Fan. The strongest student in Feng Kang's camp is Li Keishu. The champion of the competition between the two camps must be between Lin Fan and Li Keishu. Lin Fan paid no attention to the discussion. He had the strength of a level 5 evolver. Even if he stood there and let the students attack him, they would not necessarily be able to do any harm to him. After all, his defensive attribute had also been improved. As for Li Keishu, Qin Chang Kong had already laughed triumphantly and said, Brother Keishu, they will soon know that you are the king among our students, and you are the real champion. After Qin Chang Kong finished speaking, several other brothers around him also followed suit. Yes, with your current strength, it would be a piece of cake to defeat Lin Fan. What qualifications does that guy have to be compared with you, Brother Keishu? Yes, These students will soon understand. At that time, they will know how stupid it is for them to support Lin Fan. These compliments fell into Li Keishu's ears, and Li Keishu's face was full of smiles. Whether it was a man or a woman, they all liked to hear compliments, and Li Keishu was no exception. Li Keishu's eyes fixed, he glanced in the direction of Lin Fan, and said, "I have waited for this day for a long time, it's time to have a good fight with him." He was telling the truth. From the first day he saw Lin Fan, he knew that Lin Fan was his only opponent in this training base, and he thought that only Lin Fan was qualified to be a challenge to him. He never took the rest of them seriously, even if they had good talents and growth potential. Facts have proved that his feeling was not wrong, and no one else was directly superior to him. Even Mu Hongling and Andy could not surpass Li Keishu in terms of strength. After all, Li Keishu was only one step away from the peak of the 4th level evolver, while Mu Hongling and Andy had just been promoted to the late stage of the 4th level evolver. In terms of single combat, Mu Hongling and Andy could not be better than Li Keishu. Li Keishu's strength is unquestionable, but it's a pity that he met Lin Fan, and he was destined to fail. He didn't know that Lin Fan had the strength of a level 5 evolver. If he knew, he wouldn't even have the courage to fight. No matter how confident he was, he couldn't defeat someone with the strength of an early level 5 evolver with the strength of a late level 4 evolver. What's more, he didn't have the demonic ability of Lin Fan to control objects from a distance. Lin Fan felt a gaze locked on him from a certain direction. He tilted his head and looked at Li Keishu. Lin Fan just smiled faintly and retracted his gaze. In his eyes, Li Keishu had also become a clown like Qin Chang Kong, and was not worthy of his attention at all. Li Keishu's heart was ignited with a raging anger at Lin Fan's contemptuous behavior, and he secretly said, "I'll let you be arrogant for a while, and you'll know how powerful I am. By the way, Brother Keishu, what are the rules of this competition between the two camps?" Qin Chang Kong didn't know that Li Keishu and Lin Fan's eyes had already rubbed against each other and sparks flew. He suddenly thought of this question and asked it. Hearing Qin Chang Kong's question, Li Keishu temporarily suppressed his anger, and quickly adjusted his mood. He said, "I don't know the specific rules, but what is certain is that our camp and Instructor Chu's camp will definitely compete with each other. It may be a draw at the beginning, or it may be a competition between our camps, and then the strong ones will compete with the other camp." Feng Kang did not tell Li Keishu about the rules. Therefore, Li Keishu can only guess now. "Brother Chang Kong, no matter what the rules are, it is right that our camp will win. At that time, we can also get the reward from the leader. Our strength will probably be improved faster." "It's really exciting to think about it," a person next to Qin Chang Kong said. "Yes," the others all nodded. They are already full of confidence in absolute victory. With such confidence, the rules of the competition seem to be unimportant to them. What matters is the result, and it's enough to win. While many colleges were discussing with great interest, 3 figures were walking outside the square. The 3 figures were naturally Dong Xianzhou, Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang. With their arrival, the atmosphere of the entire square also changed dramatically. "Look! Instructor Chu and Instructor Feng are here. The person walking in front of them should be the leader, right?" Someone among the students noticed and said loudly. As soon as his words spread, they naturally attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Dong Xianzhou and the other two. Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang were old acquaintances of theirs, and they knew them very well. Only the figure walking in front of Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang was a strange face to them. They knew that this strange face must be that big shot without deliberately guessing. What a strong aura. Looking at it like this gives me a very oppressive feeling. Yes, this aura is really too strong, much stronger than Instructor Chu and Instructor Feng. Is this the aura of a peak level 5 evolver? Impossible, the aura of a peak level 5 evolver should not be so strong. I guess it's the level of a level 6 evolver. What? Level 6 evolver? Isn't this too far-fetched? Nonsense. This is our leader. Is it strange to have the strength of a level 6 evolver? Level 6 evolver? My God, I have no chance to reach it in this life. Correction, it's not that you have no chance to reach it in this life, but you have no chance to reach it in the next life. I didn't expect that I would have the honor to see a strong level 6 evolver. Everyone focused their eyes on Dong Xianzhou and started discussing. They were so surprised by the aura emanating from Dong Xianzhou that everyone was extremely curious about Dong Xianzhou's specific strength. Lin Fan's eyes also fell on Dong Xianzhou. He also felt that Dong Xian's aura was very strong, and soon he said in his heart, read, species, human level, level 6 strength, 25 speed, 25 reaction, 25 superpower, teleport, intermediate. When Dong Xian's data information appeared in Lin Fan's sight, Lin Fan's eyes also became slightly more solemn. As expected, Dong Xian's is a level 6 evolver, and his strength is not just the initial level of the level 6 evolver, but has reached the level of the middle level of the level 6 evolver. Of course, what surprised Lin Fan the most was that Dong Xian's had superpowers. Teleport, Lin Fan thought secretly in his heart, is it the ability to teleport? How far can this teleportation move? The strength of this superpower is also quite evil. Lin Fan understood it literally, and it can be imagined that this superpower is indeed quite terrifying. For example, when fighting with someone, taking advantage of the opponent's inattention, he can instantly move to any part of your body and attack you before you can react. What a deadly attack. Thinking of this, Lin Fan also took a deep breath. No wonder Dong Xian's can become the head of this country. Such strength is indeed well deserved. The aura of the chief is really too strong. Instructor Chu and Instructor Feng are walking behind him. I can hardly feel the presence of Instructor Chu and Instructor Feng. Mu and Sham couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Chu Hongxun and Feng Kang didn't hear this. If they heard it, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. Well, it's really very strong. Mu and Zhu nodded and said, the strength of the 6th level evolver is too terrible. The 6th level evolver can probably knock us down with just one finger. Wei Heguang sighed beside him. Anyway, what is certain is that if the chief stands there and doesn't fight back and lets us hit him, we can't do any harm to him. Zhang Fiwen grinned. Hearing Zhang Fiwen say this, Lin Fan was happy. Dong Xian's himself does not have defensive attributes. If he really stood there and let them hide him, he would definitely be injured, unless Dong Xian's also has strong defensive attributes. In short, the appearance of Dong Xian's has made the atmosphere of the entire square become hot. Chapter 592 Poor. Soon, Dong Xian's brought Chu Hongxun and Feng Kang to the platform in front of the square. Standing on this platform, one can see the entire square. Dong Xian's walked forward and came to the front of the platform, sweeping his eyes over everyone. Anyone who was caught in his gaze felt their heart skip a beat, and Lin Fan was no exception. However, Dong Xian's did not let such momentum continue to radiate. After just a moment, he restrained his momentum and said with a faint smile, Dear students, my name is Dong Xian's. I think you all know my identity, so I won't introduce myself too much. Your coming here to participate in training is a dangerous thing in itself. During the training, I know that some of you were injured and some died. These are unavoidable. We feel sorry for the dead companions, but I also want to congratulate those of you who survived. I believe that your strength has been greatly improved during this period of training. Today is the day of the big competition. I will watch it here in person. I hope everyone can cheer up and play well, show your strongest strength, and get a good ranking. Yes. After Dong Xian's voice fell, everyone answered in unison. Okay, next, the rules of the big competition will be introduced to you by Instructor Chu. After Dong Xian's said that, he turned and walked to the back, where there was a seat specially arranged for him. Sitting in that seat, it was very convenient to see the battle situation clearly. Seeing Dong Xian's walk to a seat and sit down, Chu Hongxun did not delay, stepped out, glanced at everyone, and said loudly, The rules of this competition are not difficult. To put it simply, it is a one-on-one challenge. However, due to the large number of people in both camps, it is impossible to fight slowly. After consultation with Instructor Feng, I decided to adopt a faster method. This method is that the students in the two camps will first compete with each other, and the 10 most powerful people will be selected. Then they will compete with the 10 people in the other camp, and finally the ranking will be determined. Hearing Chu Hongxun announce this rule, many students fell into discussion again. Brother Kishu, it's really your analysis. Ken Changquan looked at Li Kishu, and his admiration for Li Kishu increased a little. He didn't expect that one of the rules analyzed by Li Kishu is still correct. This method is also very good. It can save a lot of time. Otherwise, if it is really carried out one-on-one, it will probably take 2 or 3 days to finish this competition, Li Kishu said with a smile. Although there were many casualties among the students during the training in Luocheng, there were still more than 600 to 700 people left. It would take a lot of time to fight one-on-one with so many people. Old Feng, let's start by dividing the camps now. Chu Hongxun ignored the discussion of the students below and looked at Feng Kang. Okay, Feng Kang naturally had no different opinions and nodded in agreement. So, they both jumped down from the high platform and walked towards their respective camps. Chu Hongxun came to Lin Fan and the others, glanced at them, and said loudly, in order to save time, we will not screen them one by one. 10 competitions will be held at the same time, and the winners will automatically advance. However, in order to be as fair as possible, the 3-level evolvers will compete with the 3-level evolvers and will not participate in the battle of the 4-level evolvers. It's just that the 3-level evolvers don't have to consider advancing to the end. At that time, you will be given certain rewards based on your performance. The gap between the 3-level evolvers and the 4-level evolvers is not a little bit. Letting the 3-level evolvers fight against a 4-level evolvers is purely asking for a beating. In order to avoid such an unfair situation, Chu Hongxun and Feng Kang made this decision after discussion. Hearing this decision, many 3-level evolvers were also very happy. They knew that their strength could not be compared with that of the 4-level evolvers, and they would not ask for trouble. As long as they could perform better at the level of the 3-level evolvers, it would be fine. Brother Lin Fan, doesn't this decision directly eliminate you? Muran Shan said in a low voice. If a level 3 evolver competes with a level 3 evolver, then by the same token, a level 4 evolver competes with a level 4 evolver. Lin Fan is a level 5 evolver, so it is also very unfair to let a level 4 evolver compete with Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, it is definitely impossible to eliminate me. After all, the other party does not know my true strength yet. I just need to behave more restrainedly at that time. Lin Fan's idea is the same as Chu Hongxun's. Although Lin Fan has the strength of a level 5 evolver, the other people don't know it. When they fight later, Lin Fan can easily eliminate other students without showing the strength of a level 5 evolver. That's true, Muran Shan nodded obediently and said, when your true strength is revealed, it will definitely make those people drop their jaws. After Chu Hongxun finished speaking, he waved to the side, and the people who had been prepared, such as Big Bear and Little Rabbit, immediately came out with 2 tables and 2 boxes. They placed the 2 tables and 2 boxes on Chu Hongxun's left and right hand sides respectively. Chu Hongxun looked at the table and the box and said, these 2 boxes are filled with marked numbers. Now you come up and draw randomly. After you finish drawing, I will tell you the specific rules of the battle. Okay, everyone answered in unison. Chu Hongxun said again, level 3 evolvers draw from the box on the left, and level 4 evolvers draw from the box on the right. You can come up and draw now. Yes, everyone answered again. Then, without wasting any more time, they all walked up to the 2 tables. Brother Lin Fan, when are we going to draw? Muran Shan looked at Lin Fan and asked. Don't worry, let them draw first. Anyway, this kind of drawing is random, and there is no rule to speak of. Just fight as you want, Lin Fan said with a smile. With the current strength of their team, they really don't need to care about who the opponent they draw is. Soon, almost everyone finished drawing. Okay, let's go up and draw too, Lin Fan said with a smile, and walked towards the box first. Yet, Muranzu and the others naturally had no objection. After answering, they followed Lin Fan and began to reach into the box to draw slips of paper. Lin Fan opened the slip and took a look. There was a number written on it 99. Muranzu and the others also opened the slips, and the numbers written on them were different. Are you asking us to decide our opponents based on numbers? Will we become rivals of each other? Muran Shan said helplessly. With their strength, they could have been promoted. If they became rivals of each other, they would face elimination. After all the students got the slips, Chu Hongxun looked at everyone again and said, the level 3 evolver area and the level 4 evolver area are arranged according to numbers. However, there are more numbers on the level 3 evolver side because there are more people. Let me first talk about the comparison rules for the level 4 evolvers. There are a total of 100 level 4 evolvers, and the numbers you have drawn so far are from 1 to 99. Then, the comparison rules are 1 against 100, and 2 against 99. Do you understand? I understand, the level 4 evolvers answered in unison. Let's see if any of our numbers are going to compete with each other, Muran Shan said hurriedly. Lin Fan and others showed their numbers. Fortunately, They didn't need to compete with each other. Haha, that's great. We don't have to compete with each other, which means we can all advance to the next round, Murin Shan chuckled, looking very happy. Hearing Murin Shan's laughter, Lin Fan and others also laughed. It must be said that it is very necessary to have a happy person like Murin Shan in the team. After talking about the comparison rules for the 4th level evolvers, Chu Hongsun turned his eyes to the 3rd level evolvers and continued to talk about the comparison rules for the 3rd level evolvers. After the rules on both sides were finished, Chu Hongsun announced, "Next, the competitions on both sides will be carried out at the same time. 7 games for the 3rd level evolvers will be carried out at the same time, and 3 games for the 4th level evolvers will be carried out at the same time." "Yes," everyone answered. "Okay, everyone step back. This is your battlefield. Your competition will be held here." Chu Hongsun stretched out his hand and waved, signaling everyone to step back. Without any delay, everyone retreated to the back, and soon a large area in the middle was vacated. Such a large area was naturally enough for them to fight here. Level 3 evolvers, number 1 to number 7, the corresponding players should step out. Level 4 evolvers, number 1 to number 3, the corresponding players should step out, Chu Hongsun said in a loud voice. When he finished speaking, the people with the corresponding numbers walked out one after another. "Brother Lin Fan, you are number 99. Aren't you going out to compete in the first round?" Murin Shan noticed Lin Fan's number. "Yes, number 99, Lin Fan smiled and nodded, saying, "I'll go up first." After the voice fell, Lin Fan did not delay and walked out to the front. Looking at Lin Fan's back, Murin Shan couldn't help but shook her head and sighed softly. "Xiao Shan, why are you sighing?" Li Zihan heard Murin Shan sigh and asked curiously. Murin Zhu and the others also turned their attention to Murin Shan. They were also very curious about why Murin Shan suddenly sighed. Was she still worried that Lin Fan would not be able to beat him? Murin Shan said leisurely, "I was thinking, that guy number 1 is too pitiful. He met brother Lin Fan as soon as he entered the arena. He is destined to be eliminated." Chapter 591, Admit Defeat. Murin Zhu and the others thought that Murin Shan's sigh was due to other reasons at first, but they didn't expect Murin Shan to make such a big reversal, which made them feel a bit amused. "Haha, number 1 is quite pitiful. He met Lin Fan as soon as he came on the court. It was destined to be a tragic result." Lu Mingyan couldn't help laughing. Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen looked at each other and laughed as well. Lin Fan's strength as a level 5 evolver was purely in existence that could kill everyone in the field in seconds. Not to mention these students, maybe even Chu Hongsun and Fen Kang might not be Lin Fan's opponents. Lin Fan quickly came to the opposite side of number 1. As a student in Chu Hongsun's camp, number 1 was obviously very clear about Lin Fan's legendary achievements and previous training. He looked at Lin Fan, smiled awkwardly, and said, "I didn't expect my luck to be so bad. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, everyone is randomly decided by drawing lots." Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. I admit defeat." As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, number 1 made the intention to admit defeat. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that number 1 would be doomed to admit defeat. However, they soon calmed down. Number 1 is only at the early stage of the 4th level evolver. He is definitely not Lin Fan's opponent. Even if he fights with Lin Fan, he will only get beaten. Yes, rather than getting beaten for nothing, it is better to admit defeat. This way, you can save some face. There is nothing wrong with it. Yes, if I were to meet Lin Fan, I would also choose to admit defeat. This is not a question of whether I have the courage or not, but the gap in strength is there. Even if I fight, there is no chance of changing the result. I hope I don't meet Lin Fan later. If I do, I can only admit defeat. Everyone started to discuss. Although they didn't know how strong Lin Fan's true strength was, they knew very well that Lin Fan's performance during training was very good, and the gap between them and Lin Fan was too big. With such a gap, there was no need to worry about anything, and it was not shameful to admit defeat decisively. Chu Hongsun looked at number 1 and Lin Fan. He obviously heard what number 1 said. "Are you sure you want to admit defeat?" Chu Hongsun asked. "Yes, I'm sure," number 1 nodded. "Okay," Chu Hongsun nodded and said, "Lin Fan wins and advances to the next round. In such a competition, it is not necessary to fight to see who is better. It is allowed to admit defeat voluntarily, as long as you ask clearly. What's more, Chu Hongsun himself is also very clear about how strong Lin Fan is. It is a wise decision for student number 1 to admit defeat. Lin Fan nodded to student number 1, then turned around and walked back to Murinzu and others. Brother Lin Fan, you are too domineering. As soon as you come on the court, you scare your opponent into admitting defeat, Murin Shan said jokingly. Although it sounds like a joke, it is also full of practical elements. This is the real domineering. You can convince the opponent without making a move. How can other people do this? Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, it's nothing. This saves time for everyone, haha, if we meet you, we will also admit defeat, Murin Shan laughed. Lu Mingying and the others also laughed. Lin Fan's strength far exceeded theirs. If they faced Lin Fan, they would have no choice but to admit defeat. The battle between Lin Fan and number 1 was over, but the rest of the battles continued as normal. After all, not everyone has the strength of Lin Fan, as everyone knows. Fierce battles broke out in the other 9 battlefields. Such a battle naturally could not attract too much attention from Lin Fan, so he just watched it casually like watching a play. About 15 minutes later, all 10 competitions in the first round were over. Students who won this round, take a good rest. You will have to continue to participate in the competition later, Chu Hongsun said to Lin Fan and the others, and then announced, for the second round of competition, those whose numbers I read out can come out directly. When Chu Hongsun finished reading out the numbers, Murin Shan raised the note in her hand and said, it's my turn, treat them well and don't be careless. Lin Fan glanced at Murin Shan's figure and smiled and warned. Brother Lin Fan, don't worry. I will not be careless. Not only will I not be careless, but I will also win, Murin Shan smiled confidently. That's good, Lin Fan nodded slightly. I'll go, Murin Shan said without hesitation and walked up. Her opponent was a boy named Zhao Wenhu. His strength was at the peak of the early stage of the 4th level evolver. He was just a little bit away from being promoted to the middle stage of the 4th level evolver. However, the opponent did not know that she had the strength of the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, so it was naturally impossible for him to admit defeat directly like number 1 did when facing Lin Fan. Murin Shan, please teach me, Zhao Wenhu made a polite gesture to Murin Shan. When he was paying attention to Lin Fan before, he already knew the names of the people around Lin Fan, so naturally he also knew Murin Shan. Murin Shan smiled and responded with a gesture, please teach me. The moment the voice fell, Murin Shan did not hesitate, stepped on the ground, and rushed towards Zhao Wenhu with her whole body. Facing Murin Shan's attack, Zhao Wenhu naturally did not dare to be careless. He fixed his eyes on Murin Shan's figure. When Murin Shan approached the front of his body, he clenched his fists and launched a counter-attack against Murin Shan. Bang! Murin Shan and Zhao Wenhu's fists collided with each other, and a dull sound was heard immediately. Then, Zhao Wenhu's face changed drastically, and his whole body quickly retreated to the back, retreating several meters before stabilizing. When Zhao Wenhu's body stabilized, he looked at Murin Shan again and said incredulously, mid-level 4 evolver. As soon as Zhao Wenhu's words spread, a heated discussion immediately broke out in the field. What? Murin Shan actually has the strength of a mid-level 4th level evolver. Isn't this too scary? Yeah, she's already reached a mid-level 4th level evolver at such a young age? How can we live? Compared to Murin Shan, we are really scum. Her talent and growth potential are really too strong. Before, our focus was on Lin Fan, but we ignored her existence. Yes, at her age and strength, the talent and growth potential she shows are probably not worse than Lin Fan. Maybe it won't be long before she can surpass Lin Fan. Yes, this is very likely. After everyone knew Murin Shan's strength, they started a heated discussion. What they said was not without some truth. After all, Murin Shan is only 17 years old now. And she already has the strength of a mid-level 4th level evolver. Such talent and growth potential can indeed be said to be very terrifying. As long as Murin Shan doesn't encounter any accidents in the future growth process and grows normally, then Murin Shan's future prospects are indeed limitless. However, when these words fell into Murin Shan's ears, Murin Shan didn't agree with him. In her eyes, Lin Fan was the strongest person, and she herself felt that she would never have the chance to surpass Lin Fan. Of course, at this time, she was still fighting with Zhao Wenhu, and it was impossible for her to respond to other people's words. She looked at Zhao Wenhu, smiled slightly, and said, "You have just broken through to the middle stage of the 4th level evolver. I think your strength is not bad. We can continue to compete. No matter the outcome, at least we can improve our practical experience." She said so, but in fact, she was worried that if Zhao Wenhu knew her strength and admitted defeat, wouldn't there be no fight? If there was no fight, how could she play her strength well? Therefore, in order to prevent Zhao Wenhu from admitting defeat, she could only guide the topic to practical experience. She wanted Zhao Wenhu to know that even if he was not as strong as her, he should fight with her to improve his practical experience. It must be said that this time, Murin Shan really did the right thing. When Zhao Wenhu knew that Murin Shan had the strength of a mid-level 4th level evolver, he did have the urge to back out. If Murin Shan and he were both in the early stages of a 4th level evolver, he would have wanted to compete with Murin Shan to determine the winner, but Murin Shan was already a mid-level 4th level evolver, one level higher than him, and he did not think he had the strength to challenge her. However, before he could say the words of admitting defeat, Murin Shan added this sentence, which immediately made him give up the idea of admitting defeat. "My strength is only one step away from the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, and Murin Shan's strength has just been upgraded to the middle stage of the 4th level evolver. Even if I can't beat Murin Shan," as she said, "fighting with her can also improve my actual combat experience." Zhao Wenhu thought to himself, "Yes, I should continue to fight with her. If there is still a chance to defeat her, that would be the best result." Thinking of this, Zhao Wenhu looked at Murin Shan again, and said, "Come again." Hearing Zhao Wenhu say this, Murin Shan was very happy. Without any hesitation, she moved and rushed towards Zhao Wenhu again. Bang! Bang! There were constant dull sounds from the fight between Zhao Wenhu and Murin Shan. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhao Wenhu was completely suppressed by Murin Shan. In other words, from the beginning, Murin Shan had an absolute upper hand, and Zhao Wenhu had no chance of turning over. Xiao Shan really fooled others. Seeing this scene, Li Zihan couldn't help but laugh. Haha, yes, Lu Mingyan and others also laughed. They all knew Murangshan's routine, only Zhao Wenhu was fooled by it. After the fight between the two lasted for about 10 minutes, Murangshan's beautiful eyes focused, found the right opportunity, and a sly smile appeared on her pretty face. After avoiding Zhao Wenhu's attack, her delicate body flashed and came behind Zhao Wenhu. Chapter 592, Second Round of Competition. Murin Shan was very fast. When she appeared behind Zhao Wenhu was aware of it, but it was too late to turn around to resist or dodge. Bang! Murin Shan stretched out her palm without hesitation and slapped Zhao Wenhu on the back. A dull sound was heard immediately. Murin Shan did not use all her strength in this palm. After all, it was a competition between students, not a life and death battle. There was no need to use heavy hands to kill. However, under the power of this palm, Zhao Wenhu's body still flew forward, flew a distance of more than 10 meters, drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and then fell back to the ground, falling flat on his face. Fortunately, Zhao Wenhu is a 4th level evolver. The moment he landed, he stretched out his hands to support the ground, and did not let his face touch the ground directly. If it was directly in contact, such a large impact force hitting the ground would definitely cause extremely serious damage to the face. Zhao Wenhu stood up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, looked at Murin Shan and said, "You are very strong. I am not your opponent, I admit it," Murin Shan said politely. Chu Hongsun looked over and announced, "Murin Shan won and advanced to the next round. It's over so soon." Murin Shan's strength is really strong. Nonsense, that's the strength of a mid-level 4th level evolver. That's right, it's reasonable that Zhao Wenhu can't beat Murin Shan. If he can beat her, it would be strange. I hope I don't meet Murin Shan in the next round, otherwise I will lose to Murin Shan, everyone continued to discuss. After watching the battle just now, they all had a general understanding of Murin Shan's strength. Knowing that Murin Shan is not someone who is easy to provoke, one by one began to pray in their hearts that they would not meet Murin Shan. Of course, compared to meeting Murin Shan, they didn't want to meet Lin Fan even more. As for the voices of these discussions, Murin Shan didn't pay any attention to anything, turned around and walked back to Lin Fan and others. "You performed very well." Lin Fan's eyes fell on Murin Shan and he praised her out loud. He knew Murin Shan's character. Even if he didn't take the initiative to praise her, Murin Shan would ask him how he performed. Instead of waiting for Murin Shan to ask, he might as well take the initiative to ask. "Thank you, brother Lin Fan, for the compliment," Murin Shan replied sweetly. Lin Fan's recognition was still very important to her. Soon, the second batch of competitions ended. Chu Hongxun began to announce the numbers of the third batch of competitions. This time, it was Murinzu and Li Zihan's turn to appear. Their battle also attracted everyone's attention. Everyone also did not expect that Murinzu and Li Zihan also had the strength of the fourth-level mid-stage evolvers. Why are the people around Lin Fan so powerful? Yeah, Murinzu, Muranshan and Li Zihan all have the strength of the middle stage of the fourth-level evolver. I really don't know how they improved too fast. Their strengths have improved too fast. I wish I could improve so fast one day. Don't dream. If you can improve so fast, then my speed must be faster than yours. Damn, can't I just fantasize? Why do you have to expose me? After Murinzu and Li Zihan's strengths were revealed, everyone also sighed. They have begun to be curious about Mu Hongling's strength. In the fourth batch, it was Lu Mingyan who played, and he still won. In the sixth batch, it was Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen who won again. In the eighth batch, it was Mu Hongling's turn to play. What stage do you think Mu Hongling's strength is at now? It should be the middle stage of the fourth level evolver. I guess it's the late stage of the fourth level evolver, the late stage of the fourth level evolver. No way, how can this stage be so easy to reach? Think about it carefully. Murinzu, Muranshan and Li Zihan beside Lin Fan have all reached the middle stage of the fourth level evolver. In the previous training performance, the three of them were not as good as Mu Hongling. They all have the strength of the middle stage of the fourth level evolver. Isn't it normal for Mu Hongling to have the strength of the late stage of the fourth level evolver? This reasoning is correct, but I still think that the strength of the late stage of the fourth level evolver is not so easy to break through. Okay, don't argue. Won't we know Mu Hongling's strength soon? Everyone's eyes fell on Mu Hongling, and they were all very curious about Mu Hongling's strength. This time, Mu Hongling's opponent was a person with the strength of the middle stage of the fourth level evolver. Facing such an opponent, Mu Hongling naturally had no pressure. However, the opponent did not know what Mu Hongling's specific strength was. Please teach me, the other party said. Mu Hongling nodded slightly. Without saying anything more, she moved her body, rushed directly towards the other party, and launched a fierce attack. The battle between the two sides was about to break out, and the two fought fiercely. Bang! Bang! This fight, the other party knew the true strength of Mu Hongling. The other party looked at Mu Hongling in surprise, and his tone was full of surprise, saying, "The fourth-level evolutionist late stage. You really promoted to the fourth-level evolutionist late stage? Is it not possible?" In response to the other party's surprised words, Mu Hongling just responded with 4 words. Such a response really made the other party not know what to say. Damn it! What did I say? I said Mu Hongling has the strength of a late-stage fourth-level evolver. You didn't believe it? Do you believe it now? Nonsense. If you don't believe it now, doesn't that mean we are blind? It's really unexpected. I didn't expect Mu Hongling's strength to improve so quickly. Yeah, after all, it's not that easy to get promoted to a late-stage fourth-level evolver. Mu Hongling has the strength of a late-stage fourth-level evolver, so Lin Fan must also have the strength of a late-stage fourth-level evolver. Well, anyway, during the training, Lin Fan's performance was more outstanding than Mu Hongling's. We should be happy about this. The stronger Lin Fan and others are, the more they can represent our camp to win, and then we can get the reward from the leader. Yes, this is definitely a good thing for our camp. Everyone started discussing again. Although Lin Fan and Mu Hongling are very strong, if they face each other, they can only lose, but from the overall situation of both camps, they still have a big picture. Everyone knew that only if the strength of this camp was strong enough could it win against Fen Kang's camp. Otherwise, how could they have the chance to get the reward given by the leader? You have the strength of a late-stage fourth-level evolver. I am not your opponent. This competition does not need to continue. After the other party confirmed Mu Hongling's strength, he shook his head helplessly and said, I admit defeat. There was no way. With such a gap in strength, even if he tried his best, he could not defeat Mu Hongling. As for improving practical experience, there was no chance of that. Because, during the fight just now, he could feel that Mu Hongling's offensive was quite fierce, leaving him no chance to perform. Mu Hongling won and advanced to the next round. Chu Hongxun looked over and announced loudly. At the same time, Chu Hongxun felt a little sorry for the boy. With the strength of the boy in the middle stage of the fourth-level evolver, if nothing unexpected happened, He would definitely be able to advance to the end to represent their camp to fight against Fen Kang's camp. Unfortunately, the boy was unlucky and met an opponent like Mu Hongling in the draw, so he was destined to face elimination. Rules are rules and cannot be broken casually. Otherwise, what is the point of making rules? Mu Hongling didn't say much. After hearing Chu Hongsun's announcement, she turned around and walked back to Lin Fan and others. As soon as she walked back, Muran Shan asked with a smile, "Sister Hongling, do you feel that you have no combat experience?" "Fortunately, it's okay," Mu Hongling replied with a smile. "Oh, I don't want to meet you in the second round, otherwise I will also admit defeat," Muran Shan blinked playfully. Her strength is definitely very strong at the level of the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, but if she meets someone like Mu Hongling who is a late stage 4th level evolver, she has no chance of winning. After all, her ability is a sharpshooter, and she can only improve her strength when using a gun, not the ability of Lin Fan to control objects remotely. If she has the ability to control objects remotely, she will still have the strength to fight. "Don't worry, Xiao Shan, you are so lucky that you will definitely not meet me," Mu Hongling said with a smile. "I hope so," Mu Rongshan also responded with a smile. The first round of the competition finally ended after 4 hours of competition. The second round of the competition, a total of 50 people, also redrew the numbers from 1 to 50. When Lin Fan and others came back after drawing lots, Chu Hongsun glanced at them and said loudly, "The rules are not much different. Number 1 will fight number 50, number 2 will fight number 49, and number 3 will fight number 48." After announcing the 4th level evolvers, Chu Hongsun announced the 3rd level evolvers. The battles on both sides must be arranged at the same time, otherwise, it will take a lot of time. This time, Lin Fan took number 10, so he didn't have to go up so early. However, Mu Hongling took number 1. "Sister Hongling, it's your turn to go on stage first this time," Mu Rongshan smiled slightly. "Well, I'll go up first," Mu Hongling nodded, without delaying anything, and walked up. Mu Hongling's opponent was a person at the early stage of the 4th level of evolution. When he knew that this competition was between Mu Hongling and him, he instantly lost the desire to fight. "I admit defeat." In desperation, he had to admit defeat. Chapter 593, Advancement Without Competition. There is a huge gap in strength between the early stage of the 4th level evolution and the late stage of the 4th level evolution. Generally speaking, if one does not have the supernatural power like Lin Fan that allows people to challenge across levels, they cannot compete. This person is also a self-aware person. He knows that there is no chance to continue fighting with Mu Hongling. Instead of wasting time, it is better to take the initiative to admit defeat and save face. Hearing the voice of admitting defeat, Chu Hongsun was not surprised at all and announced, "Mu Hongling wins and advances to the next round." Mu Hongling nodded to the man and turned back to Lin Fan and others. "Your battle is really fast, it's over as soon as you go up," Wei Heguang said with a smile. "Yet, when can we be like you?" Zhang Fiwen followed. When the two of them went up to fight just now, although they defeated their opponents, they also won very hard, and it was not easy to win. Now they don't know how strong the opponents they will meet in this round are. If the opponents they meet in this round are strong, then they will also be eliminated in this round. There is no way. It is normal for the strength of the early stage of the 4th level evolution to not be able to make it to the end. After all, the person who was a mid-level 4th level evolver just now was eliminated due to bad luck. After Mu Hongling, Muran Zhu, Muran Shan, and Li Zihan appeared on the stage respectively. The opponents they met were all at the early stage of the 4th level evolver. In front of them, they could not be opponents at all, and they won quickly. Then, it was Lin Fan's turn to play. Lin Fan's opponent this time was still a person with the strength of the early stage of the 4th level evolver. When the opponent saw that Lin Fan was drawn, the passion in his heart was extinguished in an instant, and he felt that his luck was extremely bad. "Lin Fan, I give up." The moment Lin Fan came on the stage, the opponent opened his mouth to give up. When Mu Hongling showed the strength of the late stage of the 4th level evolver just now, everyone had some guesses about Lin Fan's strength, and believed that Lin Fan must have the strength of the late stage of the 4th level evolver. In the face of such strength, it is the wisest choice for him to give up. "Thank you," Lin Fan responded with a smile. The other party took the initiative to give up, which saved everyone time, and it was not too much to say thank you. Hearing Lin Fan being so polite, the other party felt much better. Chu Hongsun looked over and announced loudly, Lin Fan wins and advances to the third round. Lin Fan walked back to Murengzhu and others. Not long after, it was Lu Minggian's turn to play. Lu Minggian's opponent was still a person in the early stage of the fourth level evolver. As expected, Lu Minggian won. Finally, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen took the stage. The opponents they met this time were both at the peak of the early stage of the fourth level evolver, and were only one step away from the middle stage of the fourth level evolver. A fierce battle quickly unfolded between them. Lin Fan and others kept looking at them. After watching for a while, Murenshan frowned and said, "Brother Lin Fan, why do I feel that Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen have no advantage, as if they are suppressed?" "You are not mistaken. Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen are indeed at a disadvantage and have been suppressed by the opponent." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Ah. In that case, won't they be defeated?" Murenshan's pretty face showed a touch of surprise. "If there is no new turn of events, then they will indeed fail in this competition." Lin Fan nodded again. This, Murenshan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. No matter what, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen are both members of their team, and they naturally hope to see Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen make it to the end. There is nothing we can do about it. The opponent they met this time is the kind of person who may break through to the middle stage of the fourth level evolver at any time, and they haven't broken through to the middle stage of the fourth level evolver, so they have done their best to compete to this point. Lin Fan shook his head and said. Murenshan nodded obediently. She knew that what Lin Fan said was the truth. As expected, after 5 minutes, Wei Heguang was bullied by his opponent and was thrown out with a punch. After falling to the ground, he was completely subdued by his opponent. As soon as Wei Heguang was defeated, Zhang Fiwen was unable to continue to hold on and was also taken down by his opponent. Chu Hongxun announced the result of the competition. Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen looked at each other and walked back to Lin Fan and others together. "Sorry, we can't advance to the next round with you," Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen said somewhat disappointedly. They naturally wanted to enter the next round of the competition, but unfortunately their strength did not allow them to do so, so they were forced to withdraw. "It's okay, you have performed very well, but this time you didn't reach the level of a mid-level fourth level evolver, otherwise, advancement would be inevitable." Lin Fan looked at Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen and comforted them. "Although this competition is also quite important, it is just a test compared to your life. If you work hard to improve in the future, you will still have a chance to turn the tables again." "Yeah." Hearing Lin Fan's comfort, Wei Heguang and Zhang Fiwen nodded seriously. It must be said that Lin Fan's words did give them a lot of encouragement, and the two of them, who had become a little disappointed because of being eliminated, instantly became excited, thinking that they would also madly improve and catch up after the camp competition. After the second round of competition, 25 people from the fourth level evolvers advanced to the third round. Chu Hongxun glanced at the crowd and said loudly, "Take a break for 10 minutes first. After 10 minutes, come up and draw lots again." "Yes," everyone answered in unison. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. 25 people will start the third round of competition. It can't be one-on-one. One person will be separated. The person who is separated, that is, the person who draws number 13, will automatically advance to the fourth round, Chu Hongxun said. As soon as this was said, a heated discussion immediately broke out. "Damn. Number 13 advances to the fourth round without a competition. Isn't this too cool?" "Yes, it's really cool. Whoever draws number 13 will laugh like crazy. Of course, you can advance without a competition. This is purely based on luck. I wonder who will be so lucky to draw number 13, won't we know after they draw the lots?" Everyone started talking. They were all very curious about who would be the lucky one to draw number 13. "I hope I draw number 13, Murenshan said jokingly. "Then you can let God bless you." Lin Fan glanced at Murenshan and said with a smile. "God will definitely bless me." Murenshan patted her chest. "Okay, let's go up and draw lots." Lin Fan smiled. There are only 25 people now, so there is basically no need to wait in line. What's more, after Chu Hongxun's announcement just now, some people have already gone up to draw. Those who are so anxious to go up and draw are all those who want to draw number 13. Although the probability of such things is the same, they think that if they go up to draw later, if number 13 is drawn by others first, then they will have no chance. Therefore, they would rather go up and draw first. At least number 13 is still in the box, and they have a chance to draw it. Lin Fan, Murengzhu, Murenshan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, and Lu Mingying took turns to draw the slips. Murin Zhu, Murin Shan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling and Lu Mingying opened the slips and looked at them, and found that the number in their hands was not number 13. "Oh, God forgot to favor me this time," Murin Shan said. Haha. As soon as she said this, Murin Zhu and others couldn't help laughing. Then, she looked at Lin Fan and asked curiously, "Brother Lin Fan, what about you? What number are you?" Their papers had been opened, only Lin Fan's had not been opened yet. Naturally, they were more curious about the number Lin Fan had drawn. Murin Zhu and others' eyes were all focused on Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled slightly, and without further delay, he stretched out his hand to open the paper and took a look. Before Lin Fan read out the number, Murin Shan shouted in surprise, "Number 13. Brother Lin Fan, number 13 was actually drawn by you." Murin Shan's voice was not deliberately controlled, and it spread all at once, and everyone around heard it clearly. Fuck. Lin Fan got number 13. This is too unfair. Yeah, he's so strong, and he's so lucky. He can't beat him. He got number 13 and advanced directly. He's so lucky. No, think about it carefully. With Lin Fan's strength, he should be able to advance no matter who he meets, right? In this way, whoever is Lin Fan's opponent is the most unlucky. Lin Fan got number 13 and advanced directly to the next round. This seems to be the fairest result for the other students in this round. Yes, when you think about it, it's true. After all, Lin Fan is too strong, and it's a foregone conclusion that he will advance to the fourth round. Then the rest of the students should be thankful that Lin Fan got number 13. Otherwise, if they meet Lin Fan as their opponent, they will know that they will lose without even having to compete. After everyone knew that Lin Fan got number 13, they began to discuss it fiercely. At first, some people lamented that Lin Fan was too lucky, but soon they calmed down and thought about it, and believed that Lin Fan getting number 13 was the fairest result for the rest of the students. With Lin Fan's strength, other students would either give up or be defeated. It was equivalent to that Lin Fan's promotion was destined no matter what. Since Lin Fan was destined to advance, then advancing in this way would give other students a fairer chance. This was indeed the best result. Great, Lin Fan, you drew number 13. So we don't have to worry about meeting you, Lu Mingying said half-jokingly at this time. He naturally didn't want to meet Lin Fan as his opponent, because then he would also have no chance of advancing. Yet, what everyone said makes sense. Murin Shan also nodded obediently and said, "It's much better for number 13 to fall into your hands, Brother Lin Fan, than to fall into the hands of others." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, Four-Man Fight. Well, only if you fall into my hands, you can perform well in this third round of competition. Otherwise, there will always be one person who lacks the opportunity to perform well. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. His strength as a level 5 evolver is really overwhelming for others. No matter how well others can perform and play, they are not good enough in front of him. Therefore, Lin Fan also thinks that this result is the best, so as to avoid being really confronted by Murin Zhu and others as his opponent, and then Murin Zhu and others will be eliminated. Lin Fan, did you draw number 13? Chu Hongxun looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smile. Yes, instructor, I am lucky and drew number 13. Lin Fan nodded, picked up the note in his hand and shook it towards Chu Hongxun. Chu Hongxun saw the number on the note and said with a smile, since you drew number 13, according to the rules, you don't have to participate in this third round of competition, and you will automatically advance to the fourth round. You can just rest and watch the competition on the side. Okay, instructor, Lin Fan nodded again. The rest of the students are starting to come on stage one after another, Chu Hongxun said. Murin Zhu and Murin Shan looked at the numbers in their hands and walked out one after another. The opponents of the two sisters this time were still at the early stage of the fourth level evolvers, but the two opponents were at the peak of the early stage of the fourth level evolvers. After the competition began, as expected by Lin Fan, Murin Zhu and Murin Shan quickly gained the upper hand and suppressed the opponent. After 13 minutes, the two opponents were defeated by Murin Zhu and Murin Shan one after another. Murin Zhu won and advanced to the fourth round. Murin Shan won and advanced to the fourth round, Chu Hongxun announced loudly. Shan looked at Zhu with her beautiful eyes, made a yeah gesture to Zhu, and then walked back with Zhu. Then, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling and Lu Mingyun also went up to compete one after another. Mu Hongling won easily. Lu Mingyun also won after spending a lot of effort. In this way, Lin Fan, Zhu, Shan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling and Lu Mingyun all successfully advanced to the fourth round. The two camps had to select 10 people each for the competition. Lin Fan and his group took up 6 places, which was equivalent to 4 places short. Those 4 places will be decided in the fourth round of the competition. Of course, this is the ideal situation that Lin Fan and his group will not be eliminated. The other 4 places will be generated from the rest of the people. If someone from Lin Fan and his group is eliminated, the order will still change. The third round of the competition lasted for half an hour and ended completely. In addition to Lin Fan and his group, 7 people advanced to the fourth round, which means a total of 13 people advanced. All 13 of you come out. Chu Hongsun looked at Lin Fan and his group and said. Hearing this, Lin Fan and his group did not hesitate, and walked forward and came to Chu Hongsun. Only 10 people can participate in the competition with Instructor Feng's camp, which means that 3 of you 13 will be eliminated, Chu Hongsun pondered. As Chu Hongsun finished speaking, the surroundings began to get busy again. I wonder which 3 people will be eliminated, yet. It's really a bit difficult to decide. Anyway, people with the strength of the 4th level mid-stage evolvers and the 4th level late-stage evolvers will definitely advance, right? Lin Fan and the other 6 plus the other 3 people with the strength of the 4th level mid-stage evolvers. There are already 9 people, which means that only one person with the strength of the 4th level early stage evolvers can advance to the 4th round. It's a pity that a person with the strength of the 4th level mid-stage evolvers was eliminated before, otherwise, there would be no suspense in the list of advancers. Yes, that person's luck is really bad, otherwise with his strength, he would definitely be able to participate in the camp competition. Forget it, it's all in the past, let's not talk about it anymore and open up scars. Everyone started to discuss. In their opinion, the remaining one of the 10 places would be among the 4 people with the strength of the 4th level early stage evolvers. Chu Hongsun ignored these discussions and looked at the 4 people with the strength of the 4th level early stage evolvers. The situation is now very clear. Only the 4 of you are at the early stage of the 4th level evolver. First of all, I want to ask, if you 4 are allowed to compete and decide one person to participate in the competition between the 2 camps, do you agree? If you disagree, then arrange for you to compete with them. If you can beat them, you will undoubtedly advance. Chu Hongsun took a deep breath and said slowly. There are only 10 people. If 13 people are allowed to compete one-on-one, the number of people selected will not be enough for 13. And if these 4 people with the strength of the initial stage of the 4th level evolver compete and decide one person, that would be the best result. Hearing this, the 4 people looked at each other and nodded. Agree, the 4 people answered in unison. The 4 of them knew their own strengths. If they fought each other, at least one of them would have a chance to advance, but if they were allowed to fight with Lin Fan and others, they didn't think they had any chance of winning. At that time, there would be only one situation, and the 4 of them would be eliminated together. So, after hearing what Chu Hongsun said, they all agreed without hesitation. Okay, since you all agreed to my plan, the 4 of you will compete in the 4th round, Chu Hongsun said, looking at Lin Fan and the other 9, and added, the 9 of you continue to rest on the side. Yes, Lin Fan and the other 9 nodded in response and retreated to the side to rest. Great, we are equivalent to advancing directly, Shan said happily. Although she likes competitions and fighting, at this time, the number of people is getting smaller and smaller. If they continue to compete, they may meet each other. The arrangement given by Chu Hongsun allowed them to perfectly avoid this possibility, which is naturally a very good result for them. Now let's see which of the 4 of them can win, Zhu said. Chu Hongsun wasted no time and announced, I won't let you fight 2 by 2. You 4 will fight together. Whoever stands at the end will advance. Wow. It's very interesting to let the 4 of them fight in a melee. Yeah, I haven't seen a melee before. Hey, who do you think will win in the end? It's hard to say. The 4 of them should be only one step away from the middle stage of the 4th level evolver. It's hard to judge who is stronger without fighting to the end. Yes, and there are some uncertainties in such a melee. It's possible that it's not the one with the strongest individual strength who will advance. Well, that's right. We'll know after we watch it. When everyone heard Chu Hongsun let the 4 people fight in a melee, they couldn't help but express different opinions on this plan, and most of them speculated on who among the 4 would win in the end. The 4 people obviously didn't expect to let them fight in a melee, but now that things have come to this point, whether they expected it or not, they must accept this arrangement. Chu Hongsun asked the students around them to step back and make a relatively spacious fighting area for the 4 of them. Are you all ready? Chu Hongsun asked them again. We are ready, the 4 answered in unison. Okay, since you are ready, I declare that the competition will begin. Chu Hongsun waved his hand. As Chu Hongsun finished speaking, the 4 of them instantly entered the fighting state. Bang! Bang! Although the 4 of them were allowed to fight in a melee, when they started, they each locked onto an opponent and continued to attack. Brother Lin Fan, who do you think will advance among the 4 of them? After watching for a while, Lin Fan looked at Lin Fan curiously and asked. In such matters, she always believed in Lin Fan's vision and felt that Lin Fan could judge more accurately. Maybe Zhao Wensong will get the chance to advance. Lin Fan thought for a while and answered. These 4 people are all at the early stage of the 4th level evolver. The data they check with a ring are the same, with no subtle differences. But Lin Fan can see that Zhao Wensong's actual combat experience seems to be a little richer than the other 3. Zhao Wensong? He seems to be the brother of Zhao Wenhu, right? Lin Fan asked. Yes, they are 2 brothers, Lin Fan nodded. He knew a little about many students. After Lin Fan said so, Lin Fan and others were naturally more looking forward to the result of this competition. They also wanted to see whether Lin Fan's judgment was correct or not. Time passed slowly, and the battle between Zhao Wensong and the other 4 quickly entered a white-hot stage. After another 10 minutes, the result of this melee finally appeared. As expected by Lin Fan, the final winner was Zhao Wensong, who knocked down the other 3. Brother Lin Fan, you are really accurate. It turned out that Zhao Wensong won. Lin Fan couldn't help but say. Murin Zhu, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyin, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen also admired Lin Fan's eyesight very much. If they were to observe and judge like that, they really couldn't see that Zhao Wensong could win, but Lin Fan could see it. This is enough to show that Lin Fan's eyesight is much better than theirs. Lin Fan smiled and said, moreover, he not only won, but it seems that at this moment of victory, his strength is about to break through. Lin Fan found that Zhao Wensong's aura was gradually getting stronger, which was clearly a sign of a breakthrough. It must be said that Zhao Wensong did get an opportunity in this battle, and his aura continued to rise, and he made a breakthrough, successfully advancing from the early stage of the 4th level evolver to the middle stage of the 4th level evolver. Chapter 595, 10 Competitions. Many people also noticed the change in Zhao Wensong's aura, locked their eyes on Zhao Wensong, and whispered. Why do I feel that Zhao Wensong's aura has suddenly become stronger? I guess his strength has broken through. Breakthrough so soon. That's too good of a luck. Breakthrough is good. After all, the next step is the real competition between the 2 camps. The stronger the people we select here, the more chances they have to win the instructor Feng's camp. Yes, that's the truth. After noticing the change in Zhao Wensong's aura, everyone was happy for Zhao Wensong. Chu Hongsun's eyes also fell on Zhao Wensong. He narrowed his eyes slightly and saw that Zhao Wensong's strength had made a breakthrough. After all, the change in Zhao Wensong's aura happened in such a moment, and he, as a level 5 evolver, could naturally sense it. Zhao Wensong won, Chu Hongsun said with a smile. At the same time, congratulations on your breakthrough in strength and entering the middle level of the 4th level evolver. This is also a good thing for the people who were selected here. It was really not good enough to participate in the final competition with the strength of the early stage of the 4th level evolver. If you went, he would only lose. Now that Zhao Wensong has broken through to the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, his strength will be greatly improved. In this way, he will have a better chance of performing well in the competition with the students of Fen Kang's camp. Thank you, Instructor Chu. Zhao Wensong thanked him respectfully. Okay, you guys take a rest here first. I'll report the situation to the commander, Chu Hongsun said, then turned and walked towards the high platform, and quickly came to Dong Xian's hall. Brother Dong, the students on my side have been selected, Chu Hongsun said. Well, Kang is still in the selection process, and the results are expected to be out soon. You just wait here. Dong Xian's hero glanced at Chu Hongsun and said. Okay, Chu Hongsun nodded. The final competition can only be carried out after the students in both camps have been selected. Now it cannot be carried out after only his side has been selected. Not long after, Feng Kang's camp was also selected. Like Chu Hongsun, Feng Kang quickly came to Dong Xian's Huo. Brother Dong, the 10 students in my camp have been selected. Feng Kang looked at Dong Xian's Huo and reported. Okay, Dong Xian's Huo nodded slightly, then glanced at the sky and said, it's getting late today. These students have been competing for a day and are probably a little tired. Let's leave the finals for tomorrow. Tomorrow, Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang were both stunned. From the students' perspective, they really need to rest after a day of competition. The best result is to compete the next day. But if you consider it from Dong Xian's perspective, there are so many things to deal with every day. If they compete tomorrow, it means that tomorrow will be delayed for another day. Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang did not expect Dong Xian's to make such a decision. Yes, let them have a good rest for a night and compete in the best condition tomorrow morning, so there will be no regrets. Dong Xian's smiled and said, tomorrow morning, I will come to watch the competition. Yes, Dong Xian's insisted so much, Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang naturally would not object to anything. The two looked at each other and nodded in answer at the same time. Okay, I'll go back first. You just go and inform the students, Dong Xian's said. Without further delay, he stood up and walked out. The students couldn't help but get curious when they saw this scene. Huh? Why did the chief leave? Isn't he going to continue watching the competition? Yes, the final competition is about to start. Why is the chief leaving now? It should be that there was something important that delayed him. Otherwise, the chief would definitely watch the competition to the end. I don't know. This is not something we can guess. Dong Xian's departure undoubtedly set off a heated discussion among the students. Lin Fan also noticed this scene. He frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything at this time. Being in a position like Dong Xian's, it was very reasonable for him to have something to deal with temporarily. After Dong Xian's completely left the square, Chu Hongsun and Feng Kang retracted their gazes. Old Feng, let's go and inform the students, let them have a good rest for the night, and compete again tomorrow morning? Chu Hongsun looked at Feng Kang and said. Okay, Feng Kang nodded. The two of them didn't waste time and went back to the students. Chu Hongsun quickly came to Lin Fan and others, glanced at them, and said, just now the leader said that it's getting late today, and you have been competing for a day, so I decided to let you take a good rest and wait until tomorrow morning for the final competition. So that's what happened. Now everyone reacted. They thought Dong Xian's had something urgent to deal with and stopped watching. Now they understand that Dong Xian's saw that they were too tired after competing for a day, so he asked them to take a good rest. Okay, everyone go back and have a good rest and adjust. Tomorrow's competition is very important, and you must stay in peak condition. Chu Hongsun smiled and stopped. After saying that, he did not stay and turned around and left the square first. After Chu Hongsun left, the other students also left. Just when Lin Fan and others were about to leave, Qin Changquan came over again and came to Lin Fan. I thought I could teach you a lesson today, but I didn't expect the chief to give you a night's rest. You're lucky, Qin Changquan said arrogantly. In the competition between their camps today, he was the center of attention and found absolute confidence. In his opinion, he couldn't wait to see Lin Fan being beaten down. Who would have thought that the chief would suddenly make such a decision? However, this was the chief's decision, and they couldn't change it. They could only choose to obey. It was only one night, and it passed quickly. Let Lin Fan be arrogant for another night. I find you really boring. Lin Fan looked at Qin Changquan helplessly and said, it's best if your performance tomorrow can match what you said, otherwise it's really embarrassing. At first, Lin Fan thought Qin Changquan was a good guy, but the next two contacts made him feel that Qin Changquan was like a nouveau riche. Such a person, apart from his current strength, can be said to have no great development prospects. Because Qin Changquan has no inner qualities and doesn't know how to hide his thoughts. People who don't know how to hide their thoughts will sooner or later make a lot of enemies when they go out. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. With so many enemies, how can we live in peace? You will know how powerful we are tomorrow, Qin Changquan said confidently. The victory of this competition between the two camps will definitely belong to us, and you will only be defeated. Okay, I'll wait. Lin Fan was too lazy to talk to such a person. If he wanted to be arrogant, let him continue to be arrogant. Anyway, It would only take one night, and he would know what reality is tomorrow. Qin Shangquang saw that he could not arouse Lin Fan's anger, and he felt that it was not very meaningful. He snorted coldly and turned away. Brother Lin Fan, this guy really deserves a beating. It's better not to let me meet him tomorrow. If I meet him, I will beat him up so hard that his mother won't recognize him. Murenshan looked at Qin Shangquang's back and waved her little fist angrily. Murenzu and others also nodded slightly. They also felt that Qin Shangquang's behavior was really too much. Such people should be beaten severely, otherwise they will not remember. We still can't be careless. This guy should have the strength of a mid-level 4 evolver, otherwise he wouldn't be so blindly arrogant, Lin Fan said with a smile. If he has the strength of a mid-level 4 evolver, then Li Keishu should have the strength of a late-level 4 evolver, Mu Honglin guessed. About the same, Lin Fan nodded and said, in short, the final victory will definitely be ours, but we still have to take it seriously when we fight them. No matter how strong the opponent is, we can't be careless. Lin Fan said that the final victory is theirs, naturally because of his existence. His strength as a level 5 evolver is here. Li Keishu and Qin Shangquang and others are not his opponents even if they risk their lives. Don't worry, Brother Lin Fan, we will definitely not be careless. Murenshan nodded obediently. That's good. Lin Fan smiled slightly. It's getting late now, let's go back and have a good rest, adjust our state, and welcome tomorrow's competition. Yeah, Murenzu and others naturally had no objection to Lin Fan's words, and nodded in response. Then, they did not waste any more time and walked back to the accommodation area, each returning to their room to rest. The next morning, Lin Fan and the others got up early, and after they met up, they walked towards the square. The other students also came here, and they were all looking forward to today's competition. After all, today's competition is the key to deciding which side of the two camps will win. Once the decision is made, the winner will get the reward from the leader. For them, this is a matter of interest, how could they not care? Dong Xianzhou, Chu Hongxun and Fen King also came to the podium. Dong Xianzhou swept his eyes over the many students and said, today is the last competition. As I said before, I hope you all perform well and show your strongest strength. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Dong Xianzhou turned around and walked back to the chair on the podium and sat down. Chu Hongxun glanced at Fen Kang, and Fen Kang stepped forward and said, today's competition will let you come to the podium for a one-on-one challenge. Both sides will decide who will appear. Instructor, are you letting us decide for ourselves? A student asked. Yes, let you decide for yourselves. Fen Kang nodded and said, in the 10 competitions, whichever side wins more will win the competition between the two camps. Do you understand? Yes, everyone answered again. Okay, since you understand, let's start. Fen Kang waved his hand and said, select the students who will compete against each other in the first round. Chapter 596 2-3. In the first round, let me play. Zhao Wensong was the first to step forward. He evaluated himself and found that his strength was the worst compared to Lin Fan and others, so he thought he should be the first to step out, instead of waiting to deal with the students in Fen Kang's camp later. This was indeed the case. In any case, Zhao Wensong's strength had only broken through to the middle stage of the 4th level evolver last night, and was indeed slightly inferior to the other 9 people here. Okay, Lin Fan glanced at Zhao Wensong and nodded. Zhao Wensong's courage to step out first was something worth affirming. Seeing Lin Fan nod, Zhao Wensong stepped out and walked up to the high platform. Who is this person? Li Keishu's eyes fell on Zhao Wensong and frowned slightly. He didn't seem to have any impression of Zhao Wensong before. Of course, he had handed over the intelligence information to Qin Shangquang. Hearing Li Keishu's question, Qin Shangquang quickly replied, Brother Keishu, I know this person. His name is Zhao Wensong. His strength is at the early stage of the 4th level evolver. He should be only one step away from the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, the early stage of the 4th level evolver. Li Keishu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, in that case, let's send the early stage of the 4th level evolver to fight. Okay, Brother Keishu. Qin Shangquang nodded, then looked at one person and said, you will fight in this match. Yes, the man answered very straightforwardly. Everyone knew that the current competition was related to the victory or defeat between the two camps, and it was the wisest decision to follow the arrangement. Chu Hongxun saw Zhao Wensong and the man on the high platform, and he couldn't help but wave his hand and said, begin the competition, please. Zhao Wensong said politely and made a gesture of invitation to the other party. Please, the other party also responded, and then without any delay, he strode out and rushed towards Zhao Wensong. At the same time, the other party clenched his fist and hit hard. Before fighting with the opponent, Zhao Wensong didn't know what the opponent's strength was. Seeing the opponent's fist attacking, he didn't dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and clenched his fist to collide with the opponent. Bang! The moment the two fists collided, a dull sound was heard immediately. Then, the man's face changed drastically, and his whole body kept retreating backwards. You, the man looked at Zhao Wensong with wide eyes and said in surprise, you are not at the initial stage of the 4th level of evolution. You said this very strangely. When did I tell you that my strength was at the initial stage of the 4th level of evolution? Zhao Wensong looked at the other party with a strange face. He didn't know the other party, and naturally he wouldn't have any communication with the other party before, so how could he have the opportunity to talk about strength? What? He is not at the initial stage of the 4th level of evolution. Under the high platform, Qin Changquang's face suddenly changed. He clearly knew that Zhao Wensong's strength was at the initial stage of the 4th level of evolution. How could it change? This information was provided by him. If Zhao Wensong was not at the initial stage of the 4th level of evolution, they would have arranged someone else to deal with him, instead of someone at the initial stage of the 4th level of evolution. Such a mistake would almost lead to their failure in this competition. Thinking of this, Qin Changquang secretly looked at Li Keishu, and indeed saw that Li Keishu's face had darkened. Brother Keishu, this, Qin Changquang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said with apology, I'm really sorry, this guy's strength must have just broken through, otherwise he must be at the initial stage of the 4th level of evolution. Qin Changquang is actually very afraid of Li Keishu now. After all, he follows Li Keishu. If he makes Li Keishu unhappy, he will not have a good result. What's more, in his eyes, Li Keishu will definitely win the first place in this student competition, and then Li Keishu will get special attention from the leader. How dare he offend such a person? Naturally, he should keep trying to please him. Li Keishu believed that Qin Changquang would not dare to deceive him with such a thing. He was just angry that Zhao Wensong's strength had made it break through. In this way, they were basically sure to lose in this first match. It's okay. It's normal for this information to change. Li Keishu glanced at Qin Changquang and shook his head. Thank you, Brother Keishu, for understanding. Qin Changquang breathed a sigh of relief. Since Li Keishu said so, it meant that she was not angry with him. Li Keishu and Qin Changquang continued to look at the platform. Zhao Wensong's eyes fell on the other party, his mouth raised, his feet stomped hard on the ground, and his body rushed forward quickly. He didn't intend to give the other party too much breathing space, and he wanted to defeat the other party in one go. In any case, he was the first person to appear on their side. If he lost the first appearance, it would be a shame. It happened that the other party sent a person in the early stage of the 4th level evolver to play, giving him a chance to win. How could he not seize this opportunity? Facing Zhao Wensong's fierce counterattack, the opponent gritted his teeth and insisted on fighting back no matter whether he could win or not. He couldn't just give up at this time, could he? Bang! Bang! The two continued to fight fiercely, and the dull sound continued to spread, and the students watching were also very satisfied. Not long after, Zhao Wensong found an opportunity as expected, and punched the opponent's chest, knocking the opponent directly under the high platform. The opponent stood up in embarrassment, and there was a trace of blood slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth. I lost, the other party said. Have a good rest. Feng Kang looked at him and said comfortingly. The other party nodded, turned around and walked back to the students. In the first game, Zhao Wensong won, Feng Kang announced immediately. Hearing Feng Kang's announcement, Zhao Wensong bowed to Dong Xianzhe, Chu Hongxun and Feng Kang, and then turned around and walked back to the students. Wensong, well done. Many students gave Zhao Wensong a thumbs up. He was the first person to play and won his first victory, which was a morale boost for this team. Now, both of you arrange the second person to compete, Chu Hongxun said. Lin Fan, I'll go for this match, said another student. Okay, Lin Fan nodded. On Li Keishu's side, Qin Changquang rearranged the personnel based on the information he learned. The second match was soon launched, and Li Keishu's team won. After 2 matches, the score was tied at 1-1. In the third match, Li Keishu's team continued to win. The score became 1-2, and Li Keishu's team had a slight advantage. In the fourth match, Li Keishu's team still won. The score became 1-3, and Li Keishu's team was ahead by 2 rounds. In this way, it was equivalent to Lin Fan and others losing 3 games in a row, and everyone's morale was also hit to a certain extent. We have lost 3 games in a row. Will we continue to lose? If we lose 6 of the 10 games, the outcome of the camp competition will be determined. Yes, we have already lost 3 games. If we lose 3 more, we will be gone. Don't worry, we have to trust Lin Fan and the others. Yes, it's just 3 games. What's there to worry about? Didn't you see that Lin Fan and the others are still very calm? Come on. Come on. Come on. On Zhu Hongxun's side, many students began to secretly cheer for Lin Fan and the others. I'll play in the 5th game, Lu Mingying stood up and said. Okay, don't be too stressed, just do your best. Lin Fan reached out and patted Lu Mingying on the shoulder. After losing 3 games in a row, he was afraid that Lu Mingying would be under a lot of pressure if he played now, so he couldn't help but comfort him. Yet, Lu Mingying nodded heavily. Brother Chu Shui, that guy is called Lu Mingying, and he is 100% a mid-level 4th level evolver, Qin Shangquang said. Then let Xiaolin deal with him, Li Keishu arranged. Okay, brother Keishu, leave it to me. The man called Xiaolin nodded, stepped out, and walked up to the platform. Lu Mingying's eyes met with Xiaolin's, and both of them had a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. Begin, Chu Hongxun announced. As Chu Hongxun's voice fell, Lu Mingying and Xiaolin did not hesitate, and rushed towards each other together and started fighting fiercely. The 2 middle-level 4th level evolvers fought with all their strength, and the scene looked quite spectacular. Bang! Bang! This kind of punch-to-flesh feeling made many people excited, and they could also learn a lot of experience from such a battle. However, this is not the point. The point is that they soon found that Lu Mingying's strength seemed to be stronger than that of Xiaolin, and Xiaolin was suppressed by Lu Mingying after a while. After about 15 minutes, Xiaolin had completely fallen into a disadvantage. Lu Mingying found the opportunity and knocked Xiaolin off the platform with 1 punch. Lu Mingying wins, Feng Kang announced. Xiaolin walked back to Li Keishu and others with his head down, and said awkwardly, Brother Keishu, I'm sorry, I can't beat him, don't blame you, I've seen his strength, he is indeed stronger than you, even if you try your best, you are not his opponent, have a good rest, Li Keishu said. He has been watching the fight between Lu Mingying and Xiaolin, and can clearly feel that Lu Mingying is stronger than Xiaolin. It is indeed not Xiaolin's fault for losing this competition. It can only be said that Lu Mingying suppressed Xiaolin. Lu Mingying did not delay on the high platform, turned around and walked down, and returned to Lin Fan and others. Lu Mingying, you did a good job, Muran Shan said with a smile. Lu Mingying smiled, and he was also quite satisfied with his performance just now. After the 5th competition, the score between the 2 sides became 2-3. Brother Lin Fan. Let me go to the 6th game, Muran Shan said. You're going? Lin Fan glanced at Muran Shan and said, aren't you going to wait and deal with that guy Qin Shangquang? Chapter 597 4-4. Every time Qin Shangquang came to pick a fight, Muran Shan was the most angry one, and every time she said she wanted to deal with Qin Shangquang and beat him to pulp. Therefore, in Lin Fan's opinion, Muran Shan should wait for Qin Shangquang to make a move before going on the court to deal with Qin Shangquang. Unexpectedly, Muran Shan wanted to go on the court now. After all, judging from the current situation, Qin Shangquang would not go on the court so early. For the sake of the collective victory, I will not wait to deal with that guy, let Sister Hongling deal with it when the time comes, Muran Shan said righteously. Although Muran Shan is not afraid of Qin Shangquang, to some extent, she is not 100% sure that she can defeat Qin Shangquang. Since there is number 100% certainty of defeating Qin Shangquang, don't waste such an opportunity. After all, there will be plenty of time to beat Qin Shangquang later, and there is no need to rush now. But now the primary concern should be the victory of the 2 camps. Only by winning can you get the reward from the leader. Therefore, Muran Shan decided to give up the opportunity to deal with Qin Shangquang, for example, to let Mu Hongling deal with it. Mu Hongling has the strength of a late-stage 4th level evolver. If she wants to defeat Qin Shangquang, it is absolutely a sure thing. Well, it's a good thing that you can think so, Lin Fan smiled and nodded. From the data, he saw that Muran Shan and Qin Shangquang were the same, there was no difference. Even if Murin Shan had superpowers, guns were not allowed to be used in such a battle, so superpowers had no additional amplification effect. Therefore, if Murin Shan and Qin Chang Kuang really fought, it would be difficult to judge who would win or lose. Then I'll go up first, Murin Shan said. Well, be careful, Lin Fan warned. Murin Shan nodded obediently, without any further delay, and walked up to the high platform. Li Keishu and Qin Chang Kuang saw that Lin Fan sent Murin Shan, and a touch of surprise flashed across their eyes. They didn't expect Murin Shan to appear at this time. Brother Keishu, this Murin Shan's strength is in the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, Qin Chang Kuang said. Yet, Li Keishu nodded, then glanced over and landed on a young man, saying, Josiah Au, you go deal with her, okay, Brother Keishu. Josiah Au also nodded, and after saying that, he walked up to the high platform. Chu Hongxun saw that Murin Shan and Josiah Au were ready, waved his hand, and announced, the competition begins. Murin Shan didn't say a word of nonsense. She stepped lightly on the ground with her toes, and rushed towards Josiah Au, clenched her jade hands, and launched an attack. Facing Murin Shan's attack, Josiah Au naturally didn't dare to be careless. His eyes flashed, and he first took 2 steps back to avoid Murin Shan's fierce attack. Murin Shan took advantage of the victory and continued to attack Josiah Au. Bang! Bang! Josiah Au didn't dodge anymore, and he couldn't dodge, and began to fight with Murin Shan. The dull sound continued to spread, and Josiah Au's body continued to retreat to the back. There was no way. Murin Shan's attack was indeed very fierce. Murin Shan had no intention of wasting time from the beginning, and just wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. Xiao Shan's attack is so fierce. Li Zihan saw Murin Shan's performance in the audience and couldn't help but say, there's nothing wrong with this, a quick battle and a quick decision, and not a long delay. Lin Fan smiled. I'm afraid that the opponent can always dodge and resist, so that Xiao Shan's physical strength will be consumed faster, and then the opponent will be able to take advantage in turn, Li Zihan said. It's possible for others, but for Josiah Au, there is no such opportunity, Lin Fan said with a smile. His eyes are more vicious, and he can see more clearly when watching these competitions. From the degree of Murin Shan and Josiah Au's current fight, he can see that Josiah Au is not Murin Shan's opponent. It's just a matter of time for Murin Shan to defeat Josiah Au. The fact was just as Lin Fan thought. Josiah Au's face became more and more ugly under Murin Shan's wave after wave of attacks. Although he wanted to fight back, Murin Shan's attack was too fierce and did not give him any chance to fight back. He could only dodge and resist. Bang! 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 Murin Shan became more and more courageous, using her hands and feet to continuously attack Josiah Au. After Josiah Au resisted many times, he finally made a mistake. Murin Shan seized the opportunity quickly, approached, appeared on the side of Josiah Au's body, raised her foot, and kicked Josiah Au hard on the side. Bang! Josiah Au did not have time to avoid Murin Shan's kick, and was kicked hard. Under the force of this kick, Josiah Au's body flew sideways and flew directly under the high platform, falling flat on his face. Josiah Au got up from the ground in a mess, and quickly covered the place where he was kicked on the side with his palm, looking painful. Obviously, Murin Shan's kick just now had caused him a lot of damage. Murin Shan won. Chu Hongxun looked at Josiah Au, then looked at Murin Shan and announced. Josiah Au had been beaten down to the bottom of the platform, so the winner was obviously obvious. Josiah Au walked back to Li Keishu in a panic and whispered, Brother Keishu, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not your opponent, it's okay. Winning and losing are normal, Li Keishu said. Well, I will continue to work hard, Josiah Au replied. On the platform, after Murin Shan won, she looked at Li Keishu and Qin Chang Kuang, raised her chin slightly and snorted coldly, then turned down the platform and returned to Lin Fan and others. Not bad, Lin Fan praised with a smile. Murin Zhu and others also praised her a few words, and Murin Shan was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. With Murin Shan's victory, the score became 3-3 after 6 rounds. I'll go to the 7th game, Li Zihan said. Okay, Lin Fan glanced at Li Zihan and nodded. Murin Zhu, Murin Shan and Li Zihan, the strength of the 3 of them is actually not much different. It's nothing more than seeing whether the people sent by the other party are strong or not. Li Zihan walked onto the high platform, and Li Keishu also quickly decided who would appear. The competition on the high platform started immediately, and Li Zihan and the opponent continued to fight fiercely. However, what people didn't expect was that Li Zihan made a small mistake in the middle of the game and was defeated by the opponent. Although Chu Hongsun felt a little regretful about this failure, he certainly wouldn't show it on the surface, and announced the victory and defeat normally. Li Zihan walked back to Lin Fan and others with regret on her pretty face. She didn't say anything, and anyone could see that she was very dissatisfied with her performance just now. Zihan, it's okay, it's just a mistake, just pay attention next time, Lin Fan comforted. Yes, Sister Zihan, the score is only 3-4 now, and we haven't lost the competition. You don't have to take it too seriously, Muranshan followed to comfort. Muranzu also said, Zihan, we will win the competition, don't worry. Mu Hongling and Lu Mingyun also comforted him. Hearing everyone's comfort, Li Zihan felt better. I'll go to the 8th game. Muranzu's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and she said slowly. Okay, Lin Fan nodded. Muranzu walked up to the high platform. Brother Chu Shui, this is Muranzu, you should know her. Qin Changquang glanced at Muranzu, then turned his head to look at Li Chu Shui and said. Now there are only 3 of us who haven't played yet, let him go, Li Chu Shui said. Yes, Qin Changquang nodded and arranged for another one of the 3 of them to go up. That person is also the strength of the middle stage of the 4th level evolver, and it is estimated that he is not far from the late stage of the 4th level evolver. The competition begins. Chu Hongsun saw that both sides were ready and announced immediately. Muranzu and her opponent didn't say much, and they fought directly. Muranzu's tactics were the same as Muranshan's, both launched a fierce attack, ready to end the competition quickly. Brother Lin Fan, my sister's opponent this time seems to be a bit difficult. Muranshan looked at the battle on the high platform and frowned and said, my sister should be able to defeat the opponent, right? Don't worry, I have some confidence in your sister. Although the opponent's strength is not bad, overall, your sister still has the advantage. It's just that it may take a little more time to defeat the opponent, and it won't be as fast as your competition, Lin Fan said with a smile. In the battle between Muranzu and the opponent, ordinary people really can't see the specific difference, but Lin Fan can see that Muranzu still has some advantages. If this state continues, as long as there is no accident in the middle, Muranzu will definitely win. Hearing Lin Fan say this, Muranshan naturally felt relieved. She believed that Lin Fan would definitely not be wrong. Facts have proved that Lin Fan was indeed not wrong. The battle between the 2 sides lasted for 20 minutes. Muranshan's advantage became more and more obvious, and the opponent was gradually suppressed. Li Keishu and Qin Changquang watched the competition on the high platform. Qin Changquang frowned and said, Brother Keishu, it looks like the situation is not favorable for us, he is no match for Muranzu. Muranzu will win soon. Li Keishu's eyesight was also good. He could see that the people on their side were about to be defeated by Muranzu. Li Keishu's words made Qin Changquang frown even deeper. He said, if we lose this game, the score will be 4-4, what? Don't you have confidence in winning? Li Keishu tilted her head and glanced at Qin Changquang. No, Qin Changquang shook his head quickly and said, I never doubted our victory. I just wanted to win more easily. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It doesn't matter whether it's easy or not. The important thing is to win. Li Keishu's eyes condensed slightly. He focused on the final result. He always felt that the process was not important. Brother Keishu is right, Qin Changquang nodded. Their biggest goal was to get the reward from the leader. It was enough to get the reward. While Li Keishu and Qin Changquang were talking, the result of the competition on the platform had already appeared. Bang! Muranzu found the right opportunity, and while the opponent had not reacted, she appeared behind him and quickly punched him on the back, knocking him out. The opponent rushed to the edge of the platform and tried hard to control his body to stabilize and not fall off the platform. Unfortunately, the power of Muranzu's punch was not small, and even if he didn't want to go down, he couldn't change the result of going down. Seeing the opponent fall off the platform, Chu Hongsun smiled with satisfaction in his heart, and said to himself, it's a tie of 4-4, and this time the victory is inevitable. Chu Hongsun was full of absolute confidence in Lin Fan and Mu Hongling, who had not yet appeared. Especially Lin Fan, with the strength of a level 5 evolver and the ability to control objects through the air, even he was not sure that he could beat Lin Fan, let alone people like Li Keishu and Qin Changquang, who were still at the level 4 evolver stage. With Lin Fan in charge, it meant that Li Keqiu could not make any waves at all. However, no matter what he thought in his heart, he still had to go through the current procedures as usual. Suppressing his emotions, Chu Hongxun announced loudly, "Murenzhu won." Murenzhu bowed slightly to Dong Xianzhou and the other two on the high platform, and then turned around and walked down without delay. "Sister, great," Murenzhan praised Murenzhu when she saw her coming back. Murenzhu smiled slightly and said, "Not bad." Chapter 598, Beat Qin Shangquang. After Murenzhu won, the atmosphere in the field became lively. Now the two sides are 4-4. I didn't expect it to be so intense. Yes, the final result depends on Lin Fan, Mu Hongling, Li Keqiu, and Qin Shangquang. This is a more interesting competition. If the winner is decided in the first 8 games, the interest will be reduced by half. Yes, I also think that this will make the competition itself more exciting. I really want to know the final result immediately. Everyone started to discuss. In the 9th game, who will play? Chu Hongxun glanced at Lin Fan and others and asked according to the procedure. In fact, even if they didn't ask, they all knew that the 9th game must be between Mu Hongling and Qin Shangquang. Because the battle between Lin Fan and Li Keqiu must be saved for the last game. "I'll go up," Mu Hongling said. "Okay, just keep steady." Lin Fan smiled slightly. He just looked at Qin Shangquang's strength again, and he was still only at the level of the middle stage of the 4th level evolver. With such strength, as long as Mu Hongling is not careless and performs normally, Qin Shangquang will definitely not be Mu Hongling's opponent. Therefore, Lin Fan has no worries about the competition between Mu Hongling and Qin Shangquang. He knows that Mu Hongling will definitely win. And after Mu Hongling wins, there will be no suspense in the battle between him and Li Keqiu. It will be a completely crushing victory. At that time, the score between the two sides will become 6-4, and they will win comprehensively. This is also the reason why he was very calm when he failed continuously before. Because he had already calculated these possibilities. "Shangquang, perform well and don't let me down again." Seeing Mu Hongling on the high platform, Li Keqiu looked at Qin Shangquang and said. They didn't know that Mu Hongling had the strength of a late 4th level evolver. In Li Keqiu's view, as long as Qin Shangquang took it seriously, he would have a chance to defeat Mu Hongling. Of course, not only Li Keqiu had such confidence, but Qin Shangquang, as the person involved, was even more confident. "Brother Keqiu, don't worry, I will definitely defeat Mu Hongling, and I will never let you down again," Qin Shangquang said confidently. When he said this, he seemed to have seen the scene of him defeating Mu Hongling. "Okay, I believe you, go up, and win this competition for us," Li Keqiu nodded. Yet, Qin Shangquang didn't delay any more time, stepped up to the high platform, and looked at Mu Hongling. "Although you are a woman, I will not hold back at all. The winner of this camp competition must be our side," Qin Shangquang said coldly. "Maybe your confidence is too good," Mu Hongling replied lightly. "This is not a question of confidence or not, this is the fact." Qin Shangquang's tone is still full of endless confidence. He seems to have never thought that Mu Hongling is his opponent from beginning to end. "In this case, I can only let you see the real facts," Mu Hongling said. "Haha, good, I want to see how you can make me see the real facts," Qin Shangquang laughed. "Are you ready?" Chu Hongxun looked at Mu Hongling and Qin Shangquang, frowning and asking. He felt unhappy about Qin Shangquang's arrogant attitude, but as an instructor, he naturally couldn't express his attitude in such an occasion. He knew that Mu Hongling was stronger than Qin Shangquang, and once the competition began, Qin Shangquang would immediately know how stupid those arrogant words were. "Ready," Mu Hongling and Qin Shangquang responded respectively. "Since you are all ready, let's start the competition now," Chu Hongxun waved his hand. The moment Chu Hongxun finished speaking, Qin Shangquang took action. He couldn't wait to defeat Mu Hongling. Seeing Qin Shangquang rushing forward, Mu Hongling didn't take it lightly, let alone disdain, but took the competition seriously. Bang! The fists of the two collided in an instant. Bang! As the two of them collided, Qin Shangquang felt a huge force transmitted through his fist, causing his body to retreat uncontrollably, with his feet constantly stomping on the ground and making a clattering sound. After retreating more than 10 meters, Qin Shangquang stomped his feet to stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and even his expression was a little dull. This was not the power that a level 4 evolver could possess. In the collision just now, Qin Shangquan could fully feel that Mu Hongling's strength was not at the level 4 evolver mid-stage, but must have reached the level 4 evolver's late stage. If Mu Hongling was only at the level 4 evolver mid-stage, he would not have retreated so far. After all, he was now at the peak of the level 4 evolver mid-stage. The people under the stage were also somewhat surprised to see this scene. Especially the students in Fen Kang's camp, they immediately started a heated discussion. What's going on? How could Brother Changquan be knocked out with just one punch? Did Brother Changquan let his guard down? How could he be careless? Would Brother Changquan let his guard down when the competition just started? If it wasn't caused by carelessness, wouldn't it mean Mu Hongling's strength has reached the late stage of the 4th level evolver? That must be the case. If Mu Hongling didn't have the strength of a late stage 4th level evolver, it would be impossible for her to knock Brother Changquan out with just one punch. Why is Mu Hongling so strong? She has the strength of a late stage 4th level evolver, which means that Brother Changquan will lose this competition. The last person who spoke didn't finish his words, but anyone could imagine what he meant. He simply speculated that Qin Shangquan would lose this competition. This was actually a little hard for them to accept. Because Qin Shangquan was the second strongest person in their camp, and they had originally expected to see Qin Shangquan quickly defeat Mu Hongling and win the competition, but they didn't expect such a reversal to happen. Level 4 evolver late stage, Li Keishu's eyes fell on Mu Hongling. At this point, he naturally knew that Mu Hongling had the strength of a level 4 evolver late stage. After all, he was very clear about Qin Shangquan's strength. A level 4 evolver mid-stage definitely could not knock Qin Shangquan back so far with one punch. Thinking of this, Li Keishu's face gradually became ugly. The chance of a level 4 evolver mid-stage against a level 4 evolver late stage was too low, almost non-existent. But at this point, they had no other choice but to watch the competition continue. They couldn't stop the competition just because Mu Hongling had the strength of a level 4 evolver late stage, right? Even if they wanted to do so, the rules didn't allow it, not to mention that Dong Xianzhuo was sitting there watching. I really didn't expect you to have the strength of a level 4 evolver late stage, Qin Shangquan stared at Mu Hongling and said with gritted teeth. He wanted to win the competition, wanted to perform well, and promised Li Keishu that he would not let her down. However, despite all his calculations, he had never expected that Mu Hongling's strength had broken through to the late stage of the 4th level evolver. There are many things you didn't expect. Mu Hongling glanced at Qin Shangquan indifferently and said in a cold tone. What she meant was that Qin Shangquan could not imagine that Lin Fan's strength had reached the level of a 5th level evolver, but it was impossible to say such words openly. Qin Shangquan could only wait for him to see it with his own eyes. Humph! Qin Shangquan felt a kind of contempt from Mu Hongling's tone and eyes. He snorted coldly and said, even if you have the strength of a 4th level evolver, I am not afraid of you. Today I will still let you know how powerful I am. It was impossible for him to admit defeat. He would fight to the end no matter what. How powerful are you? Mu Hongling's pretty face showed a disdainful smile, and she said, then you'd better show all your strength as soon as possible, otherwise you won't have any chance. Looking for a fight, Qin Shangquan's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. Without further delay, he took the initiative to attack Mu Hongling. He knew very well that defense was useless under such a power gap. The more he defended, the more fiercely Mu Hongling would attack him. On the contrary, if he used offense as defense, it might have an unexpected effect. If Mu Hongling was careless at that time, he might have a chance to turn the situation around and win. Unfortunately, Qin Shangquan's idea was still too naive. Mu Hongling was not only not careless, but also focused on this competition. Qin Shangquan's attack came up, but was quickly dodged by Mu Hongling. Then, Mu Hongling launched a counterattack against Qin Shangquan. Bang! Bang! Qin Shangquan, who originally wanted to use offense as defense, turned to defense in the blink of an eye. There was no way. Mu Hongling's attack was too fierce, and the speed of the attack was also very fast. He wanted to defend. Once he didn't defend, he would be attacked by Mu Hongling, because Mu Hongling's attack speed was very fast, and he couldn't take any evasive measures at all. Mu Hongling's attack was quite powerful, and he couldn't let Mu Hongling hide him hard. Bang! 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 Qin Shangquan, who was forced to defend, soon fell into a miserable situation. He could block some of Mu Hongling's attacks, but some of them still fell on him, making a constant banging sound, which made him grimace in pain. In any case, Mu Hongling was a late-stage 4th level evolver with a very strong attack power. Qin Shangquan didn't have the defensive attributes like Lin Fan, so it was reasonable for him to not feel pain when he endured Mu Hongling's attack. Bang! Bang! Mu Hongling attacked Qin Shangquan fiercely again, and Qin Shangquan's face gradually turned pale. So far, he had many bruises on his body, but they were hidden under his clothes and others couldn't see them, but he knew his injuries very well. Mu Hongling's beautiful eyes condensed, and another powerful fist attack hit Qin Shangquan's arm. This made Qin Shangquan couldn't help but scream. Bang! Mu Hongling seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and then kicked out, kicking Qin Shangquan's abdomen hard. With a dull sound, Qin Shangquan's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and flew a full 20 meters before landing. Of course, when he landed, Qin Shangquan's body had already appeared in the area outside the platform. His body fell heavily to the ground, and Qin Shangquan felt a sharp pain again. Good. Great, it's so exciting to watch. Yes. This competition is so exciting. In Zhu Hongxun's camp, the students all cheered wildly. They really thought that Mu Hongling's beating of Qin Shangquan was very exciting and exciting. They applauded enthusiastically while shouting. Go! Li Keishu saw Qin Shangquan land, and couldn't help cursing in her heart, and clenched her fists twice. Qin Shangquan's defeat meant that the score became 5-4. In other words, in the battle between him and Lin Fan, even if he beat Lin Fan, the score would still be 5-5, which means that if they didn't win, Lin Fan wouldn't win either, so it would end in a draw. Chapter 599 The 10th Game. Zhu Hongxun stood on the high platform, looked at Qin Shangquan, then looked at Mu Hongling, and said loudly, Mu Hongling wins. After Zhu Hongxun's voice fell, there was another round of carnival and warm applause in the field. Mu Hongling did not waste any more time, turned around and jumped down from the high platform, and returned to Lin Fan and others. Sister Hongling, I see you beat him up and it's very satisfying. Ha ha ha. Murong Shan's eyes fell on Mu Hongling, and she waved her fist excitedly. She wanted to beat Qin Shangquan herself the most, but unfortunately there was no suitable opportunity this time, so she could only let Mu Hongling beat him up. However, even if she was not the one who did it, she still felt very satisfied. Hearing Murong Shan say this, Murong Zhu, Lu Mingyan and others also laughed. It's really satisfying, Lu Mingyan said. The main reason is that the guy deserves a beating. He just has a face that deserves a beating, so he should be beaten hard, Murong Shan said. Next, it's the last battle, Wei Heguang said. This is a battle without any suspense, Zhang Fiwen said. Haha, everyone laughed. Lin Fan, a level 5 evolver, could do whatever he wanted to Li Keishu. Li Keishu probably never dreamed that Lin Fan's strength had reached the level of a level 5 evolver. While Lin Fan and the others were talking and laughing, Qin Shangquan also walked back to Li Keishu. Qin Shangquan almost didn't dare to look directly into Li Keishu's eyes. He originally thought that he could defeat Mu Hongling, but he didn't expect that Mu Hongling's strength exceeded his expectations. Brother Keishu, although he didn't dare to look into Li Keishu's eyes, Qin Shangquan still hesitated. Okay, don't say anything, Li Keishu interrupted. She has the strength of a late level 4 evolver. It's normal that you can't beat her. Yes, Qin Shangquan nodded. From Li Keishu's tone, he could hear that Li Keishu was a little angry, but it really wasn't his fault. The gap in strength was not something he could make up for. Next, it's the 10th match. Zhu Hongxun stood on the high platform, first glanced at Lin Fan, then looked at Li Keishu, and said loudly, the score between the two sides is now 5-4. If you tie this match, then another match will be arranged at that time, and the winner of both camps must be decided. When saying this, Zhu Hongxun was already suppressing the joy in his heart. After all, he knew very well that with Lin Fan's strength, as long as Lin Fan didn't deliberately want to lose to Li Keishu, he would not lose anyway. And if Lin Fan defeated Li Keishu, the score would become 6-4, and it was obvious that their camp would win. However, at this time, the rules should still be said, and he had to pretend that he didn't know that Lin Fan's strength was that strong. Dong Xianzhou also knew that the winner had been decided, only Feng Kang didn't know yet. At this time, Feng Kang was still expecting Li Keishu to defeat Lin Fan and make the score 5-5. In this way, his camp would still have a chance to win if a new match was arranged. It turns out that there is a new competition after the 5-5 match. I thought the reward given by the chief would be divided equally between us. How can it be divided equally? If it is divided equally, then what is there to compete for? Can't it be distributed directly? That's true. Now it depends on who is better. Lin Fan or Li Keqiu? Yes, the key to winning or losing lies in both of them. I guess Lin Fan is still better. Bullshit. I think Li Keqiu is better. Everyone started to discuss. They can be said to have maintained a high level of attention and discussion about the 10th competition. Because this 10th competition will determine whether they can get Gong Xiansuo's reward. The voices of these discussions will not have any impact on Lin Fan. Chu Hongxun was not going to delay any further, and said loudly, "Let's have the 10th competition." Haha, brother Lin Fan, I don't even bother to say good things to you. Anyway, you can definitely do it, Murin Shan said with a smile. Murin Zhu, Lu Mingyan and others also smiled. Indeed, with Lin Fan's strength, it doesn't matter whether he says cheer up or not. After all, he is destined to win. Okay, I'll go up first. Just wait for my good news, Lin Fan said, and then he walked up to the platform without wasting any time. Seeing Lin Fan walk up to the platform, Li Keqiu's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. He also did not delay and quickly walked up to the platform and stood opposite Lin Fan. Lin Fan and Li Keqiu's eyes met again. Lin Fan, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Li Keqiu looked at Lin Fan and said, her tone sounded very calm, but under this calmness, there was a sharp edge hidden in it. Waiting for a long time, Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, why does this sound a bit wrong? To tell you the truth, from the first day I came to the training base and saw you, I knew that you were my only opponent in this training base. Li Keqiu's voice spread without concealment. He just said one more sentence: the rest of the people are not worthy of being my opponent. However, such words would really arouse hatred, so he thought about it and didn't say it. What? Li Keqiu has regarded Lin Fan as her opponent since the first day she saw him. She is too good at judging people. After all, Lin Fan's performance is indeed very strong. I have been looking forward to this battle between them for a long time. Yes, not only Li Keqiu has been looking forward to it for a long time, but we have all been looking forward to it for a long time. The final competition will definitely be very exciting. I don't want to blink my eyes. I want to see every detail of the battle clearly. Everyone started to discuss. They all knew that Lin Fan and Li Keqiu were the two strongest students. They could imagine how exciting this battle would be without guessing. It was a pity that they didn't know the truth. If they knew the truth about Lin Fan's strength, they would not have any expectations. It sounds like you are very confident. Lin Fan didn't pay attention to the discussion among the students, but continued to focus his eyes on Li Keqiu. It's just so, Li Keqiu replied lightly. This guy deserves a beating even more than Qin Chang Kong. Murin Shan saw the scene on the podium and couldn't help but complain. Anyway, he is destined to be beaten. No matter how arrogant he is now, it can't change the outcome of today, Lu Mingyan said with a smile. Of course, Murin Shan nodded. On the podium, Lin Fan's eyes flashed and said, then I can only destroy your confidence. I admire your confidence. I hope your strength can match your confidence. Don't let me down, Li Keqiu said. I think my strength should not disappoint you. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. Then, he looked at Chu Hongxun and said, Instructor, can we start the competition? When everyone heard Lin Fan take the initiative to ask Chu Hongxun, they thought that Lin Fan couldn't wait to take action. Chu Hongxun nodded and said, okay, let's start the competition. As Chu Hongxun finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire square became a little different. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan and Li Keqiu. Just as they said, they didn't even blink. Hey, why hasn't Lin Fan made a move yet? Isn't he urging the instructor to announce the start of the competition? Yeah, I thought he would make a move as soon as the instructor announced the start of the competition. Maybe he did this on purpose? To put some psychological pressure on Li Keqiu. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't move, everyone started discussing again. Li Keqiu frowned slightly. Just now, Lin Fan urged Chu Hongxun to announce the start of the competition. He already thought that Lin Fan couldn't wait and wanted to fight him immediately. As a result, after Chu Hongxun announced it, Lin Fan stood there without moving, which made him suspicious. However, despite suspicion, the competition still had to go on. It was already this time, there was no reason to retreat. With a cold snort, a fierce light flashed across Li Keqiu's eyes. He stamped his feet on the ground and rushed towards Lin Fan quickly. When his body was no more than 10 meters away from Lin Fan, he suddenly clenched his fists and attacked Lin Fan's head. Even at this distance, Lin Fan still did not make any moves, but a smile hung on his face. Fuck. Is Lin Fan stuck? Why is he still motionless? Are you going to let Li Keishu take 2 moves? Are you kidding? At their level of strength, the power of a punch is very large, right? If you are hit by a punch without dodging, it will definitely cause great injuries. Yeah, once you get injured, how can you continue to fight? I don't know. He still didn't move even at this close. Everyone was extremely surprised by Lin Fan's performance at this moment. You know, for someone with the strength of a late-stage 4th level evolver, a distance of 10 meters is almost a blink of an eye. At such a close distance, Lin Fan still hadn't reacted. Was it obvious that he wanted Li Keishu to win? Only Murong Zhu, Murong Shan, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Lu Mingyan, Wei Heguang, Zhang Fiwen and others were extremely calm. They all knew that it wasn't that Lin Fan was stuck, but that Lin Fan wasn't afraid of Li Keishu at all. A level 5 evolver, whether in speed or reaction, crushed a level 4 evolver. Li Keishu's speed seemed fast in the eyes of others, but it was still slow in the eyes of Lin Fan. Therefore, even if Li Keishu was only 2 meters away, Lin Fan could still make a move very quickly. At this point, they were all full of absolute confidence in Lin Fan, and there was no need to doubt it at all. Chapter 600, demonstrating the strength of a level 5 evolver. Is this kid looking for death? Qin Shangquan saw this scene under the high platform and couldn't help but say in his heart. He couldn't help but feel that Lin Fan was too arrogant. In a competition of this level, he dared to look down on Li Keishu. It was obvious that he didn't take Li Keishu seriously. Even Li Keishu felt that Lin Fan was too arrogant. Do you want to bear my punch? Okay. You will soon know how wrong your decision is, Li Keishu thought secretly in his heart. Even at this time, he had to guess that Lin Fan deliberately wanted to bear his attack. Maybe Lin Fan felt that the power of his punch didn't do any harm. Feng Kang also didn't understand Lin Fan's operation. He had previously inferred Lin Fan's strength and guessed that Lin Fan should be in the late stage of the 4th level evolver. At this stage, how could he be qualified to resist the attack of people of the same level? However, Lin Fan was not a student in his camp, but a student in Chu Hongxuan's camp. What he wanted to see was the scene of Lin Fan's defeat, not wanting to see Lin Fan win. Therefore, if Lin Fan was defeated by Li Keishu's punch, that would be the best outcome. When Li Keishu's body appeared 2 meters away from Lin Fan, except for Duang Xianzhou, Chu Hongxuan and Murong Zhu, other students thought that Lin Fan would have to bear Li Keishu's punch, and then Lin Fan finally took action. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Keishu's fist at a super fast speed. Bang! When the fists collided, a dull sound was heard. Then, Li Keishu was shocked to find that his fist was actually firmly grabbed by Lin Fan. How is this possible? Li Keishu's face was full of disbelief. His speed was so fast, and he was only 2 meters away from Lin Fan. At such a speed and distance, it should be impossible for Lin Fan to have a chance to react. It was not only Li Keishu who was surprised, but the other students also felt dumbfounded. How could this happen? Lin Fan's reaction was so fast. Is he really only at the late stage of the 4th level of evolution? If he was only at the late stage of the 4th level of evolution, then his reaction shouldn't be so fast, right? Yeah, this is really unbelievable. How did he react at such a close distance? There is only one answer, that is, Lin Fan's strength is not just the late stage of the 4th level of evolution. What? If it is not just the late stage of the 4th level of evolution, doesn't it mean that his strength has reached the level of the peak of the 4th level of evolution? Damn. The peak of the 4th level of evolution, this growth is too fast. If Lin Fan really has the strength of the peak of the 4th level of evolution, then Li Keishu is definitely not Lin Fan's opponent. The scene on the high platform caused the people below to discuss like a storm. They never thought that Lin Fan would hold Li Keishu's fist tightly. This momentum, Feng Kang's heart skipped a few times from the momentum of Lin Fan's attack. He felt that the students' guesses were not quite accurate. If Lin Fan was only at the peak of the 4th level, he should not have such a strong aura just now. Since Lin Fan showed such a strong aura, it could only mean one thing: Lin Fan's strength has surpassed the peak level of the 4th level. In other words, Lin Fan is now a genuine 5th level evolver. 5th level evolver. Feng Kang took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner shock. Lin Fan himself was good at hiding his aura. Before, he had never revealed his aura, But when he attacked just now, even if he wanted to hide his aura, he couldn't hide it very well. Therefore, in just such a short moment, Feng Kang felt that Lin Fan's aura was extraordinary, and it was definitely not the aura that a 4th level evolver could have. 5th level evolver, Li Keishu shouted with horror on his face, "You actually have the strength of a 5th level evolver." He found that after his fist was caught by Lin Fan, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't struggle his fist out of Lin Fan's palm. Even if Lin Fan was at the peak of the 4th level, he shouldn't have felt this powerless. After all, his strength had reached the level of the late 4th level, only one step away from the peak of the 4th level. For him to feel this powerless, Lin Fan must have reached the level of the 5th level. Li Keishu's voice was loud and clear, and it spread throughout the venue. There was no doubt that his words would cause a huge discussion in the venue. Damn. Did I hear it right? Lin Fan's strength has reached the level of a level 5 evolver. This was said by Li Keishu herself. How could I have heard it wrong? If you heard it wrong alone, wouldn't it mean we all followed you and heard it wrong? Too scary. This is really too scary. How on earth did Lin Fan do it? Yes, a level 5 evolver. That's a level 5 evolver. Even our instructor is only a level 5 evolver, and he has reached it at such a young age, in front of a level 5 evolver. The strength of a level 4 evolver is nothing, right? This competition is equivalent to directly deciding the winner. I think winning or losing is not the point anymore. The point is that I really want to know how Lin Fan improved his strength. Too fast, too fast. With the speed of improvement, maybe it won't be long before he can sprint to the level of a level 6 evolver. Everyone didn't know what words to use to describe their shock. They all knew that it was very difficult to reach the level of a level 5 evolver. How long had Lin Fan been at the training base? After all the calculations, it seemed that it was only about 3 months. In about 3 months, he had actually been promoted to the level of a 5th level evolver. If they had not heard Li Keishu say it with their own ears, but someone else had told them, they would never believe it. Haha, it's so funny. I've been waiting to see everyone's expressions now. Sure enough, I'm not disappointed. Muran Shan took in the changes in everyone's expressions and couldn't help laughing. She had guessed before how wonderful everyone's expressions would be when they knew that Lin Fan's true strength had reached the level of a 5th level evolver. But that was always her guess, and she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she felt that everyone's performance did not disappoint her at all. Muranzu also smiled and said, "If we didn't know it in advance, but only knew it now, then our expressions should be similar to everyone else's." Yeah, think about it, it's the same. If Lin Fan's strength was still in the late 4th level evolver, and Li Keishu's strength reached the 5th level evolver, we would definitely be shocked when we knew it, Lu Mingyan said. Yes, that's the truth, Li Zihan, Mu Hongling, Wei Heguang, and Zhang Fiwen nodded. On the other side, Qin Shangquang's mouth was already wide open, almost enough to fit 2 eggs. He really didn't expect Lin Fan's strength to be so strong. He had repeatedly provoked Lin Fan before, said all kinds of arrogant words in front of Lin Fan, and even wanted to step on Lin Fan and beat him up. Now thinking about his previous performance, he felt ashamed. No wonder he couldn't arouse Lin Fan's anger even if he said that. At this time, he really understood that his behavior was just a jumping clown in Lin Fan's eyes. After all, if he had the strength of a 5th level evolver, he would definitely not care about the arrogant words of someone who was so much weaker than him. He could imagine 2 reasons why Lin Fan didn't punish him directly. First, everyone was in the training base. If they wanted to take action, they had to report to the instructor first. But the competition between the upper camps started immediately, which was obviously a superfluous move. Second, Lin Fan did not take him seriously at all, and even felt that fighting with him was a waste of time. It must be said that Qin Shangquang was still a very self-aware person. It's over, it's over. Lin Fan has the strength of a level 5 evolver. Doesn't it mean Brother Keishu can't beat Lin Fan at all? If he can't beat him, the score between the 2 sides will become 6-4, and Instructor Chu's camp will win this competition. Damn it. With such a big gap in strength, how can you let Brother Keishu fight? There's really no way. A late-stage level 4 evolver against a level 5 evolver has no chance of turning the tables. Next to Qin Shangquang, several other students whispered. Although they all looked forward to winning this competition, the current facts told them that such expectations were meaningless. With such a huge gap in strength, Li Keishu herself felt deeply powerless, not to mention that their strength was not as strong as Li Keishu's. On the high platform, Lin Fan still held Li Keishu's fist, then a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Why can't I have the strength of a level 5 evolver? My talent and growth potential are better than yours. Even you can be promoted to the late stage of the 4th level evolver. Do you think it's strange that I can be promoted to the early stage of the 5th level evolver?" Lin Fan's words almost hit Li Keishu so hard that she spit out blood. "Ha ha ha, brother Lin Fan has never disappointed me." Muran Shan heard Lin Fan's words from below and laughed again. The most important thing is that Lin Fan said the truth, which Li Keishu could not refute at all. "I just said that I would help you to rebuild your confidence. Now it's time for me to look at what I said." Lin Fan's eyes condensed, grabbed Li Keishu's fist and pulled it forward fiercely. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.